Everyone, please move up. And if there's any free seats, just like get together so everyone can take a seat, please. There'll be more people coming, so we'll be packed here. Very excited. Just a few minutes, and then we start. Welcome to day 2 of the Staking Summit. Super excited to host this. We already had an amazing day yesterday. Yeah, congrats. Thanks for being here. Thanks for discussing where proof of stake goes next. I think all of us in the room are working towards building a solid and healthy proof of stake ecosystem. And in that sense, I'm super excited to welcome on stage for the first talk of the day, Vitalik Buterin, who's a thought leader for the proof of stake space for many years. Very excited. I think we're all excited. So yeah, please come on stage and we take it from there.
Okay, so before we get into talking about the future of proof of stake, I think first it's important to celebrate the successes that we have had, right? So first of all, the merge happened. So who here remembers back when like the narrative was that Ethereum sucks because the proof of stake switch would never happen? Who here remembers the that special time when it became clear that like we actually had developers and like the narrative just like quietly switched to proof of stake being bad? So then proof of stake happened, and proof of stake is great. So the chain has been running successfully for now more than 2 years. And at the time when I managed this, took this screenshot, not cherry-picked at all, just the first time I opened the page. It's all of the slots are being proposed, blocks are being justified. Basically, everything is just running incredibly smoothly. And since the merge, Ethereum has just had an incredibly stable network, right? So I think it's important to just give a big round of applause to all of the lots of researchers, lots of devs, lots of client teams, years of hard work, years of failed prototypes that you can find in the depths of GitHub Ethereum research, years of proof of concepts, and finally, 2 years of live software in production that I think has been working just excellently. Proof of stake is decentralized, right? So on the left is Bitcoin mining hash pool distribution. And actually, before the merge, Ethereum mining pool distribution was actually even worse, right? There was like one pool that was something like 40 to 45%. And then over here on the right, this is the Ethereum staking distribution. And even if you just look at the raw charts, it actually looks much, much healthier on the proof of stake side, right? And then once you actually get into the nuances, then you realize like the largest thing on the chart, Lido, it's a DAO, and it's split between, I think something like 37 stakers doing most of it, and then another 100 with some smaller share. And it's this complicated mechanism that keeps updating. But the point is that like Lido is not like one guy, right? There isn't like, I'm Mr. Lidon and I'm going to choose to destroy the network today, right? It's it's accurate to think of it as being somewhere in between like 1 and about 40 actors, and it's like the job of the social science people to figure out like exactly what number is fair. Then unidentified is of course much more than one actor, right? And so probably a significant percentage of solo stakers in there, a significant percentage of like small and medium enterprise stakers in there. So staking decentralization is, I think, much more successful than a lot of people have been giving it credit for. And I think also, even the proof of work decentralization that Ethereum had before the merge, I think it's important to remember just how much that ended up being backed by the facts that we're going to switch to proof of stake, and so there's no point in like centralizing everything with ASICs, right? So I think proof of stake has just been a complete success in terms of decentralization, in terms of security, but there are still important challenges, which I am going to get into and talk about, because otherwise there would be no point in having a staking summit, right? It's like, imagine if like staking is, think of like things that actually do work well, right? Imagine if take like oxygen, right? Like oxygen, very important. We need it to survive, right? Imagine if we had like oxygen summits. And then, we talk about different kinds of oxygen, and then, you even have like this little like stand on the side, and you have like ozone saying like, hey, look, we're oxygen, but like these guys are O2, we're O3, and that means we're decentralized, right? So generally, if things have summits, that's like a sign that like there still are problems, right? But the point is that I think our ecosystem has a great track record of like actually solving things. So when I think about like how to solve things, right, I think it always makes sense to start from the ultimate goal, right? And so how do I think of the goal of Ethereum? I mean, not like the like grand like vision of society, how like everything will save the world, but like much more narrow, right? What is the goal of Ethereum with respect to the applications and the ecosystem that it serves? And I think of it as basically, L1 is like this anchor of the world computer and the Ethereum economy, right? So it's this like central core that provides the security. It is not meant to be extremely scalable or extremely fast. It does need to be powerful enough to have some level of like really important economic activity happening inside of it, and it needs to be safe. It needs to be something that people can run into if suddenly the hordes of barbarian invaders start coming into the countryside and like trying to attack the L2s, right? But at the L1 is there to provide security, and the L2 is GPU of the world computer. It is the engine of the economy, and this is where high performance applications, speed, look, what are we at in terms of latency? Has anyone tried to get into nanoseconds yet? So, like low latency, ultra scale, like all of that stuff happens, right? And so stakers keep L1 secure, and therefore keeping staking decentralized is the top priority. So first of all, let's like think about staking revenues, right? I think, obviously staking revenues at the merge started at this like crazy high number. There were periods that like it was over 10%. I expect, staking revenues will continue to get lower, and this is just, one, because more people are coming in to participate, also because like there are reasons why lower rates are more secure for the protocol, which is basically one, like literally almost 100% of ETH staking has economic risks, right? It's like, you don't want the entire population of your country to be soldiers. You also don't want every ETH to be staked. Also, MEV burn is likely needed, I think, to stabilize the incentive structure, right? Because if you have the majority of revenues coming in the form of this like extremely volatile thing that only goes to the proposer, there's like destabilizing effects out of that, right? So I do expect that in the future, like returns will be somewhat lower, but this is the key thing, right? Which is that the costs of staking are also going to be lower. And in particular, I think running a staking node is something that is going to become much easier and much less risky for a couple of reasons, right? So we'll talk about making staking more accessible, right? So one of the things that I think we need to do is we need to reduce the minimums, right? So staking right now requires 32 ETH, and 32 ETH is quite a bit of money. Ideally, we want to bring this down to like, let's say 1 ETH, right? And so the challenge is that if you want to bring the minimum down to 1 ETH, well, let's say you have 20 million ETH staking, and then 20 million ETH staking, the minimum is 1 ETH. Anyone want to guess what's 20 million divided by 1? Okay, it's because of Zip's law, it's like probably somewhere in the low hundreds of thousands. That's okay. No, worst case is actually 20 million. So basically, Ethereum needs to be able to support a huge number of validators, right? And and so the question is like, how do we do this, right? And so one approach is this technological brute force approach that basically just says we do just the massive scale signature aggregation, right? And there's like interesting research that's been happening on this. And then, so that's like on the left, right? And then on the right here, what we see is there's this technique that's being developed called Orbit, which is like, I think of it as basically being this like linear trade-off between sort of Algorand style staking, which basically have a large set and you randomly choose a committee of them. And the random committee is like, good in basically good enough if you're operating in a traditional academic like assume 2/3 are honest sort of model, but the problem is that it does not have economic finality, right? In the sense that if an attacker does have 51%, then like they can attack like almost for free basically because every time they participate in an attack, only a very small number of their validators like actually reveal themselves as attacking. And so Orbit is like, this is how I think about it, right? It's like basically exploring the whole linear trade-off space between like Algorand style and Tendermint style, where you have a very small number of validators, but you need a huge number of ETH to be one of them. And then basically saying, well, if we take that as the left as x equals 0, the right as x equals 1, then like what does x equals 0.2 look like, right? And like does that give us enough economic security, but at the same time, like we get most of the benefits of a random sampling approach. And then also there's a third alternative here, which is doubling down on basically saying the staking minimums are going to stay high, possibly get even higher, but we have lots of amazing options to participate in decentralized staking pools, to do delegation, potentially to like decompose staking responsibility into multiple roles, and so on and so on. So part 2, reducing node operator costs, right? So who here runs a staking node? Okay, that's good. So who here thinks that their parents would be able to run the staking node? So it needs to be easier technologically, right? And basically, I think one of the big sources of it being hard technologically is just the fact that currently validating the chain is like this incredibly heavy thing, right? Like an archive node requires something like 2.5 terabytes of space, and then even a regular like full node requires something like 1 terabyte of space. Syncing takes hours to days depending on what type of syncing you do. Then you need to have quite a high level of bandwidth. You need to have quite a powerful computer, and so on, right? And so if we can reduce those technical costs down, right? If we can get to the point where you literally have, like step 1, stateless clients, which would theoretically allow you to just like sync and start staking within a couple of minutes. And then number 2, you get to snark verifying blocks, which would theoretically make given staking on a smartwatch possible. Then like you get to something where at least like theoretically you get the quality of experience that just is downloading and using an app, right? And like these are all things that are totally impractical now, but with all of these improvements that are coming on the horizon, I think they actually will become practical. So another topic that I think is important is like balancing between preserving decentralization and making use of it. So, okay, so here, who here could tell me what is the easiest possible way to make staking fully as decentralized as possible? You make it do nothing. So basically, imagine if, like, okay, here we're gonna have a new chain and we're gonna call it like Bob chain, and here's how Bob chain works. The way staking works is you take your ETH and then you put it into a contract. The contract just pays you 2% APR, right? Put in ETH, put in your 100 ETH, and then a year later you get like, you get 102 ETH out, right? Now, this form of staking is also fully trustless. You don't need to have keys. Applications can stake. You can like stake it. You can put stuff into DeFi protocols at the same time. But then who makes sure that the chain is decentralized and who makes sure the chain is persistent? Well, there's this totally other guy named Bob. And Bob just has the master node. And the master node just signs everything, right? So, yay, staking is decentralized. Okay, we won. So the question is like, well, what's not adequate about that scenario, right? And what's not adequate is basically that, well, we don't just want to keep staking decentralized. We want to use decentralized staking as a tool in order to decentralize certain authorities that we really care about. And so which authorities in particular are they, right? One of them is obviously attesting, right? Like we want to decentralize that role where if you get 51% of it, then you're able to do things like censoring transactions, you're able to do things like trying to make attacks that revert finalization, you're able to block finalization, and so on, right? And so one of the ideas in like a lot of recent proof of stake theory has basically been, well, what if you like separate the attester role away from all of the other roles, right? And you say, well, okay, the attester role stays decentralized, and then everything else, like you just like auction it off, right? So one problem, of course, is, well, actually, even if you have that, then you might still have a problem, a chain which is vulnerable to censorship at the transaction inclusion level, right? And so the risk here basically is, well, if you have a chain and like for some use cases, if 99% of blocks censor you but 1% don't, that's like fine, right? It's like, okay, you want to like pay someone and you have to wait 1,200 seconds for the payment instead of 12. And that's like annoying, but it's not fatal, right? But then what if you have a DeFi liquidation? And you have some CDP, and then prices are suddenly moving, and you need to add in more capital to make sure you don't get liquidated, right? And then what happens? Like potentially, you might have like a time window of like 1 minute in which you do that, and you send over your transaction, but then you realize like, wait, like 5 proposers in a row are censoring it, and then the 6th one lets it in, but by that time you're already screwed, and like someone made $48 million by snapping up your position, right? So even short-term censorship resistance is valuable for a lot of use cases. And so there's, I think, also value in decentralizing the authority of ensuring inclusion of transactions, right? And this is where a lot of the discussion around inclusion lists is coming from. Also, potentially, you can even talk about like democratizing or other aspects of block production. And I think there's this like interesting debate, right? Of like basically, if you split up the block production role into like specific types of authorities, then like which ones make sense to maximally democratize, which ones are the ones where you just cannot fundamentally avoid them becoming specialized, which ones are in the middle, and so on and so on. So that's all. Basically, like what some of the details, right, about like what parts of staking do we try to keep more decentralized? In particular, how do we make sure staking stays decentralized while like actually providing a lot of value and like actually contributing the most important inputs to the chain. So a lot of these things, these are things that are being done inside of the protocol, right? So what can we do outside of the protocol? So obviously, the number of protocol researchers is relatively small, but there's also this really huge community of people outside of the protocol. And I think there's a lot of things that make a difference, right? So first of all, obviously lots of teams working hard on staking hardware, dApp node, squad staking, OBOL, all kinds of staking UX solutions. Basically just trying to make the UX side of staking as easy as possible today. Another type of category that like I think is interesting is basically, if you would take the perspective that like you have a particular group of people that are already going to take on the expense of maintaining some kind of node that does something 24/7, then like what other things can you stack onto that, right? And like I think there are answers, right? So like self-hosted LLMs, one answer, decentralized VPN nodes, one other answer. Like basically, you could actually just like go through the list of possible services that someone could provide, and especially services that like benefit from decentralization, and like basically see are these things that it actually makes sense to just like stack on top of the same hardware as staking, right? So that's like a solution in a totally different direction, right? Because if you think of like squad staking, right, the way that I think about it for me is basically that like a lot of these problems become much easier if you just forget about the requirements that you have to be online 100% or like even 90% of the time. I mean, actually, I think like you guys all overestimate how much you need to be online anyway. Like how many people realize that what's your guess for what % of the time you need to be online in order to break even as a staker? Anyone want to shout a number? It's like about I think less than 50%, like literally, right? And so like people, I think there is this phenomenon where people are just worrying too much about being online 100% of the time instead of 90%. But even still, right? Even if you want to really maximize your rates, right? Squats, basically, if you do a squat staking thing and you have some kind of M of n between, say, 5 out of 8 participants or something like that, then you could do something where if each participant is only online 75% of the time, then the whole thing actually ends up being online probably I forget the math, but probably something like 95 to 97% of the time, right? And then if you do that, then you actually get something where each individual person basically doesn't really need to worry at all, right? So that's an interesting solution that goes into the other direction, which is basically just trying to work harder to reduce the amount of effort per person as much as possible. And then the other solution is to say if someone is putting in a lot of effort, how do you actually dual purpose it? Another category of solutions, I think, is has to do with some of these centralization questions, right? So on the centralization questions, basically, can you create more decentralized block building marketplaces that happen on a higher level, right? And we've seen some of this happen already, and then we've seen MEV Boost. We're starting to see this work happening around Commit Boost. We're starting to see this growing number of people are doing various kinds of pre-confirmation things, and if that stuff is done in the right way, then that also becomes this extra protocol way in which you can separate out the authorities that are in staking, which I think also is really valuable. And then finally, application layer MEV minimization, right? So there, basically, it's actually in most applications' interest to just not leak money to whoever manages to be the first transaction in a block, right? Because it's in an application's interest to not leak money. So there's increasingly a lot of work on these kinds of things as well, right? So I think basic summary here, right, is staking I think has been great already. And there's obviously these really important centralization challenges. And at the same time, there's a lot of really nice in-protocol work that's happening. Highly encourage people to participate in the research on this. And then also there's a lot of opportunity for people to participate in out-of-protocol ways to try to solve these kinds of problems as well. So thank you.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much. Do we have time for questions?
Sure. Yeah.
Amazing. So yeah, any questions? Please, not price related or anything. Optimally, staking related. Yeah. Do we have a mic going around? Yeah. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. So dual use implies repurposing hardware.
Stand up, please.
Oh, hello. Hi. So dual use, you mentioned, implies repurposing hardware. What about repurposing collateral?
Repurposing what?
Collateral, the stake itself. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely another important topic that I totally did not touch on. I think it's definitely pretty orthogonal from a lot of the rest of all of this side. I think there's definitely valuable applications of this that are starting, right? I think the open question is how large will the demand for those kinds of applications be? And the answer is I don't know yet. And so I think it's an interesting space. It's also not yet a space that I think we want to count on as a sort of this is the thing that will save staking sort of thing. But I think it's absolutely really worth watching.
Thank you.
Awesome. Do we have another question? Anyone? Yeah. Stand up, please.
What's the biggest surprise to you in the Ethereum ecosystem after the transition to proof of stake from proof of work?
The question is, what was the biggest surprise after the switch to proof of stake? I mean, for me, honestly, the fact that nothing broke. Like,
Yeah. Stand up. Yeah.
There's a bunch of work about issuance and like what's the ideal curve. I know you like to look at things from what's the end game or what's the ultimate goal. What do you think the ultimate goal is with issuance for Ethereum?
yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, for me personally, like, I definitely buy the arguments that we do not want to have close to 100% of ETH staking, right? And like, I think that because that's like, I mean, it has like very poorly understood consequences for like the like the network effects and commodity effects or whatever of ETH the asset. It also basically like it has a lot of risks in terms of rent extraction. It also means that like the last 50 million of ETH that would stake would realistically be very lazy, and so that like is also a power centralization concern. So like those kinds of things concern me, and so and also just like the fact that I would love for it to be possible to make a fully credibly neutral like RAI type decentralized stablecoin, and right now that's basically not as viable because it has to like either like choose who is its staking provider, or it has to compete with staking, and if staking returns were somewhat lower, that would like obviously solve that problem. But so I do think it makes sense for returns to be lower in the longer term, but I think one really important thing to balance that out is all of the work that's being done in making the costs of staking lower, right, and making it something that like doesn't like require this kind of relatively extreme hobbyist effort that it is today, and it's something that people feel comfortable like more casually participating in with a relatively low level of effort. And I think like a lot of the ideas in The Verge are actually going to get us there.
Do you think decentralization or lack of decentralization on L2s is a problem?
Yeah, so my view on L2s is that I think, especially if the more aggressive L1 sort of end game, which like I know Justin is in favor of, and I know there's recently been more of a move toward, actually succeeds, then I basically predict that we'll see a bifurcation into two types of L2s. One type of L2 will basically say, we're a centralized sequencer, we have to be because that's the only way to provide 50 millisecond latency, which is like what the video gaming and like HFT people need, and so like that's our thing. And we're going to have like on-chain governance and checks and balances to potentially switch the sequencer, but we have a sequencer. And then the other type of rollup is just going to be a based rollup, right? Which was just, and when a based rollup, every transaction on, or every block of the L2 just directly is a transaction on the L1. And then in that kind of ecosystem, users will basically have a choice, right? And they'll have one large class of rollups that can offer quite good performance, but where they come pretty close to directly inheriting the full security properties of Ethereum. And like we already see this in action today, right? Like Tyco is running today, and it's like actually quite decentralized. It's already based. Lots of people are starting to contribute blocks. And so like there is that kind of path, and then there will be users that like demand like very low latency and higher speed, and they'll have to deal with like greater centralization, and they'll have a choice of different governance mechanisms for like what ensures that the sequencer doesn't abuse them.
Awesome. Yeah, another question.
Right now, Ethereum staking benefits from some properties that solo stakers give it. Some people think out there that there are mechanisms out there that we can imbue the Ethereum layer 1 with the properties that solo stakers offer without actually needing solo stakers. Do you believe, A, in the existence of these mechanisms? And if these mechanisms do exist, do we still need Ethereum solo stakers to give Ethereum these properties? Or what, if these mechanisms do exist, do we still need solo stakers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important, the one category of mechanism there that like I think is interesting is this like authority separation stuff, right? Basically, to try to say, yeah, like increase the accessibility of like a type of staking with the authorities that give the core properties that we care about, right? Which I think are basically like censorship resistance, ensuring finality, ensuring like the basic safety of the chain. The challenge that I see with just like giving up on solar staking and basically saying like Ethereum will become a specialist chain is basically that like I think like if you think about this going forward into the long term, right? I think it's right now it's easy to have this assumption that there's like a lot of friendliness, a lot of people believe in Ethereum values, a lot of people have their hearts in the right place and like the same place. But then extrapolating 10 or 20 years forward, you're going to have all kinds of different actors participate in staking. They're going to have all kinds of different opinions. And so if you do have a relatively centralized group that is able to just like come together and say, well, we are the 51% and now we're going to come in and we're going to start censoring stuff, then like that's something that's that becomes very difficult to fight against. And I think solo and medium-sized stakers just are something that's really valuable in fighting against that, because there are a group of stakers that just like they are not going to be part of that coalition, right? There's just so many of them that if they get the phone call at 3 a.m. from Mr. Billionaire Banker, they're just gonna like immediately hit the record button and put the whole thing up on Twitter and Farcaster at the same time, right? So it's and I think if you like look at the practical side of it, like we should, in the technological endgame in terms of scalability, like that kind of separating the authority and like giving solo stakers the powers that matter and letting the specialized role specialized should be able to give I think even L1 the same level of scalability as any other approach.
Awesome. Just one more question from me, maybe. I think everyone in the room is working like in the staking industry, and obviously like Ethereum has done a very great job on decentralization of proof of stake, and we just talked about home staking. But there's like sometimes for home staking it's like the same rewards like for professional node operators, obviously. Do you have any ideas how to incentivize home staking or solo staking, maybe like economically as well?
Yeah, and so I think there's a couple of aspects of this, right? So one of those aspects is just reducing the disincentives that already exist today. Well, like a lot of which do exist, and which I talked about. There are purely economic means theoretically to try to incentivize decentralization, and the work by myself and Tony earlier this year on anti-correlation penalties is like probably the best in class attempt at actually trying to do that. And the stats there seems to be basically that it would reduce the delta between the revenues of like top tier professional stakers and the revenues of solo stakers by about half. And so like that could get you a lot of the way. I do think that there is going to be like some fraction of effect where like we just have to accept that like solo staking is a kind of hobbyist or like altruistic or like subsidized by things outside of the protocol type of activity. And what we can do is like try to reduce the amount of disincentive as much as possible, so that those counter incentives don't have to be large. But I do think we have to rely on them to some non-zero extent.
Amazing. Cool. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you very much, Vitalik. If you can just stay seated for a second, and then we go right into the next panel. We have on stage next Mike Neuder from the Ethereum Foundation. Talking together with Fisher Yu from Babylon and Misha from Symbiotic about how shared security can basically enable us like a very secure future that is dominated by AI. We're just waiting for 1 minute quickly. And yeah, then we will kick it off here. Just waiting for everyone to get mic'd up. All right. Welcome. All right. And yeah, we are about to start.
Misha, I think we should
Oh yeah.
switch.
Oh,
Yeah, if you can just switch. Yeah, the seats.
Is this on? Yeah. Cool. I don't know if he's going to intro us.
All right. Let's get it started.
Cool. Thanks. Hey, everyone. GM. Fisher. Misha, good to see you. Yeah, I was, thinking about what it would be like to go after Vitalik, and this is about what I expected. Some amount of exodus, but hopefully it stays cool in the room because that was a packed talk. So, yeah. Right. Today we're going to be talking about restaking. I think I'm going to focus mostly on kind of keeping the conversation centered around restaking design and staking kind of generally as a concept rather than focusing too much on the AI, but we'll talk about the AI a bit at the end. So yeah, I'm very fortunate to be joined on stage by Fisher and Misha. These two are leading two of the kind of huge restaking/staking teams in the space. Fisher works at Babylon, which is kind of starting to try and build out staking on the Bitcoin platform, and Misha on Symbiotic, kind of leading the charge in the Ethereum ecosystem and kind of pioneering a lot of different technology, which I hope we can get into today. So yeah, I guess as a point of structure before diving in, I'm going to spend the first 10 minutes kind of discussing technical things and focusing on the minutia of the differences between the designs that the two platforms make. And then the second half will be kind of big picture, talking about staking, economic security, and kind of like where we're going from here. So yeah, let's get started. I guess first off, I think I wanted to try and characterize each of your projects with just like one sentence and see if this sentence is correct. Because generally I think, things get lost in the details of a lot of marketing stuff, but I just want to kind of distill it into the core essence. So when Sriram talks about restaking and eigenlayer, I think of, he usually talks about kind of permissionless economic security for Ether the asset. And like there's a very strong focus on Ether the asset. Fisher, I'll start with you. My kind of one sentence summary of Babylon is staking Bitcoin. Is that correct? And if not, what would you add to it?
Yes, that is correct. That should be our narrative, actually. So, but to be more precise, it is trustless and self-custodial Bitcoin staking, which means you don't rely on any bridge or custody or any wrapping or price oracle to make staking happen. So it is fully trustless and self-custodial, and making Bitcoin staking the third native use case of Bitcoin.
Can you speak on what the first two are?
Yeah, the first is store of value. The price just go up. The second is a simple method for payment, and that's it. Anything else you want to do with your Bitcoin, currently, you actually need to use a bridge to bridge it to another chain, in order to use it. But then you need to trust the bridge. Usually it's a multi-sig bridge, right? So it is not trustless. So Babylon Bitcoin staking is trustless. There's no counterparty in the middle, like taking over the control of your Bitcoin. So this is why Babylon Bitcoin staking is a native use case of Bitcoin.
Cool, yeah. And Misha, I guess I would describe Symbiotic as kind of reading through the blog and your documentation, it seems you're trying to give the maximal flexibility to builders, to stakers, to node operators. So yeah, I guess my one sentence summary would be kind of all the opportunity and kind of flexibility of a restaking platform for any tokens on Ethereum. Is that a correct synopsis, or how would you characterize it?
Yeah, not token. Token is a side effect of that. Just protocol with the least amount of friction. Shared security protocol with the least amount of friction. When you select us versus native launch, and that's the main choice that protocols are making right now. They're not making a choice like, do I start with EigenLayer? Do I start with the Babylon? Do I start with Symbiotic? No, this is like a really, really small minority of protocols that are looking into the shared security. The majority of protocols, they don't consider restaking at all. Like, why would they? There is a path that was walked by a lot of protocols, like billion-dollar protocol, trillion-dollar protocols. They are still pursuing this suboptimal and really dangerous path of launching natively. So yeah, the protocol of least amount of friction.
Yeah. And I guess how, kind of double-clicking on that point, how important in your design is this idea of pooled security? Because I feel like in the original conception of restaking, this kind of sharing between multiple services of economic security feels like a kind of core pillar. But lately, I guess it seems like there has been a slight pivot back away from that to something that's more like my protocol, my service has specific security that's only slashable by this one service. Do you see that as like a general pattern that's going to emerge, or how important do you think pooling is for Symbiotic's design to be successful?
Well, we are true to the original cross-staking, shared security, and restaking after that idea. You can share your security with multiple networks as long as it's consensual and you have a really good framework of analyzing where your stake went. If the LRTs or other stake providers that are using their stake mixed between different networks are experts at what they do and have a clear idea about the risk profile of each network, and can be managed easily. Pooled staking, I'm not sure. The current initiatives that they look like they're trying to counteract the bad initial design of the protocol, and yeah, for us specifically, we don't have we are religiously try to avoid one size fits all in any way of the in any facet of the protocol. So you can have infinite amount of alignment for slashing mechanisms, reward mechanism. You can onboard different tokens if you want, but this is used not because they're underutilized or they provide some enormous value outside of the protocols that are using them. No, it's because they'll help align different ecosystems. I don't know, big ecosystems like Athena, they don't want to use a lot of Ethereum. They want to align with the governance token and their actual stable coins. And yeah, the goal was always to accommodate as much as possible.
Yep.
So token is an outcome of that. It's not super important, but it helps user to reach flexibility.
Yeah.
And when they decide between native launches and restaking, they don't have as much drawbacks about you going about that.
Yeah. And Fisher, can I kind of extend that question to you too? How do you think about protocols consuming Bitcoin as economic security? Do you expect many of them to be fine sharing it, or do you think they'll want their own economic security for their chain that they know can only be slashed by their validators, for example? Is pooling a big part of Babylon's design, or is it more about just creating the marketplace for economic security of Bitcoin?
Yeah, sure. So Bitcoin has its own very constrained programmability. So currently it is not possible to slash any random slashing conditions.
Yep.
So for now, Bitcoin staking is mainly used to achieve consensus level security, yeah, which is most needed by especially smaller POS systems.
Yep.
Yeah, to boost their economic security to beyond what their native token can achieve, actually at a cheaper price, because Bitcoin currently doesn't have any yield. So anything non-zero is okay. Yeah. So that will greatly relieve the inflation pressure of the POS systems.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then once Bitcoin staking is enabled, it will further enable something very juicy called liquid staking. Yeah,
Liquid staking.
Liquid staking will then bring the liquidity of Bitcoin. We are talking about over 1 trillion of liquidity into the systems that are secured by Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And bring up the liquidity of those systems.
Yeah, so when someone, like let's just double click on this. If someone uses some Bitcoin stake to run their POS network, the slashing conditions are such that if more than 1/3 of the validators sign on 2 blocks on that POS chain, then their key will be exposed, right?
Not exposed, it's decrypted.
Decrypted.
Yeah, exposed means somehow the key is sealed in a vault somewhere, and then if they do something wrong, someone will open the box and show it to the world. But it is not. Before you attack the system, the only one in the world knows the key is yourself. And the only place where the key is stored is your machine. It's just that if you attack, then cryptographically, your private key can be decrypted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can you use that same stake to secure multiple different proof-of-stake networks, or do you encrypt it? Like when you do that encryption, is it just for one specific other chain that can use that economic security?
Yeah, we actually enable something we call multi-staking, which is slightly different from restaking. Restaking means you already have ETH, you stake it, and then you use eigenlayer or symbiotic to restake to multiple AVS or other services. But what we enable for Bitcoin is something different. You can directly stake your 1 Bitcoin to multiple decentralized systems and earn multiple streams of yield at a higher risk. So it is multi-staking, like one-hop staking. So that's why we call it multi-staking instead of restaking, because restaking requires 2 steps. Multi-staking only requires 1 step.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. And kind of moving this question to the design of slashability, I think is a very interesting one. So I guess as I understand the Babylon system, this slashing is only possible if there's a kind of cryptographic violation, right? So a cryptographic violation in this setting would be you sign 2 pieces of data that conflict or have the same height on a blockchain, and that's what leads to the decryption of your private key. Yeah, Misha, in the design of Symbiotic, how do you think about non-objective slashability, and how do you think about giving people the ability to have more kind of control and programmability over what slashing happens, what slashing vetoes can take place, and this type of thing?
Yeah, well, the first concern of the industry was that we just restake everything and they're gonna slash immediately, and there's not gonna be Ethereum to go around. People will be starving, and like Ethereum was gonna be like 100K per 1 ETH. Yeah, like that's why we try to design protocol in a way that there is no one point of failure and no one size fits all. So each network designs, like it's part of their business logic, right? Like slashing is one of the most important pillars of decentralization. So yeah, they're designing you don't have to adapt your protocol to launch on us, so we don't specify the slashing conditions. As long as 3 main participants in every shared security protocol, staker, operator, and network agree that those slashing conditions are okay for them, and they find them valid. As long as they agree, our job is just to enforce this sort of bond. And yeah, well, to further boost the security, especially for the starting part, because for people that need a status update, restaking haven't started yet. We are not doing anything there yet. I think within a few months, actual first production restaking protocols are going to start. So especially in the beginning, it's really important that everyone stays safe. And for that, we designed the resolvers system, basically, which what it does, it prevents all bug-related or not attack-related slashings or accidental slashings from the start. It might be anything that you want to be. It might be committee-based, with people. It might be algorithmic-based with ZK proofs or fraud proofs or any sort of objective system. it can be subjective. We have a few protocols working on subjective slashing and resolving for networks as a solution. So yeah, the main goal was to design it in a way that can be like started in a safe manner.
Yep.
When there is not like it was in one design, like one centralized slashing committee that can basically destroy the whole ecosystem like with one signature. We have security in the name of a protocol, so like that's what we try to do.
Yeah, super cool. Yeah, now I'm going to kind of steer us towards, we have about 5 minutes left. I want to talk, like zoom out a little bit and talk meta about staking and restaking. So how do you both think, and we'll start with you, Fisher, how do you both think about the principal agent problem that is present in these systems? And this is kind of a critique of Ethereum proof of stake too, right? If you look at the actual numbers, 95-ish% of stake is delegated to someone. So the person who could get your stake slashed is not actually the person who owns the capital themselves. And so like this kind of number of economic security is a bit of a meme in that really the security comes from the fact that this person has reputation on the line, they have expected future rewards for being delegated to, but the actual like 32 ETH that they own, or that they kind of are staking on behalf of, they don't actually own themselves. So how, yeah, we'll kind of steer that question to you first, Fisher, which is, how do you think about economic security under this principal agent problem, and is it still worth it to kind of build these systems that create a market for that?
Yeah, so let me first try to understand your question. Are you talking about the conflict of interest exists in the delegation model?
Yeah, so I guess in general these...
Or Lido model?
No, kind of all of these systems where there's a node operator who actually runs the software, and then there's someone who owns the capital and kind of delegates to them, right? And so the slashing conditions are really due to the behavior of the person who runs the node, not the person who owns the capital. So that's the principal agent problem I'm trying.
Yeah. I think we are on the same page.
Yeah.
Didn't realize this going off.
Oh no, we can hear you still.
Okay, cool. So I think delegation is actually very necessary for the decentralization of the network, because not everyone is capable or have the capital to run operator. Like Vitalik just mentioned, there's an effort on the ETH side to make it easier and more cheaper to run on operator. But until that day comes, I think delegation is very important. Yeah. But there are ways to mitigate this principal agent problem. One is to have a very large set of operators, such as ETH. The other one is to require the operators to do self-staking.
Yep.
Yeah. So does ETH have this concept? I don't think so.
No, I mean,
right? Yeah.
There's no like native delegation in the Ethereum protocol, so that's why Lido exists. But yeah, there's no concept of like forcing people to self.
Yeah, exactly. But with Bitcoin staking, we can actually ask the validators to do self-staking. So if it misbehaves, its own stake will also be slashed. Then everyone is on the same boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, which can significantly alleviate the principal agent problem. Yeah.
In that design, just to kind of double down on that, how much of the delegated stake do they have to stake themselves? Like, do they have to put up 1% as a collateral for the amount that they get delegated to, or is there a number there?
I think that's up to the market, like how much percent you put in order to convince the retailers to delegate their stake to you.
Yeah.
But usually, I would say like 1 to 2%, up to 5%, will be good enough.
Cool. Yeah, same question for you, Misha.
With this system, you'll get tiered liquid staking. So you first delegate, and then you delegate to the native stake of operator. Yeah, people find a way. Like Ethereum was designed to be proof of stake, right? But like it immediately moved to delegated proof of stake. Yeah, principal agent problem is real. But like I wouldn't say it's a problem. Yeah, it's something that you need to account for. Of course, when operator risks, it doesn't risk the stake because it's not his risk. He just represents the stake here. But he actually, like the agent, actually risks a lot of things that are like more financially like based. They have like future cash flows that it risks, and if they have multiple networks, even if they like fuck something up in one, they are like risking the business in every one of those. So the problem is like I would call it not the problem, but like misalignment. If you have those, like if you have a misalignment between stake and the actual operator of the stake, you'll get in trouble. But like this is the most important part of shared security as I see it. Restaking and like just general flow of networks will bias a sophisticated framework of like operator management. This is going to be really important because like, yeah, there is an optimization in like restaking. There is an optimization if like people building frameworks and like designing SDKs for decentralization path to be optimized. But the biggest element of all of this is going to be reputation, like open market for reputation for operators and like huge sets that you can buy and basically like buy something that industry considers to be like the top tier decentralization in terms of pure operation. When you get those, when like they're scored, the information is public, everything is out in the open, like principal agent problem is going to be less, like by a lot.
Cool. Yeah, and we're closing out here, so I'll give you each one sentence to talk about how restaking and AI intersect. One sentence, sorry, not 1 second. Starting with you, Fisher.
Starting with me again?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So in the Babylon ecosystem, we actually have projects working on AI plus Web3 because they see Bitcoin as the most decentralized asset in the world. And for AI verification, especially in the LLM space, data verification is very important and which can only be done in a proper way with proper decentralization. So yeah, Bitcoin's decentralization plus AI will make AI more reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a few networks with agent inference and like other networks of this type. I feel like they have a future, of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't be like spending our time on that. Yeah, like this marks like basically this summit marks the start of like actual restaking. A lot of protocols are coming to market for real this time, not marketing. And hopefully within the next quarter or two, we'll see the flywheel starts moving and the optimization starts to increase exponentially.
Yeah, exciting times. All right, let's thank our two panelists.
Cool, thank you very much. And now, please sit for a moment. We're going to do a quick experiment. Everyone, please keep seated. We're just going to fly the drone in for like an amazing footage for the after movie, basically. It's going to be the best after movie ever. And yeah, so we're just waiting for the drone to fly in from that side of the room. So everyone, when the drone is flying in, just raise your arms, get some energy going. Just, yeah, bear with us for a second. They're going to close the door now and then open it, and then the drone will fly in. And we're going to have a really, really nice footage for the after movie.
Yeah, you're all locked in until the drone flyby happens.
And raise your arms. Oh, wait.
It went
second.
the other way.
Sorry, too early.
Rugged.
Fake alarm.
We got rugged.
And again.
There it is.
And here we go. Yee! Let's go.
Hopefully he's a good flyer.
Amazing. Wow.
That was slick.
Smooth. Cool, amazing. Thank you very much for the great panel. Big round of applause. Cool, and next up, we're going to have a really exciting talk from Sunny Aggarwal. He's going to talk about Bitcoin's secret roadmap to become a proof-of-stake network in the next 20 years. Super excited for this one. I was on a podcast with Sunny earlier this year, and he dropped that idea. And I thought it's such an amazing idea and thought experiment. So I'm really excited for the talk. And yeah, please take it away.
All right, thank you, everyone. So the title of the the tagline for this event is "Where Proof of Stake Goes Next," and I'm here to tell you where it goes next is Bitcoin. So this is the top secret roadmap for end game for Bitcoin proof of stake. Top secret because it's start talking about this, everyone gets mad at you. The Ethereum people get mad at you for talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin people get mad at you for talking about proof of stake. But I'm here to tell you why this is not just should happen, but needs to happen. So really quickly, a little bit about myself. My name is Sunny Aggarwal, and I'm a self-proclaimed Bitcoin maxi. I love Bitcoin. I've been, that's what got me into the space, and my goal, is how do I make Bitcoin great, right? That's what brought me into the space. I have been working on proof of stake for 7 years, right? I started working as a core developer of Tendermint and helped build the Cosmos network, which is one of the first in-production proof of stake networks in the world. And I am currently working on Osmosis, which is a DEX app chain. We're really focused on building up Bitcoin liquidity and being the place to trade native Bitcoin with the rest of the crypto ecosystem. And I'm also an advisor of Babylon. So I help create this idea of Bitcoin restaking, and you'll find out later why. But so the claim here is that Bitcoin will transition to proof of stake, which is super exciting. The only, before you get too excited, the caveat is in a couple of decades. So, keep in mind we're operating at Bitcoiner timescales here, but this is still it's the end game we're talking about, right? And what I'm not going to be talking about here is the tired arguments of, the energy consumption and all this stuff, right? Like, this is a value judgment you can make. Some people work on proof of stake for this reason. Some people have other reasons to work on it. This is a value judgment. What we're really going to be talking about is the security budget, right? This is not about a value judgment. The energy is maybe a should, whether you believe it or not. This is a why we need to switch to proof of stake. So, just a reminder, proof of work, what's happening is you have a bunch of people, miners, mining, spending money to mine, and eventually one of them finds the block, and they get paid in some block reward for doing this. And so what happens is you have a total reward for producing the valid block. Let's call that beta. You have the total amount that the entire network is spending on that mining process. Let's call that lambda. And one thing to note is that that lambda cost is not just the energy cost. People usually like, oh, you have to spend that much energy. It includes both the energy cost and the hardware cost for the ASICs and mining hardware needed to produce that block. But the key is that because of mining competition, lambda approaches beta minus epsilon. Epsilon is some level of miner profit. But what happens is if the block rewards are going up, people are going to produce more hardware. People are going to hash more. Mining is a pretty competitive market. So more and more energy is being spent until the lambda cost approaches some, very close to beta. Same thing is if the block reward goes down, that actually is faster because it will, miners will just start shutting off hardware, right? They're going to start to decrease their energy consumption. So basically when block rewards go up, more money is spent via new hardware. When block rewards go down, less money is spent via turning off the ASICs and preserving energy costs. So it is slightly trailing, but at the end, it's pretty close, right? You can find these charts where the energy cost trails the block rewards. We have a big problem. Beta is going to 0, right? The Bitcoin has this built-in system of a halvening, right? Every 4 years, the block reward gets cut in half. It started originally at 50 Bitcoin, and it gets cut in half, 25, 12.5, 6.25, and right now we're in Epoch 5, where the block reward is now only 3.125 Bitcoin, which sounds like why are we not already in the crisis already? Well, this red line is the Bitcoin block reward getting cut in half every 4 years. But the blue line is actually the dollar value of that block reward, right? And what's nice is you can see there's actually a trend line where it is going up. It has these spikes and troughs, But on a long enough time scale, the US dollar value of the block reward is going up, which means Bitcoin's security budget is going up over time. However, this has mostly been driven by this nice, beautiful property that we have, that Bitcoin has been relatively up only for the last, we're literally at all-time highs today, right? And we have been all week. So, Bitcoin is in a constant going up, and it's been at least doubling in price every 4 years. Will that sustain, right? The problem here is, Bitcoin today, it's a $1.5 trillion asset. Different people have different bull cases for Bitcoin. My bull case, or my base case for Bitcoin is that we're going to flip gold, right? We're going to hit that $18 trillion asset. But the thing is, that's only a 12x left, right? 12x, if you're doubling every 4 years, that only gives you 3 to 4 more halvenings until we've hit the market cap of gold. And then from there on, unless it goes up more, the security budget's going to go down. Michael Saylor has his $13 million target of Bitcoin, but even then, if you think that Bitcoin is going to flip all derivatives totally, right? You only have another 24 years, right? You have another 6 to 7 halvening cycles. At some point, Bitcoin price cannot just go up forever, and we're going to enter a regime where the block reward is going to start decreasing over time, and the system security is going to go down. Reorgs are going to become more profitable. You're going to have to wait longer to get transactions confirmed. The entire system is just going to become very unsustainable. So, how do we solve this, right? One way is, the security budget actually includes 2 things, right? It's the block rewards, but it's also the transaction fees. So what if we just focus on increasing the transaction fees? In fact, this is what Satoshi had in mind, right? In the white paper, he basically said, once the block reward new coins stop minting, the system will rely completely on transaction fees and be inflation-free. However, we can observe that unlike the block reward, with subsidy, right? As the Bitcoin price goes up, this black line here is the Bitcoin price. We actually see transaction fees don't actually increase relative that much to the Bitcoin price, right? Bitcoin transaction fees today are roughly at the same level that they were during the bear market in 2022, same level they were in the bear market in 2019, a bit more than they were during 2017. And we have these spikes, usually related with high volatility periods, like the beginning of a bear market, but Bitcoin transaction fees basically always settle down back to some relatively low level. And the reason is users are not infinitely price insensitive, right? Bitcoin kind of has 2 products, right? It's a capital asset and it's a payments network. And the thing is, the transaction fees are primarily driven by its usage as a payment network, right? But if you think about it today, most of the value today is actually as the capital asset. Very few people use it as the payments network. And the reason is users are not price insensitive, right? And we see this happening that, Bitcoin transaction fees, as we saw in the graph before, they peaked in 2017 bull market, and they never, in the 2021 bull market, they never actually reached the same level as they did because users found other places to transact, right? Like Ethereum. Same thing's going to happen this cycle, right? I think Ethereum gas fees are never going to reach the same level that they were 4 years ago because now people have moved to Solana. And, users are, when it comes to payments, users are pretty price sensitive, and there's a lot of alternatives to where they can get cheaper payments, even if that means cheaper Bitcoin payments, right? You have things like Lightning, Bitcoin L2s, have WBTC and CBBTC on Solana. So we just should not expect that the transaction fees on Bitcoin as right now will increase, especially while Bitcoin keeps this 1 megabyte cap. So, what if we remove that 1 megabyte cap? Could we increase the number of transactions? So today, Bitcoin is making about, for some context, in fees alone, it does about $463,000 of daily revenue from fees alone. Well, let's look at a chain that has, for now, effectively infinite, not infinite, but, high levels of transaction volume like Solana. And we see that Solana is getting, from transaction fees, MEV fees, and such, it's getting a total of $5 million of daily revenue today, which is, close over a 10x of what Bitcoin is doing today. But this is still, today's Bitcoin block reward is $32 million. Even if, it was completely replaced, if Bitcoin got to Solana levels of fee revenue, it's still a massive reduction in the security budget compared to today. And beyond that, you can actually see that the yellow and the green is basically the priority fees and the tips, the MEV tips. 95+% of Solana fee revenue is coming from MEV-related revenue rather than actual payments revenue. And Bitcoin is an app chain, right? It's a payments app chain. There's not as many opportunities for MEV revenue for Bitcoin as there is in Solana. And without going too much into it, I think that this is also going to decrease for Solana as apps start to capture their own MEV. Increasing the block size and increasing the number of payments, it's going to come at the con of decreasing the decentralization of Bitcoin, but it's also just not going to be enough to keep the security budget that we're looking for. So the most common solution to this problem that's usually brought up is tail issuance, right? Of what if we actually effectively remove that 21 million cap of Bitcoin and say, hey, let's make sure the block rewards don't actually go to zero. Let's keep the block rewards going for forever, right? This is actually effectively what Ethereum does as well. Ethereum, they don't have a fixed hard cap. They go on forever. Same thing with Solana. Most networks today, they have some level of tail issuance. The thing is, this is never going to happen in Bitcoin. Never, ever, ever, right? Unlike all these other networks, Ethereum is a computation network. It's a global computer. Bitcoin is first and foremost a monetary asset, digital gold. 21 million is the what of Bitcoin, right? Everything else is the how. Proof of stake, 1 megabyte blocks, everything is a how. Everything else is negotiable. The 21 million is not negotiable, right? That is never, ever, ever going to change. So, despite people talking about this tail issuance, we know it's not going to happen. So, I believe that the solution here is proof of stake. So, why does proof of stake help? In proof of work, the cost for block production is the same of whether you're making a valid block or an invalid block. Invalid block here means you're working on a fork. You're working to do a double sign. And so, meanwhile, in proof of stake, we have this concept of finality. If you voted on one block, you can't vote on a conflicting block. And so what this does is, with the power of slashing, we make it so the cost of producing an invalid block is much higher than producing a valid block. And so what's nice about this is, in proof of stake, everyone here is at Staking Summit. I know this is, probably, you all know how proof of stake works, but we only have to compensate stakers for their capital lockup opportunity cost, right? They need to get some certain percentage of yield on their capital, right? Whether they're looking for a 5% yield or 3% yield, whatever. Unlike proof of work, where their total capital expenditures, which is their hardware cost and energy cost, you need the block reward to be greater than their total cost, right? We're talking about a factor of 20x, right? If you're giving 5% yield on someone's capital that they're locking up versus needing to compensate 100% of the capital that they're burning in a proof of work system. So with proof of stake, we can actually massively reduce these expenditures needed by the network, or the revenue needed that the block producers need to earn. And transaction fees will probably suffice for this, right? We saw that transaction fees probably, 32 million is what the block subsidy is today, 500,000 is what the transaction fees are today. We can continue to increase the transaction fees, and transaction fees alone will give us a sufficient rate of return to justify the, get people to lock their Bitcoin, but not enough to continue the proof of work regime today. And the beautiful thing about proof of stake is you still get the total value of staked capital as economic security against double spends. Once again, coming from the fact that slashing gives you this dichotomy where you're getting more economic stake and you're getting the cost of producing an invalid block is higher than that of producing a valid block. And we see this, happen in practice with the Ethereum merge. During the Ethereum merge, they were able to simultaneously decrease block issuance while increasing economic security, right? The economic security of the network increased massively, and they were able to cut down the inflation rate. Now, one of the most common things that people say is like, oh, this will never happen, the miners will never ever go for this, why would the miners agree to this? Well, I actually think that this is probably my contrarian hot take, is that we keep proof of work for distribution. I think proof of work is, the way I think of it, is it's the most fair ICO ever. It's lasted, the buy-in period is 120 years, unlike those ICOs where you have to get in the first 30 minutes, right? Everyone has a really long time period to participate. It still rewards the early participants. That's what the halvening has built in. If you get in the first 4 years, it's cheaper than if you get in later and later and later. And you buy in using the most neutral currency, which is energy, right? Unlike, you don't have to, if you had an ICO that you could only buy in with US dollars, that massively disadvantages large portions of the world. And if you think about it, most ICOs are actually bootstrapped from this initial distribution, right? Even the Ethereum ICO, the only way to purchase it was by purchasing with Bitcoin, which was produced via energy. Most Ethereum ICOs were done via Ethereum, which was either coming from that initial Ethereum ICO from Bitcoin or via Ethereum proof of work. Energy is the only currency that's truly credibly neutral as a distribution system. And so in this world, we can keep proof of work for the coin minting while only using proof of stake for consensus. And you'll have it so the miners are still the ones earning the block rewards, but the stakers get the transaction fees. So as the block rewards go down over time, the amount of mining will go down, but it's fine, the system will remain secure because stakers are still getting the transaction fees and providing economic security for consensus. So, the path, for how we do this, some steps have already been completed, and I'll talk about some of the steps that are yet to come. So, some of the things I've worked on, Cosmos, it was important to show that proof of stake works. Like I mentioned, Cosmos, our team, we were the ones who invented the concept of slashing. We kind of put the first Byzantine fault-tolerant proof-of-stake network into the wild. We showed that it works. Then Ethereum came along and showed that you can, in fact, switch there's always this question, can you change the wheels of a moving car, right? And Ethereum showed that, yes, we can actually go from a proof-of-work network to a proof-of-stake network. Another big thing that's important that's happening right now is the Bitcoin Renaissance. There's a cultural shift happening in Bitcoin. I don't know how many people are paying attention to Bitcoin world, but ever since ordinals came, there's been this massive cultural shift. There's new excitement. There's new soft forks happening, new protocol development happening. This whole Bitcoin is this like stagnant thing that will never change. That culture, that segment of the Bitcoin community is slowly fading into irrelevance, and this new generation of Bitcoin developers is coming along, things with ordinals, runes, Bitcoin L2s, and importantly, Bitcoin staking. So, like I mentioned, I was one of the people who helped come up with Babylon, and I have two secret reasons for why I did this. One is it helps introduce proof of stake to Bitcoiners, right? We need to get them comfortable with the concept of staking. And it might not be on the Bitcoin layer 1 consensus yet, right? But at least it introduces them to the concept of, hey, there's this Bitcoin capital asset that can be staked to provide economic security to things, and eventually it'll come back to the Bitcoin L1. The other cool thing that Babylon-esque systems will give you is we can accelerate Bitcoin protocol development via a soft fork marketplace. So what do I mean by this? You can start to pay mining pools to enforce additional conditions. As an example, a zero-conf network, right, for faster inclusion guarantees. Personally, for me, one of the biggest problems with Bitcoin today that's probably going to hinder its development is the 10-minute block times. This is too slow for any practical thing. I don't know if any of you ever tried to like purchase an ordinal or something. It's a crazy experience. You have to wait 10 minutes before you're sure if your trade went through or not. So what you could do is you could, have mining pools provide signed commitments that they will include your transaction in the next block that they mine, and if they don't, they can be slashed for equivocation. And what this is cool is this, there's this concept in Bitcoin world called user-activated soft forks. It came about in 2017 during the block size wars. They weren't ever real. There was never really a way. It was just a theoretical thing that didn't actually make any sense. But the thing is, here, we actually can do user-activated soft forks, right, for the first time ever. Users can choose what conditions they want miners to enforce, and they can pay for it, right? They can say, hey, we want miners to start enforcing this zero-conf network. We will pay additional transaction fees for it, make it slashable, and this will basically accelerate the rate of Bitcoin core development because it puts the users back in charge. I talked to Justin Drake. I think this is the real vision of restaking. I know all this AVS stuff is cool and whatnot, but I think the real cool thing about restaking systems is that users can take control of the network and make protocol development be an open marketplace. I talked to Justin Drake a bunch about this, and this is what scares him. But the thing is, he's coming from this point of privilege of he works at the Ethereum Foundation. If you're working in Bitcoin world, Bitcoin core development is admittedly somewhat stagnated, and this is how the users take back control of the network by paying for the upgrades that they want to see. And this is how we will eventually pay the miners to soft fork in proof of stake. I'm not going to go too much into it, but you can do this. You can do a gradual shift to proof of stake via a soft fork. Finally, the last step in this whole process, in my grand master plan, is working on Dogecoin proof of stake. I'll be speaking at DogeCon on Wednesday, talking about this idea, but this is going to be our opportunity. The next step, we want to show the world how to do a decentralized transition from proof of work to proof of stake. Once again, huge kudos to Ethereum for successfully showing the world that we can go from proof of work to proof of stake, but admittedly, it was done in a very centralized fashion, right? The Ethereum Foundation said, hey, we are doing this, and everyone is kind of forced to go along with it. Dogecoin actually does have a foundation. They're very on board with this plan, but they don't have any real power. Dogecoin Foundation is, they got some funding from Elon Musk and stuff, but really they don't have any political power in the ecosystem. And this is our opportunity to show how can we have a decentralized community? How can we convince the miners to go along with this, make this incentive compatible? And why Dogecoin, right? It's Bitcoin-like, right? We can, it's based off of a very similar code base to Bitcoin. It's already gone through a consensus transition once, right? Originally, Dogecoin had its own mining system, and then, I forgot how long ago, many years ago, it actually shifted from being its own proof-of-work system to actually being merge-mined with Litecoin. So Dogecoin actually has already gone through consensus transformation, and they can do it again. It's the most open-minded proof-of-work community, right? If you look at the remaining communities that are proof-of-work based, right? You have Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero. They're all relatively closed-minded communities at this point, Ethereum Classic. Dogecoin is a very open-minded community that will be open to exploring this transition. And like I mentioned, there's a lot of people in the Dogecoin community, such as the foundation, such as some of the core developers who are very open to this idea. So, in conclusion, if you're here at Staking Summit, it's because you clearly care about proof of stake, right? And my pitch to you is Bitcoin is the most important asset in this entire industry, and so we must be doing everything in our power to make it successful. It is hard. There's a lot of work left to do, but it can be done. It must be done. There's this quote I love from 0 to 1, my favorite book. In the 1950s, Americans thought big plans for the future were too important to be left to experts, right? We can't wait for someone to go fix Bitcoin. it's up to us in this room to work together. We can save Bitcoin, make big plans. Bitcoin will become proof of stake if we want it to happen. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, what a great talk. I think, yeah, you heard it here first. I mean, this is a really great plan. So thank you very much for your thoughts. Also, like the talk is recorded. You can also check it out later again. Yeah, really amazing. And there couldn't be a better transition than the next talk from Fisher with Babylon, talking about the third use case for Bitcoin staking. Obviously, Babylon is already, the staking protocol is already live. And what's cool about it is obviously there's already a staking protocol on Bitcoin right now where the idea of POS is being introduced. So I'm very much looking forward to your talk. Welcome on stage, Fisher.
Hello everyone. Coming back so soon. Okay, actually the title of my talk today is not Bitcoin native use cases, because I bet many of you already heard about this many times. So because this summit is mainly for validators, so I would like to give some alpha to the validators who come to this summit and come to this room through the talk today. So the talk today, the title is called Bitcoin Renaissance for Validators. Where is my little thing? Here. Okay. Oh, by the way, my name is Fisher. I'm the co-founder of the Babylon project. Okay, but I would still like to start my talk with this new concept of Bitcoin native use case. Okay, so think about you have a Bitcoin at your hand. What can you do with your Bitcoin? Okay, you can just keep it as a store of value, waiting for its value to appreciate, or use it as a simple payment method which no one really uses, or you can actually lend it to earn some yield, or you can bridge it to other chains to do some nicer, fancy things, like, such as DeFi. But if you compare these use cases, they are not equal. Okay, store of value and simple payment, they are native use cases of Bitcoin, because in order to use them, you only need to trust yourself and Bitcoin chain. As long as Bitcoin chain is secure and you are honest, you can feel very comfortable using Bitcoin as a store of value and simple payment. However, if you want to use Bitcoin for lending or bridging, then it's no longer the trust assumption. It's the same as before. It becomes different. You have to trust some certain third party. For example, if you want to lend your Bitcoin to someone else, then you need to pray for the borrower to give you Bitcoin back, right? If you bridge your Bitcoin to a smarter chain, then you actually give your Bitcoin to the issuer of the synthetic Bitcoin, which is usually a multi-sig custody, so that you have to trust the multi-sig when you want to redeem your Bitcoin back, okay? Some protocols enhance the bridging security by using some oracles or altcoin collaterals, but anyway, you still have to trust something else, okay? So all those use cases of Bitcoin, they are not native use cases of Bitcoin because of these extra trust assumptions, okay? But we are in a proof of stake summit. For most of other coins, other chains, such as Ethereum, their tokens also have the native use case of store of value and simple payment. However, they have another native use case beyond these two, which is staking, yes. So what Babylon does is to make Bitcoin stakeable to protect other decentralized systems. And the highlight of Babylon Bitcoin staking is that it provides slashable POS security to decentralized systems, so that the staking is meaningful. It's a true staking with slashability. Okay, staking without slashability is fake staking. So Babylon Bitcoin staking is true staking. And also, very importantly, as I just emphasized, Babylon Bitcoin staking does not rely on any third party. You don't trust any bridge, you don't trust any operator, altcoin collateral, nil, nothing. You only need to trust the Bitcoin chain and yourself. As long as Bitcoin chain is secure and you are honest and you don't attack the chain or the system you secure, then your Bitcoin is safe. So even if the chain or the decentralized system you protect is attacked and compromised, okay? As long as you don't participate in the attack, your Bitcoin is safe. So staking is now the third native use case of Bitcoin. Okay? Now, in the next few slides, I will clarify some misconceptions about Bitcoin staking among the validators, because some of them deterred some validators from joining the Bitcoin staking ecosystem. First is, like, what can Bitcoin staking secure? Many people think Bitcoin staking can only be used to secure proof-of-stake systems. That is not the case, okay? Bitcoin staking can be used to secure any decentralized systems that has a consensus. The base consensus can be proof of stake, proof of authority, or it could be just a rollup or proof of X for whatever X it is. So what Bitcoin staking does is to add proof of stake based finality to the base consensus. And this POS finality is backed by Bitcoin, okay? So Bitcoin staking provides proof of stake security, but the system to be protected does not have to be proof of stake system, okay? So most noticeably, we are currently working with ecosystems such as the Cosmos ecosystems, which are Tendermint chains, and Ethereum rollups and Bitcoin rollups. All those systems can be secured by Bitcoin staking. And the validators, by accepting Bitcoin as the staking delegation, can become a Bitcoin delegated finality provider for POS chains and for rollups. Okay, so this is very important. Yeah, the next is, Bitcoin staking just sells security. And that's it. Security is a meme. There's not much attraction there. Okay, that's not the case. Actually, security is just the first step of Bitcoin staking. The staking itself brings Bitcoin economic security in the order of $1 trillion potential to the decentralized world, okay? But once staking is accomplished, something new will be enabled, as I mentioned in the panel earlier, which is called liquid staking. With staking, on top of it, there's liquid staking. So once Bitcoin is staked, it is possible to issue liquid staking tokens of Bitcoin, and those liquid staking tokens can be injected to the decentralized systems secured by Bitcoin, so that all those systems can get the liquidity that they dream of, that they cannot achieve with their native token. And finally, Bitcoin users. Any chain, any app chain, any rollup, they are looking for users, okay? Bitcoin users, arguably, is quite different from the POS world. So by activating Bitcoin staking, we can actually bring a lot of fresh users to the proof-of-stake world, including some like so-called mainstream or Web2 users, to like increase the total addressable market of the entire crypto world. Okay? So, two misconceptions, just to recap. First, Bitcoin staking doesn't just protect POS systems, it can protect anything. Second, Bitcoin staking is not just about security. It's about bringing security, liquidity, and users as a package to the decentralized world. Okay, enough talking. Yeah, in last year's staking summit, I already brought the concept of Bitcoin staking up. By that time, we only have a white paper and a few proof of stake. But this year, like about 3 weeks ago, we launched the second cap of our mainnet. And here are the numbers we have achieved so far. We have 1.5 billion of all Bitcoin worth of Bitcoin staked already. This number is larger than any other Bitcoin projects combined. And among the Bitcoin staked, over 1 billion, there's a liquid staking token issued with it from 10 plus liquid staking token providers. Also, we attract 25K users staking anything between $300 to up to $30 million in one transaction. Also, our website has over 2 million visits during the opening of our mainnet. Okay. Among these numbers, okay, most of them look quite impressive, right? But there's one number that doesn't look quite very impressive, which is 25K users. Okay. But remember, there are users who stake 30 million in one transaction. And the reason why they stake 30 million is that our cap is set to 30 million. And indeed, all these numbers are achieved in 75 minutes because we only open the staking for 75 minutes. So all these numbers you see here, 1 hour. Okay. And more data related to validators. In our mainnet launch so far, we have 250 plus validators already registered to be a finality providers and have been receiving delegations. Anyone here? Great, great. You have head start. And then up to 7,100 Bitcoins dedicated to a single validator. We are talking about $500 million here to one validator. And here it's the alpha. In early December, we expect to open our third cap to accept more Bitcoins and more validators as finality providers. And very importantly, you don't actually have to register to the Babylon Labs system in order to become a finality provider. You can just run your finality provider, attract Bitcoins, okay? And then once we finish our cap, we will enter our phase 2 where we will launch the Babylon chain. And the good finality providers from our current phase will have opportunities to become Babylon Genesis validators, to become validators of the proof of stake and roll-ups secured by the Bitcoin staking, which we call BSN, Bitcoin Secured Networks. Okay. Once you start to accept Bitcoin staking and delegation, there will be opportunities for you to issue your own liquid staking tokens, and you also have the opportunity to become Bitcoin-backed roll-up sequencers or verifiers. Yeah. So that's it. So Bitcoin Renaissance for validators, and it's actually for validators. Thank you very much.
All right, perfect. Yeah. We are just waiting 1 minute. I mean, we could do a round of questions. If you're still up, Fisher, for like 2 minutes of questions. Yeah. Does anyone have a question for Fisher? Any questions? No one? Kilian? See a lot of faces here.
Yeah, the question is good. That means I explained everything very clearly.
Yeah,
that's
amazing.
Good. Thank you very much.
Everything seems very clear. Thank you very much, Fisher. Big round of applause. The next panel is going to be amazing. We have Mike from Etherfi on stage. Yeah, Jacob from Lombard. Marin from Lido is coming. And Laffy from Xi'an. Yes, amazing. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. We're going to talk about why LRTs will capture 80% market share soon. It's a controversial title, maybe. But yeah, really looking forward to all the takes. Obviously, we have different players on stage. And yeah, just waiting for Jacob.
Yeah, we'll be ready to go in a couple of minutes. Jacob's just joining us now, so yeah.
Oh yeah, just one thing. So we have the after party tonight. It's going to start at 7 p.m. I think. Just very close to here, 10 minutes walk at the Novotel at the rooftop. It's going to be a really great after party. We have a DJ. There will be a live graffiti artist. It will be like, until late. So yeah, stay tuned for that. It's going to be a really great after party. Wrapping up the summit. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're just waiting for Jacob. And then we can kick it off. Yeah? All right. Yeah, then let's get started. Jacob will join the stage when he arrives. So, yeah. Please take it away. Mike, thank you very much. You can see the picture here. All right. Oh yeah, Mike, if you can just sit on this one, and then Jacob will join soon. But yeah, please get started.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. It's Liv Fei from KM. I'm going to start with a short intro about ourselves. So, KM is shipping a yield layer. We define the term of a yield layer, which is a virtual layer that empowers the sustained growth of DeFi protocols or decentralized protocols in general through consolidating yield sources across the entire crypto space and redistributing those consolidated yield sources as driving force growth momentum to different DeFi protocols. So unfortunately, a bunch of LST and LRT leaders are our co-operators. Now, I'm so honored to have Mike here. Mike is the founder of the largest ETH LRT protocol, EtherFi. And Marin here, Marin is the head of relations within Lido, the largest, LSD DeFi protocol and the most prominent one in this area. And later on, we're going to have Jacob Phillips joining us. So starting from Mike, would you mind giving us a short intro about EtherFi and yourself?
Sure, yeah, great to be here. I'm Mike, I'm one of the founders and CEO of EtherFi. EtherFi's mission ultimately is to make DeFi easy and accessible for normal people. We want to be able to create the suite of integrated apps that allow you to basically drop your traditional bank and just do everything, all your finances on chain. And so today we've got a suite of 3 products, EtherFi Stake, EtherFi Liquid, and EtherFi Cash, that help you save, invest, and spend your crypto in real life. And we got started with EtherFi Stake, which is our liquid restaking solution that now includes Ether, Bitcoin, and US dollars. And I think with all the exciting price action in the last few days, we just crossed like $7.5 billion in TVL, which is pretty wild. And we think we're just getting started.
Hey everyone, I'm Martin, Master of Protocol Relations, contributing to Lido DAO, which consists out of contributors, developers, researchers, node operators, stakers. It's an organization behind the largest liquid staking middleware, which connects 2 types of users, essentially stakers and node operators, currently having $29 billion in value staked. It's important to distinguish the two because the middleware is permissionless software on Ethereum, and anyone at any point of time can build vertical integrations, and that's one of the strongest points why ST, the digital representation of your stake, is the building block of DeFi.
Awesome. Great to have you guys here. Leader of LRT, ETH LRT, and leader of ETH LST. So let's probably start with Mike. This might not be your favorite question. So Renzo recently gained some extra traction pretty fast. So in the past couple of weeks, they received, they grew their TVL by another hundreds of millions. And a lot were contributed by us, KN, and through our yield layer for STETH and for SETH. For Easy ETH, and Avi as well. With emergence of, let's say, mellow and symbiotic. What do you think this competition landscape is going to lead to?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we don't. It may sound strange to say this, like we don't look at our competitors too much. I mean, we are in a very fortunate position of having something like 65 or 70% of the LRT market share. Honestly, it's almost disappointing to me that that's the way the LRT space turned out. Is that, I mean, sort of like the LST space. There's one dominant player and then a lot of kind of smaller ones in the long tail. I was hoping it would be more of a balanced market, but I guess naturally, you know, that's the way these things tend to go. So yeah, so honestly, we don't pay attention too much to competitors. What we focus on is providing value to our users and trying to deliver on this vision of DeFi actually having utility in real life for people. You know, the reality today is that it's hard to get real numbers on this, but there's maybe a few 100,000 actual DeFi users that, you know, day to day use DeFi. And out of those few 100,000, there's maybe a few thousand that have basically all of the assets. So if you sort of stack rank, you know, individuals or entities by amount of assets in DeFi, it's probably, you know, the top 1,000 probably have 95%. So I'm not super interested in building a project, a protocol for a couple thousand super rich dudes. You know, our mission and what's exciting to us is to actually bring DeFi to the masses, to normal people. And staking is just one part of that. That's an essential component. It's sort of, this is in some ways a bad analogy, but it's like the treasury bill of, you know, of DeFi, right? It needs to be there as a base source of yield for really for a suite of financial services that people can use to, you know, to live their day-to-day life. So that's our focus. That's why we're so focused on cash, you know, our credit card and wallet, on liquid, the automated DeFi strategies. That's what we care about. The data, I mean, we're at our all-time high. We're at 2.4 or 2.45 million ETH. So, you know, we're still growing. Everybody's growing. I think we're fine with that.
That's fair enough. That's awesome, actually, and congrats on the achievement. So actually, we do need a lot of, I mean, new users, mass adoption is critical for DeFi. There are only, I mean, a couple of thousands active users on a daily basis, as we know, so totally with you. So, you know, to you, probably before I pass the microphone to you, let's give a short intro of Jacob. Can you do that first?
Definitely. Hey everyone, nice to meet you. Jacob Phillips, one of the co-founders of Lombard. Sorry for showing up late. A little bit of traffic coming from the airport as you know, rookie mistake to some degree. But yeah, excited to be here. Lombard's liquid staking protocol built on top of Babylon. We allow users to stake Bitcoin, earn a yield, and then take that liquid representation, use it within all your favorite DeFi protocols. And yeah, I guess before this I did work on a DeFi perps protocol for a little bit, and then was at Polychain before that.
No problem. Welcome. So, Marin, you know, if we're talking about LRT's growth, we have to admit that Lido plays a huge role in the growth. So what's your view on LRT, and how do you position Lido in this LRT wave?
So there was a DAO vote on should Steed be an LRT, right? Through the Goose. So essentially the result of the DAO vote was to stay conservative. Not to expose stakers to new untested technologies. Not that DAO token holders consider it something bad, but it takes time to battle test. That being said, at this point I would say LRTs and LSTs are direct competitors actually, competing for the same portion of the market, all up until there's a slashing in restaking. At that point of time, it will become a different asset class itself. But until then, I think we will also continue to live in symbiosis because thank you, Mike, for achieving that because he ate essentially the whole ETH supply with his collaboration with Vida, doing this cool approach where you abstract the difficulty from users. It became massively efficient and pushed everyone to innovate. So what's happening now is what you see on the market. Now, there's even a Aave DAO vote to migrate EtherFi instance to Lido instance because Rep.State is becoming actual next line of growth for LRTs. Why? ETH supply is being eaten. It's very inefficient to continue recursive staking with ETH itself. So next step is actually to do it with Rep.State, which in my opinion is a much, much better thing because it drives directly to decentralization of Ethereum. If you look at Lido middleware and its diverse operator set, it scaled significantly. With the implementation of simple DVT, it gone to 270 node operators. Now with community staking module, even with early access, it added extra 150 node operators. So I think in short future, yes, competition, long-term, State will be essentially infrastructure powering a lot of new innovations plus the restaking.
Yeah, I think maybe just a quick comment to speak to collaboration. Like I think it was natural to assume that in the early days that there would be a lot more kind of clashing and competition, but we've had a great relationship with Lido. I think EtherFi is actually the largest single holder of STETH. Not holder, but like our contract has, I think, like 300,000 STETH or something. So EETH is to some extent backed by STETH, and we think that's valuable and good, and we see ourselves continuing to work together. So I think that's one of the nice, unique things about the crypto market.
Definitely, no doubt about that. So let's go to the other side of the restaking world, BTC. Jacob, you know, a lot of BTC and the BTC5 maxis, they believe that the BTC has unique competitive edge because restaking and staking because of the size, because of unique consensus layer. What do you think? Do you believe that? And do you think, BTC restaking could set it apart with some other competitive edges?
Yeah, definitely. Bitcoin staking, I think, follows a lot of the same premises that were introduced by, base layer Ethereum staking and liquid staking, and then, furthered by the introduction of restaking platforms like EigenLayer. I don't think of it, I think of all of Bitcoin DeFi, Bitcoin staking, all of this is just sort of, the exact same modules that we were doing in some other ecosystem now applied to a new asset. So, in a lot of ways, it's like ETH staking and Bitcoin ETH restaking maybe and Bitcoin staking have some sort of competition between the two of them where, two different assets, both can be used to secure the same types of platforms, which kind of makes sense. And, at the end of the day, restaking is still so small right now. We're talking about people bootstrapping a few AVSs on top of EigenLayer at the moment. Symbiotic's still pretty early, and now Babylon entering the game to really blow things up. But, I think all of us, well, maybe Mike and I for sure on this stage, and I'm sure the folks from Lido as well are kind of in the same boat that it's like, staking and restaking introduces the possibility of sort of making native token staking a thing of the past, where now all of a sudden you have these previously idle assets able to be used in productive ways to secure other chains. Classic, of course, being Cosmos chains who used to love 20% yield for in their native token for validators. Maybe that gets shifted around. And one of the reasons that Bitcoin is such an amazing asset for this is that I don't think there's an asset with a lower cost of capital than Bitcoin. There used to be some centralized platforms you could lend on. All of those blew up. Now there's like a little bit of degenerate stuff you can do in DeFi using Bitcoin that can earn you some yield. But the idea of introducing this sort of like risk minimized staking layer in the form of Babylon, I think opens the door and has gotten a lot of people excited to re-participating with that Bitcoin on-chain in ways they hadn't. And I don't know, Bitcoin holders have like almost no ways to get risk minimized yield right now. So it might only take a couple, couple percent, maybe even less than that to get Bitcoin holders excited about putting that BTC to work. But we'll certainly see. And maybe just one other thing to touch on that conversation you guys were just having. I think this is the beauty of DeFi, is that you can break these products into different asset classes with different levels of risk. Everything can be built into this like perfect primitive because of permissionless composability. And so, I think you were saying EtherFi is the largest holder of STETH. I know EtherFi is the largest holder of LBTC, and I'd expect to see this, a continuation of this for sure. Who knows? Maybe someday there'll be a re-restaking protocol. It's the largest holder of ETH.
Awesome. So we know that, I mean, the BTC is a huge size, but if we have a look at the size of the restaking the ETH, it's already huge enough. So we have $14 billion ETH staked in, across different restaking protocols. So this is a huge TVL. And Mike, do you think that a TVL is sustainable? And also, you know, for now, I think what is critical is the adoption of the restaking service. Do you think it would literally need so much TVL to provide a reliable restaking service to users to different protocols?
No, there's way too much TVL. Yeah, there's, you know, the only source of yield or restaking rewards right now is Eigen tokens. I think ARPA started paying out some tokens. And then, you know, we'll have, once slashing is enabled, we'll have a few others coming online. But yeah, there's basically an infinite supply of ETH and BTC for economic security, and there's almost nothing on the demand side. And I don't know, I think it'll probably take years for that market to rebalance itself. So yeah, I mean, as happens in crypto, you know, the whole world kind of, or the whole crypto world went crazy and just aped in to infinity. But yeah, it's going to take a while to catch up.
So when this wave comes down, and eventually you find out there insufficient organic yield from an AVA side, do you think part of those TVA will be gone?
No, because I think, at least for us with EtherFi, I mean, we've created, we have, I don't even know the number these days, over 300 DeFi integrations. It's probably more by now. So ETH, our liquid restaking token, and eBTC, I mean, it's so wired into DeFi. Even if the only yield available is staking yield, it's still useful because now, you know, it trades on centralized exchanges. It's plugged into basically every DeFi protocol. So even just the base staking, in some ways, the fact that there is this token that's so wired into all of DeFi actually keeps the restaking TVL there, so that as the restaking services start coming online, creating utility and generating revenue, we can kind of grow into it rather than having a big TVL collapse. So I actually don't see an exodus happening because again, it's become this kind of universal asset.
Yeah. Sorry.
And maybe I can jump in on this as well. I mean, we get the question about Bitcoin yield all the time because the market hasn't yet developed and no one really knows what it'll look like. And the point Mike was bringing up, there's already so much ETH TVL available for people building AVSs now to flood the market with a ton of Bitcoin. I mean, why do we even need all this? And I think framing this yield as the base rate for Bitcoin or for some asset class, I think is the right way to think about it. It's like right now the sort of risk minimized base layer yield that is the treasury rate is staking. If for some reason down the road staking became less valuable and that yield wasn't there, there would probably be some other super robust risk minimized staking yield you could get. Like maybe it's deploying into maybe like Aave or Compound or something like that becomes like so robust to the point where now that becomes the base layer yield. So I think whatever that is, it's like the STETH and LBTC following the footsteps of STETH, I think is sort of trying to capture whatever that rate might be. Right now it's staking, could be something else down the road.
Definitely.
One thing I need to jump in. So we say yield a lot. I think we should move away from that term because to have yield, you need to have either interest or dividends. Maybe that's one thing that separates current state, at least, ETH and BTC liquid staked assets or liquid restaked assets. Why? Because on Ethereum side, you essentially get rewarded for securing the network. So you get some level of compensation, even that might be a wrong word, to providing a service. Meanwhile, with the liquid stake BTC, you still have this difficulty. I've seen a speech before that Bitcoin might transition to POS, which would be awesome, right? And solve a lot of problems, yet to be seen. But here, it's a different way how the underlying asset sources the rewards. And then on the restaking side as well, again, you get rewards for providing security to the network, right? So you're not essentially consuming any type of financial products. You're not exposing your assets to any current regulations, right? And that's very important to distinguish. I try to influence a lot of young protocols on chain to stop using yield because it's drawing the wrong spotlight. Same as people were referring to liquid stake tokens as derivatives, but derivative needs to have a contract between two parties or more. There's no contract here. Essentially, you get a representation token that directly represents your stake in the middlewares that are deposited on the validators, and you get those rewards. So very major difference, and it can influence a lot of conversations, and especially when we speak on popular events like this, when regulators review the videos, we might set them on the wrong foot. So just wanted to kind of highlight that part.
Yeah, definitely, like what you told me before, to avoid using the word yield. So, you know, we know that, as Mike mentioned, you know, the demand for this service, that's something that we're looking for. And I think the same might apply also to BTC staking, right? Not only to ETH. So my question here is, do you think BTC LST is chasing the same target market as ETH LRT does? Or do you think, I mean, you could potentially, I mean, address an export market?
I think it's mostly targeting the same market, except there's probably two interesting things I think the BTC staking market is going after. One is BTC native products, Lombard building a Bitcoin LST. It's obvious that you would want that system secured by the native asset, or at least it would create really strong alignment around this kind of system. I think the same goes for Bitcoin L2s. This whole Bitcoin ecosystem that doesn't have, you know, smart contracts natively builds this sort of expressivity layer on top, necessarily secured by all these platforms. It would be great if there, you know, the proof of stake layer used Bitcoin as the native asset. Certainly, Bitcoin. It would be cool if, you know, maybe one day Bitcoin transitions to proof of stake. I don't think anybody's holding their breath for that in the meantime. But I do think it's kind of interesting how there is this sort of this undertone about Babylon that is this like proof of stake layer on top of Bitcoin. Well, built directly into Bitcoin L1 is actually it's sort of like a method of gaining social consensus around proof of stake. So it might be that like Babylon's success is actually what drives the Bitcoin community to start considering deeper integration for proof of stake. I don't know that's going to happen anytime soon. So that's the first one, is just Bitcoin native applications should be secured by Bitcoin. And then the second is, you know, I think most of the stuff being built in the ETH ecosystem is AVS is already built on ETH, or like, you know, L2's kind of already in the ecosystem. But Babylon's been going after this market of existing proof of stake chains, which I think offers like a little bit of a different, well, existing proof of stake chains and the whole Cosmos community. So I think there'll be some interesting stuff there. Certainly, I think it's harder to, you know, for an existing proof of stake chain to turn back and start going after, you know, restaked capital as the core of their security. But I do think you know, it'll be interesting, especially if we think the restaking market is going to have as much success if it will. At some point, some of the biggest chains in the space are going to decide that, you know, it's worthwhile to start exploring other capital providers. And you know, I think Babylon and Bitcoin stakers will be right at you know, right there to attack. And maybe, you know, the interesting thing about this for like a liquid staking token is that this then provides perhaps the least risky place to park your staked capital. A lot of AVSs are new. They're sort of, you know, technical risk you're taking on. This is sort of the easiest clients to onboard, I think, from a restaking perspective. But it's nice to have had a node that's out there running in production for a couple of years before, you know, allocating the, you know, Lombard's capital to it. It's kind of a cool thing.
Thanks. It makes a lot of sense to me. Let's be less serious and talk about something delightful. Marin, Trump wins. So what does that, I mean, implies to Lido, especially, I mean, how do you expect the SEC to be, I mean, reacting to Lido? Or are they going to be more friendly?
That's a tricky question. So there was no DAO vote to have any stance on this, so I can only tell my personal opinion on the topic, which I'm a sort of a hyper-realist person, and spoke with a couple of super high-profile lawyers around the topic. Like, I see a lot of repetition in terms of pattern when industry is in desperate need of a new narrative. Restaking comes in a bit too soon. Before its maturity, we push it as a 300 kilometer per hour car. Meanwhile, we didn't mount the wheels. Similar is happening now. Yes, regulations will change. I don't think anything will change for due time, and I think Lido as a middleware is in the same position as every other on every other blockchain. What's going to happen? We will probably have some policies that are more friendly towards us. But to have regulations change, since you mentioned the states, I guess the states are the global leader in just about anything regarding to finance, which then translates the crypto and blockchain. Incentives are misaligned. Like, to have the change, you need to have aligned incentives. When you count the states that actually benefit from crypto, it's a handful, right? Maybe one hand, maybe two. But you need majority support, and then it needs to translate to quote the lawyer, it needs to translate the benefit of the voters, new employment, more taxes for the state, right? It needs to holistically be a benefit, so that means we are still early. But that's a good thing.
Thank you, Marin, for sharing this. So let's bring the topic back to the industry. As we said previously, Mellow and the Symbiotic, they were actually significantly reducing the barrier for entry for different LRTs, and they're also increasing the versatility for the collateral assets in restaking. So, Mike, to you, are you open to multi-asset, or you're going to stick to ETH, LRT? And what do you think this trend, this reduce the barrier is going to bring to this LRT industry? Improved security or more fragmented liquidity?
Sorry, what is going to bring to Ethereum? Different restaking networks, or?
Different restaking assets. Not only ETH, BTC, and a bunch of other altcoins are allowed to be restaked through Symbiotic right now.
Yeah, and I think Eigenlayer is also going in that direction, where they're, I think they've already announced it, or they're planning to. They are going to support arbitrary ERC20 restaking. In fact, they have, yeah, because we're restaking Athena, USD with Eigenlayer. So I do think that's going to become the standard. There's actually, I think, a lot of pretty interesting bespoke use cases for arbitrary token restaking. So we have ETHFi, our governance token restaking right now, with the intent to use it to secure some of our own internal mechanisms. Like the plan in the near term is to roll out an AVS, so a restaking network that runs our Oracle and rebasing mechanism, which typically is, ends up being something that's more centralized and kind of bespoke. So, I'm pretty bullish on arbitrary kind of token restaking, and I think it's great. I mean, we're obviously huge supporters of Symbiotic and Karak, and Nectar, I think, is up and coming as well. So we want to create, as EtherFi at least, a gateway to all of the different restaking networks, so that we can abstract away that complexity from the user.
Gotcha. Nice. So, Marin, to you, as Mike mentioned previously, even if the demand for restaking servers is not sufficient, it is, ETH is going to be sustainable and stay strong, because it's a pretty deeply integrated in DeFi and builds a strong utility in the ecosystem in DeFi. So apparently, Lido is the pioneer in this. And recently, we saw a lot of new development in that direction, like Lido Alliance, DeFi page of Lido, and a bunch of other actions. So, do you think they're going to contribute to the utility of ETH, S/ETH/Rapid to ETH, and to the yield sources?
So, it's a big question mark. What's next? So no one has a crystal ball, but definitely this kind of all pushes towards what Vitalik spoke earlier this morning, like MVI. If something is changed in that direction, we will see much higher risk exposure to generate rewards for users, much lower security. And then a lot of DeFi protocols in general will go under because it's mostly based on the rewards from the emissions of securing the network and the priority fees, much less on, let's say, lending and borrowing returns and, let's say, trading fees. So to answer your question, the industry itself is at the crossroads, and it's going to be decided by Ethereum Foundation, essentially, where it will go. It might go good, it might go bad, but then restaking does bring a good use case, which a lot of people have in mind as, yes, but now we have restaking, people will pay for the services. We still don't have the point where supply and demand met, so we don't know who's going to pay what. And I can tell you one thing, if I was running a network on any of the restaking protocols, I wouldn't want to pay them anything, right? And they would want me to pay millions. So we need to meet somewhere, and then how much actual collateral to secure the network I need, I don't know, right? No one knows. So it's a big, big question mark, and that's how it is with actual pioneering. Like, we are at a frontier, we are trying to make new discoveries, and then we are making strategic bets. I do think restaking is here to stay, and I think in future we will actually have something on top of restaking, but not restaking of restaking, but a new type of innovation. But my bet is, from the liquid staking perspective, to be the backbone, as I mentioned earlier. Right? There's no need to compete with everyone in every segment. And to mention the DeFi page you said, how I see it, it's just a small step for the Lido community to have easy access as an information hub. Right? We don't have a similar stack of products like EtherFi in collaboration with Vida, where you can just trust them, one click and it goes. But then we have a different subset of users that are usually more DeFi proficient. So they just, as an information hub, find where to hop.
Yeah, definitely. I totally echo that. And, you know, as Kian's STETH yield layer is doing, I mean, we're contributing to STETH and pushing the overall APY of STETH holders to, I mean, over 25%. I think hopefully we're also going to be incorporated into the DeFi page and get exposure to the users.
Can I ask you a tricky question?
Please.
Right? When ETH lands on Lido of isolated market, will you provide a yield layer for it?
Can you say it again?
When the ETH lands on the Lido isolated market, will you provide a yield layer for it?
Well, you know, there is a chance. I mean, EtherFi has Vida. So I think but there is still space for the cooperation for sure, because we have some differentiations in terms of decentralization and unique strategy we provide. So I think there is definitely, I mean, room for that. And also for Lombard, we've been in discussion with Lombard for quite a while. So I think I'm seeing that to happen. Thanks, man. So thank you. Now, that's probably the last question to Jacob, the new joiner in the staking and restaking world. So you see that recent controversy around WBTC, that just prompted a lot of the BTC wrappers of thinking, I mean, of launching their protocols, launching their tokens, and building aggressively around their tokens. So this, together with, let's say, Lombard, that's going to drive a lot of BTC into DeFi. So how do you think this is going to, I mean, impact the development of BTC-Fi?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the best thing that possibly could have happened to BTC DeFi. It's like we build all these centralized wrappers as a place to start to onboard people into the ecosystem. I feel like we've seen this time and time again, where you build something you want to build, let it get product market fit, and then let centralized institutions let us down, and then DeFi becomes popular. You know, this was kind of framed to me by another participant in the BTC DeFi ecosystem. I like the framing of it. It was like, when there were centralized institutions who were doing things really well, DeFi isn't quite as attractive. Like DeFi has always made a name for itself by doing something fundamentally different than TradFi, or something that you can't do in traditional finance. And Bitcoin DeFi was there for quite a while. All of the centralized, the BlockFis and friends that all collapsed back, a couple years back. That was how you earned yield on your Bitcoin. Everybody did it. Everybody worked. I was, worked at a venture fund for a long time. All the guys that were investing in and preaching DeFi were also lending to BlockFi because it's the best place to get a yield. In the absence of that, that now became the catalyst for creating this whole parallel financial ecosystem on chain. And I think, WBTC's woes are the latest example of this. And, I think it's driven a lot of capital into the market and, created some competition. Now you have Coinbase launching their own Bitcoin wrapper. I think there's a couple other players, big institutional folks who are looking at this as an opportunity. And, I'm particularly excited because even though LBTC isn't, even though LBTC is sort of this, this yield-bearing Bitcoin liquid staking token, there's so much symbiosis between everything that those sort of DeFi native wrappers are going, even the centralized ones, now to work in lockstep with a liquid staking token. Kind of building out the Bitcoin ecosystem together. So I think there was a lot of chaos in the market for a little while, but I think it was the best thing that could have happened for Bitcoin DeFi. Now it's created like exactly the catalyst we need to push this forward, and everybody's eyes turned really quickly to Bitcoin DeFi and how can we get involved. Now like all the L2s I can think of are trying to figure out how to become Bitcoin L2s. There's a lot of excitement in the market, and it's a good time, good timing. I mean that plus now some of the political catalysts. I mean this is an exciting time to be building in Bitcoin.
Great comments. Okay, guys, I think we're running out of time. We're ready to wrap it up. And thank you for being with us here. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Yeah, thank you for the amazing panel. Thanks, guys. Yeah, great insights. Next up, we have a talk from Starknet, Staking on Starknet with Noam. Yeah, please come on stage. That's going to be a great one. Starknet, the first decentralized sequencer set, has been making the news lately as well in terms of the TPS outage. So yeah, really excited for this talk. Please take it off. We have one more talk and then 2 more panels before the lunch. Yes, please take it away.
So, hi everyone. I'm Noam. I'm from StarkWare. We're making the network Starknet. It's an ZK L2, and we're opening up staking this month. So, our staking is actually pretty simple. If you wish boring, you put in stake in our token, and you get rewards. So, I'm going to use the first part of my talk to actually give some, high-level principles, abstract thoughts as befitting a researcher about the financial quantities involved. How much do you expect or should you expect in staking to mint, to give rewards, and so on. And again, this is going to be a very high-level view, and in the second part, I'm going to tell you exactly what we're doing, and I hope I have time for both. Okay, so basically, the money that flows in a system, you get some money from your users, these are the transaction fees, and you mint some money. And all that needs to go to the operators, to the stakers, the people who operate your system. And if you're missing MEV here, well, it's a type of a fee, right? Maybe ill-designed, maybe ill-defined, but you're taking money from your users, so it's a fee in this kind of a dichotomy that I'm having here. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to, to tell you how I would think about the quantities involved. How much fees do you want to take? How much minting do you want to do? And how much do you want to actually pay? How much APY do you want to pay to your stakers? What's a way to think about these questions? So first of all, from the point of view, how much fees should you take? Well, it depends what's your goal. If your goal is, as we like to think about it, to increase the value added by your network, to actually provide as much service as you can to your users, provided, of course, taking costs into account, then economic theory tells us exactly the correct fee that you want to take. The optimal fee that you would like to take is basically the marginal cost of a transaction. If someone comes in and his transaction costs another cent to actually operate everything, that's what you should take from him. If you really want to grow your network as much as possible, if you want to give as much as possible utility to the world, to your users, and so on. So that's a pretty simple answer, and that's only the marginal cost, only what the extra cost of this extra transaction, given that everything else is already in place. Of course, what this misses is all the fixed costs to how do you set up your system that it can even serve a single transaction, not to mention lots of transactions. And there are lots of fixed costs in order that we are required for that. And the major one, any way you look at it, is the capital cost. If you're a proof of stake, at least for a proof of stake network like we are, so if you're a proof of stake network, people need to put in their money to actually guarantee the correct operation of the system. And that money could be used elsewhere. They could buy stocks, they could buy bonds. So you need to pay them the correct amount, basically, to compensate for this other alternative use. And the amount that you need to pay them is sort of like a financial quantity, right? It's the amount of interest you would get in a similarly risky investment opportunity. Okay? So I think it's useful sometimes to actually try to have a common denominator between the fees and the staking rewards that are usually counted very differently. And one way that I like to do it is just count everything as how much you're paying per transaction. So once you know how much is staked, what is the APY, how much are you giving your yield to your stakers, and your TPS, you can just see, okay, how much is each transaction costing me in terms of the capital, what I need to pay what I need to pay to my stakers. And you can do this calculation easily, just do the multiplication and dividing. And for example, if you're looking at, let's say, hypothetical middle of the line L2 with, let's say, 10 TPS and $1 billion staked, and if you're giving them, let's say, about 5% interest, all of these are sort of, imaginary but sort of typical numbers for this kind of thing, then you get 60 cents per transaction, which should strike you as being relatively large to what you would like to charge from your users. You would like the fees to be significantly lower than that. So staking is the big money. You can do the same kind of calculation for networks, for example, for Ethereum, and you get maybe $8 per transaction. That's the capital cost. And the question is, do you want your fees on Ethereum to be $8 or you want them to be much less? Of course, if we have congestion, they have to go up. But if we don't have congestion, probably we don't want the fees to be as high. We want them to be lower, let's say like they are now, $1. So how are you going to get the needed money for capital costs? Well, that's what everyone does. It's very simple. You mint new money, and that's the main advantage of why you have a token. This is the main advantage to the network. I'm not talking maybe you want to get rich or something like that, but in a principled way, this is what the network actually uses the tokens for. So what does that mean? Where is this money coming from? Basically, the token holders are paying for that, and they're doing it for a good reason. If they want their network, right? You have a token of a network. If you want your network to grow, to be as, to have as much activity as possible, you really need, these are the operating costs, and you need to do that. Okay? So that's the basic idea. So how much, now let's translate this into money, and let's see how much do you need to, what's going on there. So the basic equation, if you wish, equation is a truism, basically. The amount of new mintings that you get is basically the annual reward you get for stakers, minus fees, but I'm going to ignore that for simplicity, and times the staking percent. And because if you basically take whatever minting and split it among your stakers, this is the equation that you're going to get. Okay, so that's very simple. Now, what's interesting about this equation is that we can see what determines each one of these numbers, or at least two of these numbers, and then you get the third one. So the staking amount, the staking percent, basically that basically gives you your security. The whole point of proof of stake is that the fact that people have money locked into the system gives you security, because if they really misbehave, that money is going to be taken. So there's going to be some limit to how much they can basically, cheat in the system and somehow extract value by misbehaving, and you want the amount of money that they locked in to be larger than that, so they won't be able to actually make a profit. That's the type of security we're thinking about from an economic point of view. And as opposed to the, computer science kind of security that really understands the supermajority, minority, 1/3 +1, and so on, I would say that we don't completely understand what exactly goes into this economic security. So we have some kind of idea. We know that the more money is at stake, the higher the stake needs to be. The bigger the value, I don't know, the fully diluted value or the TVL or something like that of your network, the higher you need the stake to be. What fraction of the TVL or of the fully diluted value you will need staking is not completely clear. It depends on a bunch of things. And what can the bad guys do, how easy it is to do that, and so on. Maybe for ZK kind of networks, it's less than what you need for other kind of networks. So we know that different networks have different numbers, between 20% and 80%, I would say, of the total amount of tokens is standard. But what exactly is the level of security that you need? That's a key question, and that needs to be determined by the network. If you want to run a network, you want to have real security, you have to figure out what is the amount of stake that you want, because that is your security. Now, the reward to stakers is actually not something that you get to choose. Indirectly, you get to choose it, of course, but the point is that's a financial quantity. So your stakers are going to have other financial alternatives, and you basically need to pay them whatever the market gives. Okay? Of course, taking into account your risk, which means, I don't know, maybe perceived inflation, maybe riskiness, riskiness of the token value, and lots of other things. But that's basically a financial quantity. So once you have these two numbers, you've figured out what you want, you have the other things set by the market, basically all these numbers basically get values, and that's the way we like to think about it. Okay, so all that was a high-level point of view, and now what we're doing, I'm going to describe. So the only interesting thing I would say about our staking is that we're doing it early. So we're not yet completely decentralized. We're on the journey to decentralization. We're still doing our own sequencing and proving. And it will take, I don't know, maybe half a year, maybe a little bit more, for full decentralization of our platform. But our thought was that we want to start staking very early, because there's a whole socio-economic kind of thing that needs to be settled down across the whole community. And we want to actually price that, verify that, make sure that that works correctly with the correct amount of security that we want, in parallel to the rest of the technological work that we're doing, decentralizing the platform. So in the first stage, you basically put in your money, you're supposed to run a node, a full node, and you get rewards. As we progress, you'll have to do more and more and more as a staker. And at the end of the road, you're going to have to, of course, do everything to operate the whole decentralized network. So the timeline is basically as follows. We finalized the governance vote on this proposal on the first stage in September. It's now running on testnet from October. And later this month, hopefully, it's going to be live on mainnet, and you're actually supposed to, your new validator guys, hopefully will put your money in and get some money out. And again, the way that we're doing it, of course, you can be a staker directly, run and operate a node. We also have enshrined delegation. So we have a delegation thing built inside. So if you're a small staker, you can delegate to a real staker that's actually going to run the network. We're not going to do liquid staking ourselves. We're leaving that to our stakers that can do whatever kind of innovation they want to do in the field of liquid staking, real staking, whatever clever and fancy thing they got to do. This is not something that we're doing ourselves, but we're sort of weakly encouraging it. So the financial parameters are going to be like this. The minimum amount for staking is pretty low, 20K Starks. That's less than $10,000 today. And delegation is no minimum number. Entry is immediate. You have like a 21-day latency before you can pull your money out to make sure that you didn't destroy anything and give us time to catch you if you did anything bad. And during the first stage, neither StarkWare, the company, is going to delegate to stake, nor the foundation with its pool of Starks is going to stake, nor locked tokens will be allowed to stake. So this is the first stage. We want to make sure that it's all going outside, nothing in the inner circle. So how much are you going to make? So we're going to basically we're doing basically the same kind of thing that Ethereum does, and it basically lets the market figure out the numbers. So we're going to have this, formula that grows. The amount of minting that we're going to do grows as the square root of the staking rate, of the fraction that is staked. What is important about this is that this is a sublinear function, which means that the more stakers come in, the less each one of them is making. So that gives you some kind of way to actually get a market equilibrium, if you wish, the correct amount of staking, because if too many people come in, they're going to get lower rewards. If not enough people stake, they're going to get higher rewards, so you're going to get the right thing. So the graph that you see here basically depicts what it is. The graph goes all the way up to 20% staking because we only have something like 18% circulating according to the rules that I've explained. So if we get a quarter basically of only a quarter staked from available staking, you get something like 7%. If it's less than a quarter, you get more than that. If it goes up to something like, I don't know, half of the available staking, it goes up to, the reward goes down to something like 5%, and so on. So hopefully, with this kind of curve, we'll get a reasonable amount of security, what we deem to be the correct, what we deem to be acceptable. Not too little security that we're afraid, and not too high security that we pay too much. Okay? And if not, there's a monetary committee that basically at later stages with the whole process can basically adjust the constants here to make this the right amount of security that we want. And by the way, if you notice, the blue line at the bottom depicts how much minting we're doing. And as you can see, it's very small according to this formula. It's less than, I don't know, 0.5%, even if every available token basically is staked at this point. Once we get to higher level fraction of circulating tokens, then this can go a bit higher, but we definitely are not thinking about more than 1 or 2% inflation. So that's about it, and thank you.
All right, amazing. Yeah, thank you very much, Noam. Really appreciate it. Great talk. Next up, we have a panel. So yeah, we're just gonna set up the panel. All the panelists come up front, please. And the panel is gonna be about the future is being built on Bitcoin, right? Right. So I think everyone on the panel believes in like further utility of Bitcoin. So it's gonna be a very interesting topic to talk about the utility that Bitcoin brings and if the future of DeFi and our decentralized ecosystem will be built on Bitcoin. So yeah, welcome on stage, Jack from RouteScan, StarkWare, Stacks, Babylon, and yeah, here we go.
Hello, okay. Hello everyone. So please, I'm presenting myself now, and I'm Jack from RouteScan. We build block explorers. And so I think I'm most agnostic, in kind of like to talk about the future of everything, everything that is blockchain related. So I have Clayton here from head of BD from Babylon. Then I have Alicia, co-founder and CEO from Botanics Labs. Then I got Kyle Ellicott from Stacks, investor relations lead, and I've got Luke G from StarkWare, co-founder and CEO. So the first thing that comes to mind is, so now that we're here and talking about Bitcoin, so you two build both a restaking, so two of you build a restaking provider and two of you build blockchains. So why building on Bitcoin? This is like the standard question for everyone, but I believe we can just start from here.
Yeah, so I think it's important to mention that Babylon's not a restaking platform, but a staking platform. Okay. As our CTO mentioned in this previous talk, it's going to be the third native use case, that we're building at Babylon, which is staking. Okay. I think, why build on Bitcoin? I mean, it's the oldest, most decentralized network in the space, but I think its simple narrative goes beyond, just digital assets and in terms of store value as well. this being like a staking conference, the addressable market of staking Bitcoin is, 1,000x higher than, any network that launches at $1 billion valuation, which is generally like the norm these days. So, do you want to, integrate, 1,000 different blockchains, which all require like unique piece of infrastructure, or do you want to, just aggregate a bunch of Bitcoin onto, a handful of finality providers on Babylon? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of that a little bit, when we started building Botanics Labs 2 years ago, I think the immediate insight was, why isn't more being built on Bitcoin? I mean, Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency that stood the test of time, by far the most decentralized, the most permissionless, the most secure, 100% uptime, and no other cryptocurrency in the world to this day can actually say that. No. And I think that's why we need to think about building more on Bitcoin and transforming it from a store of value, which it has clearly achieved, especially with the ETFs, to a medium of exchange to a full global money. So I think we're limiting its potential massively by just thinking of it as just digital gold. It can be so much more, and I think we finally have the tools to get it there, and Bitcoin itself has the power to transform itself to so much more. We can talk about Bitcoin core development, which is something that we are very, very involved in, but we're finally seeing a cultural transformation, which also kicked off with ordinals last year, of people wanting to do more with their Bitcoin. So very, very excited about that.
And I'll just further add on, I mean, to Clayton's point around the market opportunity that exists with Bitcoin right now, today we're looking at about $250, $280 billion of market potential that sits in front of us when it comes to building on Bitcoin. And that's current numbers as of about a week ago as well. And to Alicia's point, where we are from a actual market opportunity, moving from a store of value into a medium exchange, and also seeing the potential of decentralized applications. We went from a mere $300 million in total activity about a year ago to today seeing over $4 billion in TVL activity across the Bitcoin ecosystem. So more than 10x growth in less than a year. So when it comes to why build on Bitcoin, it is the biggest opportunity and also the most potential for anyone building. You also have 47 million customers at the drop of a hat ready to engage in some potential with Bitcoin. There's 47 million active wallets unique that have more than $1 of Bitcoin today in them as well. And also to Alicia's point, as Botanics started, she noted how they saw the opportunity with Bitcoin. I saw the same opportunity in 2021, starting to invest in this entire industry. I was one of only a few investors that was investing in applications being built on Bitcoin, starting with those that were building on stacks, to then those that were building and pushing the industry forward, including Ordinals and many of the other networks that are here represented in Thailand today as well. And having been one of the largest investors in this space up until recently, there was no other better opportunity. There was no other applications that were pushing innovation when it came to decentralization, when it came to Web3, when it came to crypto, whatever term you want to use. There is no one else than what is happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem today.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, there's a couple of different lenses I'll share, right? One is, I think, from kind of the builder and founder perspective. Many founders in this space, no matter if you're building EVM, Solana, right, are actually closet Bitcoin maxis, because I think for a lot of us, right, Bitcoin was how we were first introduced to the space, and to this day, as I think some of the other panelists mentioned, right, it is the oldest, most resilient, and biggest crypto, period. And so I think in some ways it's kind of nice to kind of come back home to be building on Bitcoin, especially given all the kind of all the adoption, especially this cycle that we've seen from it. I think in addition, even if you're a Bitcoin maxi, you actually want to, for the good of Bitcoin long term, there to be more usage and more transactions, more transaction fees for Bitcoin, right? Because otherwise, with subsequent halvings, the model eventually breaks at a certain point if it's only used as digital gold. So I think that's, for all of us, in some ways, we're actually bringing Bitcoin to the rest of crypto, right? Bringing Bitcoin to EVM, bringing Bitcoin to kind of the alt layer 1 ecosystem, because I think it's in many ways just a very easy conversation to have with every team, and it's, you know, in terms of crypto being incentive aligned, I think everyone's incentive aligned to make, you know, have Bitcoin proliferate throughout the entire ecosystem. I think another piece for us in particular is that, you know, for SatLayer, we are building on top of Babylon to really kind of enable the full eigenlayer capabilities of restaking and to be able to support any sort of, you know, arbitrary slashing conditions. So with that, we are enabling people to actually now, instead of using Ethereum for shared security, using the best asset in this space, so using Bitcoin for shared security together with Babylon.
So thank you for that, because actually, yeah, we got some, you know, discussing points, but, you know, I think there will be some interesting insights that we can build from there that are outside the standard structure of the talk. And so the first thing that comes to my mind, and this is for Alicia and Kyle first, but also feel free to join, because I'm thinking, so you, Alicia, are building a EVM equivalent layer 2 on top of Bitcoin, and Stacks is a custom VM, basically, with a custom language and so on. So us, from a block explorer side, we see, you know, EVM as being the easiest way of building a block explorer, because it's the easiest way to, you know, flexibly reuse our components as much as we can. But like specific VMs, Solana made this really, really clear. Alt VMs are really the future of ultra high throughput, you know, because they're super efficient. And it may be the case of both, because you're building on an EVM equivalent and not just EVM based chain. So what's the vision for the both of you?
Yeah, I think the reason we started with the EVM, and that's probably the first VM we're starting with, the first of many, is because when we scanned the market a few years ago, EVM by far is the most Lindy VM in the world, right? It just has network effects, the largest dev ecosystem, the most tooling. I'm not technical, and even I can deploy smart contract on Solidity, and I think that is the true testament to the EVM. I think there's going to be a lot of VMs that come out that are, you know, optimized for throughput or really interesting use cases. So we're big fans of what's happening with SVM, MVM, Fluent Labs. I think there's going to be a lot happening in the space. But I think for us, it just made most sense as a natural starting point. And even when we're having these infra conversations, it's just so much easier being EVM and onboarding the closeted Bitcoin maxi EVM developers. So, I mean, we have a ton of teams building on us, and they're all EVM developers who are like, wow, I'm just excited I can finally build on Bitcoin and just, you know, use Solidity. It's just such an unlock, and also just makes it so much easier to build an ecosystem that speaks to both Ethereum users as well as Bitcoin users, which are still the two largest audiences within crypto.
Lindy on Lindy. It's good. Lindy on Lindy.
Yeah, Lindy on Lindy. Yeah, Bitcoin is the most Lindy cryptocurrency, and EVM is the most Lindy software layer. So we've actually done a lot of education for Bitcoiners to decouple Ethereum, the cryptocurrency, from EVM, the software layer, because Bitcoiners are very triggered by the word Ethereum. So we have to be like, guys, no, it's the software layer. And so when we make that clarification, they're like, okay, we're on board.
Yes.
And it's exciting to see what has happened in the EVM world today, post-ordinals, as we had seen a little bit of work early on. With Stacks, we were one of the original core layers. There were about 4 or 5 layers that launched dating all the way back to 2015, and we saw some early iterations around EVM. And to Alicia's points, the tooling wasn't there. The excitement wasn't there. The idea of building and bringing Bitcoin to Ethereum in its entire ecosystem, it just wasn't there at the scale it is today. And maybe that was the point in time which we were in. A lot of Ethereum's development hadn't yet happened, and we started to see that change around 2019. And Stacks launched in 2021 in mainnet, but also a lot of development happened from 2017 to that 2021 era. And so for us, you know, we took a very different approach than EVM because it was a very different time. We wanted to leverage the stability and security of Bitcoin and build on Bitcoin and bring smart contracts to Bitcoin in a way that hadn't been done. And we had this vision to do that. And not only did we see it realized in 2021, but now we're seeing it even more realized at scale here in 2024. And a lot of the work and lessons learned that we and a few others went through helped to open up these doors of the entire Bitcoin ecosystem today. A lot of the tooling, a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of the rights, the wrongs help pave the way for the EVMs, the SVMs, the MoveVMs, and so many others to improve upon that level of infrastructure and that level of tooling as well. And we've been incredible champions of all of the networks that are building on this. To Alicia's point, Ethereum and Bitcoin are the two biggest ecosystems. They are the two biggest user bases. They're the two biggest market caps currently. And we want to be able to service all of those. For Stacks, again, we took a very different direction and wanted to build more inherently on Bitcoin. A lot of lessons learned in doing so. One of the biggest was around block times. Because we chose the security budget to be paired with Bitcoin and have Bitcoin finality and Bitcoin read state, that meant that a Stacks block was paired with a Bitcoin block. Guess what? High frequency transactions, things like early DeFi, 10+ minute blocks, that's not sustainable. And so
Slow-fi.
Yeah,
it's slow-fi.
Exactly. It's crazy. And thanks to what the EVM world, and I'll give Botanics a lot of credit here, what they and others have been able to do helped us also improve upon our model to really reset the table and reset the bar as to what it meant to build on Bitcoin. Sorry, Alicia.
And just to that point, though, I do think that there's value in slower block times within Bitcoin, which is very counterintuitive for maybe everyone in this room. But after having spoken to thousands of Bitcoiners, they're like, yeah, I'll wait 10 blocks for my block to finalize if it's done on Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of meta protocols coming out in Bitcoin like OpNet, which are actually experimenting with that thesis. And there is a use case and there is a market for that, for different block times. So I think there's a lot of user segmentation analysis you can do by block time, and I still think that there's a massive market out there for slow-fi specifically.
Oh, but just, remittances, basically. Remittances is the first use case that you don't need to wait. You can wait 60 minutes or 1 hour, 2 hours. Thing is, you just need to send the money.
Well, and let's take a step back for a minute, because we talk a lot technical on stages like this, and that everything needs to be fast and everything needs to happen yesterday. But when it comes to some of the stuff that we're talking about, we put this out into the real world with more and more users. There is going to be a world of dual settlement where something settles on its main chain and then goes down and settles on a more secure network like Bitcoin. Because you want it to be secure, you want it to be stable, but in some world, you're going to want it to be high frequency, you're going to want to be able to do many things. But when it comes to the end of the day, if you want that stability and security, it's going to take a minute. And to your point, it's around remittance. There are transactions that happen in this world in everyday technology that we use that take days to settle. If you look at the traditional markets, the amount of settlement time that we had just shifted into being, 24 hours, when originally it was 3 days of settlement. That was never an issue for most people in the world. We talk about block times today being 10 minutes and that being a problem. We talk about high frequency block times as a positive and a progression. That is for us on the technical side. For the users, they're excited more and more that they're able to do what they want to do, that it's stable and secure, and that Bitcoin is leveraged in some capacity, whether it's EVM, native, or otherwise as well.
Yes. And I'm thinking, so yeah, Clayton and Luke, I'm thinking, do you see like working, do you see yourself working with more of a EVMs or alt VMs when it comes to staking and restaking? What's the?
I mean, I don't personally have a preference. I mean, Babylon, the way it's designed right now, it can secure Cosmos chains, it can secure OP stack chains, as well as Arbitrum, Nitro, and Orbit chains. We can go beyond that in the future, as long as we devote resources to it. So, ultimately being able to leverage, the staking layer that we're building and getting additional security guarantees, as well as, additional liquidity in the form of Bitcoin, can be offered to anyone. And they can build whatever they want on top of that staking position. Obviously, like what we're doing at Babylon is we're securing other consensus networks, consensus layers. The restaking value that someone like that layer can provide, leveraging staked assets that were staked on Babylon first, can provide additional security guarantees and flashing guarantees.
Yeah, I think for us, I think we're kind of balancing between what can be done technically over time versus what's practical from just a kind of team and time and focus perspective, right? And so for us, we are for our V1, we are deploying as a set of smart contracts on Babylon chain, so in Cosmosm. But the very next step for us is EVM support, right?
Okay.
With kind of a lot of the points that Alicia made in terms of that is the majority of builders in the space, that is the most mature ecosystem, right? But we are also looking at kind of alt layer 1 ecosystems, right? So like the Move ecosystem is one that we certainly are keeping a close eye on and have some conversations. But ultimately, I think the ultimate vision is to kind of, in some ways, support any sort of VM, right? Any sort of ecosystem, but practically speaking, that will be kind of take time and in phases.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking like DeFi was the home of Ethereum and EVM networks. So I'm thinking, can like you or any other provider that is working on Bitcoin come up with primitives that maybe can have sense only on Bitcoin? And does it make sense to have primitives that only make sense on Bitcoin? And maybe there's some culture vibes and some culture shift that can like really make sense on top of Bitcoin that is not possible or that does not make sense on Ethereum. What do you think? I know it's kind of a tricky question.
I agree. But I mean, I will say, like, in terms of, maybe besides like RWAs, like unlocking Bitcoin and the value of Bitcoin for DeFi in general is the most like positive sum game I can think of right now if looking for something to build. I mean, like, there's 0.1% of Bitcoin currently, staked via Babylon. There's like 1%, in wrappers or LSTs. You're not necessarily like vampire attacking anyone else's TVL right now because there's $1 trillion of it left on the sidelines and being traded on centralized exchanges. So, in that regard, if like the ultimate goal is to get more value on decentralized rails, like Bitcoin is like the most important thing to unlock. I think at least our staking layer that we're building is very interesting in terms of unlocking that value and creating markets that may not necessarily be directly on Bitcoin because of its lack of expressivity. Is that you can lock your Bitcoin through a simple UTXO transaction on Babylon and mint an asset on top of that. And so that can go like beyond the 0.1% we have now. That can go beyond 1% that is currently in WBTC and CBBTC. And it doesn't necessarily have to be adding any like additional like risk on the slashing side or rehypothecation side, depending on who you're staking it to on Babylon as well.
Yeah, I'm going to shill Babylon a little bit. I'm a big Babylon maxi. I think Babylon is a great example of something that is only really possible on Bitcoin, right? The timestamping protocol that they've enabled, right? That is something that only really makes sense on Bitcoin. So props, obviously. But I think for Botanics, right, we have about 80 different teams building on us. And what's been really interesting, I mean, there's going to be a lot of ETH DeFi copy pasta, right? Because there's a lot of basic primitives like DEXs, stablecoins, money markets, staking that you need to build out, right? For Bitcoin, for EVM. But what's been so interesting to me is speaking to builders who are unlocking use cases that I would have never thought of, right? So I'll give like 2 examples. We have one team building on us that's decentralizing mining hash rate. So solving a very specific pain point for miners, which is how centralized mining pools are. And they can only really do it with the spider chain, which is our tech, because of our decentralization mechanism. So that I thought was super cool, because I was like, okay, this is solving an actual unique pain point within Bitcoin. Another one, which I think is really, really interesting, is someone is building a decentralized Reddit on us. And it's really interesting because another property that is only unique to Bitcoin is censorship resistance. And this person who's building this decentralized Reddit, they're like, yeah, I want to express political opinions. I want to really discuss, social issues, and I can only do that on Bitcoin.
There's no flash bots that
exactly, in a safe
bots.
and secure and a private and censorship-resistant way. So I feel like that's a property of Bitcoin that we often overlook. It is censorship-resistant. It is, in a way, the most democratic cryptocurrency. So I've actually been blown away by some of the use cases people come to me with. I was like, that makes complete sense. Let's build it on Bitcoin. RWA has been also really, really interesting. I mean, I always tell people that I'm so bearish on RWA because I feel like it's been trying to happen for a decade and it really hasn't. But I think this cycle is a cycle.
This
It will
cycle is
happen.
the cycle.
And I think it'll happen on Bitcoin because it is, again, weirdly the most TradFi aligned cryptocurrency. So it has the ability to bring in that liquidity. So that's also been really interesting. I can go on and on, but yeah, there's a lot of really interesting use cases that our builders have unlocked that, again, make sense only on Bitcoin because of those unique properties.
I'll echo RWAs. I looked at the figures earlier this week. We've seen about a 3.5x in growth from January to today on RWAs.
I guess
which,
it's finally happening.
yeah, so it's like slowly getting there. It may be a part of this cycle and then some, but I agree, RWAs of all sorts, not just money markets, not just tokenized bonds or commodities. There's so much potential when it comes to RWAs, even wrapping up NFTs into that conversation and unlocking NFTs, not from a PFP standpoint, but what else they could be. I think that there's so much we don't yet know will be brought to Bitcoin or that is possible. And that leads me into the second, to a point Clayton made around tokenized Bitcoin. I mean, right now, with Stacks, we have SBTC that will be coming out very, very soon in the next few weeks. But also we have 20 different assets and growing that are going after the tokenized Bitcoin market to actually make BTC usable. Again, to Alicia's point earlier, shifting from a store of value to a medium of exchange and actually having utility around it. And so you have these 20 plus core assets, including SBTC, that will allow people to take their Bitcoin from the L1 for the first time and bring that natively into a secondary layer and then into the application layer as well. That has a untapped and unknown potential that we cannot fathom yet on this stage, because you've got $1.5 trillion economy that would turn on instantly overnight.
Yeah.
That is something that is just mind-boggling for all of us to think about its potential and what it could do and what it could mean for anyone globally as well. And when you start to bring those same assets to other networks or into staking protocols as well, it starts to open up, again, new possibilities of DeFi, to RWAs, to social, to all of these different things that we've only dreamt about when it comes to being built around this ecosystem as well. And I think the other area that's starting to unlock something very unique is there's a ton of discussion around artificial intelligence. And how does AI play a role in crypto, but more importantly, how does it play within the Bitcoin ecosystem? Is it around payments? Is it around medium of exchange? Is it around something else? I think those three areas, so RWAs, tokenized Bitcoin, and artificial intelligence are starting to unlock some very unique opportunities as well. Challenge it.
Isn't AI the most centralized thing in the world?
It is right now. I think that in fairness, when it comes to artificial intelligence, and I mean appropriately to challenge, I think that there's a good discussion here as well, is that AI is an exciting technology, it's an exciting buzzword. What it can do right now is very limited. What it potentially could do around automation and things like agents, again, very far in the future, but I think it brings up an opportunity to start talking about use cases as well. So.
Yeah, I think so I'll come back to AI for a second, in a second, but kind of on the, I think, RWA topic, I think it's quite interesting because I think in some ways you can look at the ETFs as like RWAs, right? In some ways it's reverse where they've kind of put a traditional ETF wrapper on Bitcoin, but it's kind of a weird kind of somewhere between a beachhead and a Trojan horse because that is the way to onboard TradFi into crypto, right? And it has been incredibly successful. If you've dug into you just like read some of the articles, right? Bitcoin ETFs that were the most successful ETFs in history, full stop, right? Yeah. And now you have Larry Fink of BlackRock, like permabull posting
I think
Bitcoin.
this morning the Bitcoin ETFs just passed $33 billion. That's more than gold.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then you have guys like Michael Saylor and Larry Fink, just like permabull, on traditional media everywhere, espousing the benefits of Bitcoin. And you have, I think, more and more nation states now starting to, kind of disclose their Bitcoin holdings. And, I think with that is you start with the smaller countries like the Bhutans and the El Salvadors, where for them it's almost like a Hail Mary where they have not much to lose, right? Because otherwise they're a small country that, frankly, is not top of mind for most folks in the world. But for them it's kind of like, all right, let's toss out this Hail Mary and experiment with this
Bitcoin
Bitcoin
thing. Now it is on top of minds.
Exactly, right? And even for Japan, right? Like the the Japanese kind of ruling party and like prime minister and cabinet, like last year, kind of went full supportive of crypto and of Bitcoin. And a lot of the Japanese conglomerates are actually entering crypto in the right way because they are not just making some investments and doing nothing else. They actually have like staking businesses, right? They want to understand the entire stack. And then even the ETF issuers, as I mentioned, like Franklin Templeton is one of our investors, and we talked to a good number of the ETF players, right? And a lot of them, they have this Bitcoin ETF. They are all kind of thinking through not just Ethereum ETF, but also like a kind of a altcoin ETF. They have a lot of them have node operator validator businesses because they also want to understand the entire stack and to actually for their clients be able to speak and show that they run the entire stack, right? So I think in this way it's kind of like it's crypto is proliferating, is eating the world, and certainly eating TradFi in this world in this way. And I think staking and restaking is a kind of an easy next step because ironically in some ways I think TradFi actually can understand staking and restaking more easily than crypto natives because for them it's a lower risk of yield than the traditional kind of like delta neutral option strategies, etc. And for them, at the end of the day, I think the reality is people want more productivity from their assets, or the more cynical way to look at it is people are greedy, right? So now once you have Bitcoin, you want more Bitcoin in safer ways, like generating yield from staking and restaking, and then you'll kind of like dive further from there, right? I think that's one of the ways that crypto kind of got started is the incentive alignment of not just the technology, but also the value capture and the wealth creation for everybody involved.
I think also, I think also, staking, if you look at things that you can do at a qualified custodian, right, like there's not much you can do in DeFi, but pretty much every single major QC in the market now supports staking of assets. So I would assume that the majority of them would enable some sort of Bitcoin staking functionality within 2025.
I was actually going to ask you guys this question, which is, I mean, the proliferation of TradFi within Bitcoin, I think is obviously interesting, especially with the ETFs. How do you guys explain staking and restaking to TradFi that's never engaged in DeFi before?
Yeah, that's actually one of the questions. Like, how do you convince them to deposit their Bitcoin? Like.
So I mean, compared to staking Ethereum, and obviously depending on who you're talking to, the staking design that we've built is actually much easier to digest for an institution. When you're staking 32 ETH on Ethereum, you're sending it actually to another chain, which is the beacon chain, and then your key becomes its withdrawal address, which makes it seem like you don't actually have it anymore. The staking functionality that we built never leaves your wallet. There's a UTXO transaction, so that makes a lot of people a lot more comfortable. Obviously, for someone that's servicing institutions, right? Like they really can't be in the business of losing anyone's Bitcoin ever, so they are taking a little bit more time. But it is something that they've already done with much more complicated networks. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see like a much broader group of participants, primarily on the institutional side, staking Bitcoin like later next year.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a couple of different types of institutions when it comes to kind of like Bitcoin, Bitcoin in particular, right? So you have kind of the traditional TradFi types, and then you also have the miners who are actually major players, and most miners have a significant amount of Bitcoin that they are holding. And so as I kind of touched on earlier, because miner profitability continues to trend downwards, miners are starting to diversify into other revenue streams, right? So some, like I think Core and Scientific is doing kind of AI, AI infrastructure, AI mining, but basically all miners at this point are looking to actually stake or looking or
reuse their GPUs in some way. Like.
Yeah.
Or their ASICs.
Sorry, yeah. So guys like Core are kind of diversifying their core miner business, but then for basically all miners are thinking either already or considering basically staking and restaking their Bitcoin because they have a kind of, most miners have a significant amount of Bitcoin that they've just been holding, right? And in part, some of them, they try to time the market on when to sell. Some of them, they use a portion for working capital, but generally they have a good amount sitting there. And so this is where staking becomes quite interesting because it's a separate revenue stream that helps augment their profitability, which is otherwise trending downwards.
Yeah. Do we have some, we have time for one more question? Do we have? Yes, no? We have, okay, yes. So for Alicia and Kyle, last question, and then maybe we can just get one question from the audience. Why should devs build on stacks or the spider chain? And also, why should users bridge over and stake or restake? So this is a question for, first you, but then all of you guys. Why should they move from Aave to another Aave or to a new Aave, for example?
So I think from maybe a first principles standpoint, before moving to either respected ecosystems or both of us in any capacity, think about your product and whether or not Bitcoin does play a role as a network or as an asset to your users, but also from a technology level. And then from a technical and a platform level, do our respected platforms and networks that we've built, do they apply to the use case that you're trying to solve? If they don't, it's probably not the area for you to build in. And I think that that's what builders need to take away is when you're looking at all of our different products, you're looking at our different networks, do what we have built, does it serve your product? Is it going to serve your application?
Yeah.
And is it going to serve your user base?
Do you have a lot of users depositing Bitcoin on other networks?
Right. And
maybe you need to.
There's a lot of great networks, there's a lot of great teams, there's a lot of great founders out there that offer a ton of different solutions, and you need to do your research to figure out which is best. From a stacks perspective, if you're building something around the industry of DeFi and Bitcoin DeFi or NFTs, we are the place to be. We've had a lot of experience developing our ecosystem and our community, supporting those building in DeFi for over 4 years and growing as well. But again, before you take a step into either our networks or any of the other layers, do your research, talk to us, and make sure that our network will be supportive to your application as well. And then I'll give credit on both sides. If you're looking to build natively currently on Bitcoin, we are a place Stacks would happily welcome you. If you are looking to start building on the EVM side and bring your world from Ethereum into the world of Bitcoin, there's no better than Botanics and a few others to start that journey and expand with the efforts that Alicia will note that she's doing along with the team as well. From a restaking side, it was already mentioned as to why staking and restaking is beneficial, and it's something that you should look at and should be understanding if it plays a role in your application as well, because it may not. Just because you're building in this world, you may not need a token, you may not need to restake that. Don't just build to build to build, find a use case to actually solve for, and make sure the technology under the hood is the best place for you.
I will say that completely echo all of Kyle's sentiments. What I tell folks whenever I explain Botanics, when I explain the spider chain is, I'm tired of narratives and I'm tired of chasing the next cycle.
Yes.
Bitcoin is the narrative. It's the only thing that matters, I think, in crypto and has stood the test of time. If you want new users, if you want new liquidity, if you want new vibes, come to Bitcoin, come to the spider chain. We're by far the most decentralized. And I think that's what matters in Bitcoin is decentralization, decentralization, decentralization. That's what differentiates us. And that's what I think is interesting. So I think if that appeals to you, I think then Botanics might be the right home.
And again, the numbers I mentioned for both of us right now, you got a more than $250 billion opportunity that sits in front of you when it comes to building applications on Bitcoin today. The current TVL between all three of us, or excuse me, all four of us that sits here on stage and those around town today, represents $4 billion, which is about 0.25% of that entire market cap. The opportunity that sits in front of you is limitless right now. Where else would you want to build if you're looking to build in the decentralized manner?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, the staking layer, the shared security layer, the restaking layer, the liquidity layer is all being built right now all at the same time on Bitcoin. And so if you look at other networks, using Ethereum, for example, like staking took 5 years. Liquid staking came shortly after that. Restaking and shared security, took a couple years after. All of these will be in production next year. So to echo, the oldest, most valuable asset, but in terms of things that you can be building right now and not having to wait for something to happen, the time is now.
Yeah, I think just to add on to everything, a couple points, right? For builders, it's still early. And then I think the other big point that we've touched on is it's a much bigger opportunity than anything else, right? And so I think for success in crypto, realistically, you have to either be early or be fast or be both, right? And so yes, you can build in kind of on Ethereum in the ETH ecosystem and be the N+1, like the 20th team building in whatever space you're doing, or you can come build in Bitcoin and be maybe one of 2, 3 teams doing the same thing, with the benefit of all the learnings from the Ethereum ecosystem, still being able to leverage all of that to then kind of achieve what we've done so far, which is to really speed run the history of infrastructure as it pertains to the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I think that's one reason. I think second reason is like I think folks have touched on here, right? The kind of TAM, right? The ultimate kind of market size and where it will grow is massive and is bigger than anything else in crypto by far. And then I think thirdly, for kind of us and for Babylon in particular, is if you believe in shared security and in restaking, then there is no better asset than Bitcoin to be building on.
Yes. Okay. So I guess we could get 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
So you guys have been building on the Bitcoin layer for quite some time. If you would change something in the Bitcoin layer, what you're building on, is there anything you would like to change to make your life easier? And if yes, what would that be if you would choose one thing to like add as a feature, for example, or a possibility that's not there today, that's like a thorn in your eye?
I would like people to be able to stake Bitcoin via Babylon again here soon.
I want OpCat. It's a covenant that's being discussed. It's actually written by one of my co-founders, our CTO. It's the main soft fork that's being discussed for inclusion within Bitcoin Core. I think it's quite interesting, enables a lot of use cases, and would make us faster, cheaper, and better.
I'll support both, but for me, it's not technical. It's actually mindset. That users, individuals, whoever is participating in the world of Bitcoin has the mindset shift of Bitcoin being just a store of value and that's all it ever could be, or that's all it ever would be. Instead, that there is utility, that there is much greater potential, both for the asset and the network. So for me, it's mindset.
For me, it's also not technical. I want all these things to happen faster. Because I think with things like OpCat and Covenant, the reality is, right, even if it's kind of supported today, it will take like 6 to 12 months to kind of proliferate. Or
6 years. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
6 years.
Assuming it passes first today.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't want to wait that long, right? And I want more people to be building things faster in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And I want more people to be building today.
Do we have another question?
Okay. I was wondering because, Alicia, you mentioned a lot about RWA and things like that. And we on our exchange, we did a lot of tokenization in even early 2021, end of 2021 and early 2022. I don't know if we were too early or what, because we see what happened with a lot of projects on our side. For example, we had whiskey tokenization, some companies and so on, also from Polish politicians and so on. So I'm wondering why you think that Bitcoin and what we are doing now will change, because of course earlier most of these projects were on Ethereum.
So I used to work in finance and like private equity. And so I think one thing that I not to like harp too much about this, but one thing we really looked at was like private equity tokenization, because it is in TradFi, the highest performing asset type. And everyone was trying to tokenize private equity funds. The issue is in TradFi, and that bleeds over into DeFi as well, when you have such a high-performing asset class, you don't actually need to tokenize it because it is already traditionally oversubscribed. So assets that tend to be tokenized, it's like the risk of adverse selection where it's low-quality assets, which are typically tokenized, which doesn't make sense and doesn't fulfill the actual use case. I think what's happening now, or what I'm seeing, right, in real-world asset tokenization, is a lot more interesting assets, right, are becoming fungible and being tokenized in a way that actually benefits retail and serves the original purpose of tokenization. So I think it's past that tipping point where now you're seeing interesting assets being tokenized. And why Bitcoin matters in this case is because Bitcoin, being a proof of work chain and being more real worldy than other cryptocurrencies, that has a lot more, it's easier to explain to both asset issuers as well as buyers what the backing is of that specific asset class.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's what's interesting. And once you make it tradable in a way that is fast and performant, that just unlocks a massive new market. But I think we finally, in this cycle, gone over the risk of adverse selection of the nature of tokenized assets, and that's the big unlock.
This reminds me that when everyone asks me about Bitcoin and why does the price of Bitcoin is whatever it is so much easier to them to describe than that it's backed by at least the price of electricity that the miners need to use to actually compute all the calculations that they need to find the next block and whatever, so they get the rewards. And with Ethereum and others, I think that it's a technological security for the chain. It's much more abstract, and it's not really really that direct to say to others. So Bitcoin is really much simpler to describe in terms of economic value backing it. So are we okay? Okay. Thank you so much, guys. This has been a really fruitful conversation, and see you at the event.
All right. We're going into our last talk now before we break for lunch. And yeah, we're looking at staking beyond consensus now. We're going into this track. And yeah, I'd like to welcome our guests to the stage. We're talking about governance staking and Tokenomics. So yeah, please stick around. It's going to be good. I'd like to welcome our guests to the stage.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks to those of you who stayed here and are going to have lunch in a few minutes later. We have an amazing lineup here, but I want to make it a bit more interesting. So instead of just introducing yourself, you're gonna introduce like one of the basic concepts for today. So I'm going to start with Dave. Intro yourself and then tell us, would you say decentralization matters and why?
Hello.
No.
Hello. That always happens, I swear. Hey everybody, I'm DeFi Dave. I'm the head of North America at Dinero. I'm also the co-host of the Flywheel podcast. And I think decentralization absolutely matters. Why are we all here? What motivated me to really get into crypto and what made me stick around is I believe that it's sovereign empowering technologies in a way for us to cut out the middleman. It's really inspiring, and not everything is going to be decentralized, and I accept that. But if we don't strive for it, then what's the point? Then why are we all here? Then why don't we go back into the old system? So yes, I think it absolutely matters.
We're talking about governance and Tokenomics. Nico, how does governance relate to decentralization?
So my name is Nico. I think governance is quite important for decentralization, primarily from a security standpoint. You don't want your smart contracts or protocols to be owned by a single entity, to be controllable by a single entity. You want to spread out that ownership, and that's what governance can do for you, given that the tools that allow you to do governance, like, for example, tokens, are also equally distributed well, which is just as important as governance and solid governance rules by itself.
Okay. Amadeo, when did you first hear about VE, and what makes you excited about it?
Yeah, thank you. I first heard about the vote escrow token economics when I received my Curve CRV airdrop and trying to figure out what is this thing? I'm logged in for 4 years in this token. I suddenly got like
Like, you check your DBank or Xerion was back in the day, and suddenly my portfolio value shot up a lot because I got this airdrop. I check, and it was locked. It's like, what does this mean? So that's my first experience there. And then I very quickly thought to myself, like, what vote escrow tokenomics basically means is that we're all kind of locking some of our governance power together as a collective of this protocol, and we will try to steward the protocol into the right direction, so we're all long-term aligned to make this thing work and create value together. That's how I kind of felt it, yeah.
Nice. Well, I mean, one of the original challenges that VE Tokenomics was aiming at solving was, this situation where somebody comes in, votes on something that would, in essence, kill the network, and then they just disappear. So the idea here was like, okay, let's align incentives for the long term. Do you think, the curve VE design that everyone can chip in, like, do you think the curve VE design managed to solve that problem, or did it create new ones? What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, my opinion has been that the vote escrow tokenomics Michael Aggarwal from Curve release is a genius model, I would say. It's not perfect, but it's a very good model and a right step in the right direction. And I think the CRV VE CRV model is good. It could get some upgrades or maybe sub-DAOs or kind of upgrades in the margin. But generally, I really like the concept, and in my opinion, what will happen if Curve as a protocol maybe makes the wrong VE governance decision, the protocol can just be restarted with a new VE curve, and then you kind of run it again and again and again and again until the best AMM model with the best pools and the best incentive structures work. Yeah.
How do you think that can start? If, like, in theory, if they want to restart it, would it be through a vote or through something else?
Well, so I don't think they need to restart, but that was my more philosophical thinking about VE tokenomics, that you can restart it, you can replay it, and we can see what is the best for the protocol. And I actually think that the curve design now, Velodrome at the VE33 innovated in a very interesting way on top of it. But I think also what Curve is now doing with the pack keepers, and there is also a lot of innovation in the VE curve model as well going on. So everything is constantly innovating, constantly moving. And the nice thing about the VE tokenomics, it's a collective thing. Nobody can say like, well, I do think the vote participation goes down too much. So that's one really big issue, that people that play a role in those kind of governance systems do need to be compensated or somehow recognized, I guess, but yeah.
Well, I mean, Dave, like you guys are building Hidden Hand. Like, is this, so it's a liquid lobbying marketplace, so to call it,
yes.
aka bribes. Is this a bug or a feature of the system?
Oh, it's absolutely a feature. These things are happening anyway. You can call it lobbying, you can call it bribing. I like to call it incentives. It's an incentive marketplace. And we've seen a few things in the past where these bribes happen behind the scenes. I think if you guys remember, like 5-6 years ago with EOS, they had 21 block producers, and before the network launched, everyone was like, pinky promise, like, we won't do any bribing or anything. Right when it launched, it was all this bribing, it was all behind the scenes, you didn't know what was going on. So what Hidden Hand does, it brings it transparent, it brings it into the fold, and it benefits protocols because they get to have liquidity, which is important, especially for stablecoins. It benefits LPs because they have an extra source of revenue. And it benefits token holders and people that care about the ecosystem because you can actually see how healthy the ecosystem is based on the direction of the flywheel, whether it's a positive flywheel or a negative flywheel.
Like bribes is one of the things that people complain about. The other one is like the convex situation, where you have like a liquid abstraction on top of like perpetually locked tokens. Nico? What's your take? Is that inevitable? Is it symbiotic? Is it extractive?
Yeah, if you're asking whether that's a feature or a bug as well, I think it's definitely a feature. I think it's inevitable. I think the same thing happened with liquid staking as well, whereby first, you staked assets, they were locked for some period, or you had to wait for a week or more than that to get them back. And liquid staking kind of solved that issue for a lot of people. It doesn't it doesn't eliminate the risk. You just transfer the risk to someone else, and the same happens really with liquid lockers. If you lock in your governance tokens and you want to transfer them to someone else, you transfer the risk. It's not like you're suddenly, or your position is suddenly out of, any dangerous situation if you're voting with a bad conscience or anything like that. So from that perspective, I think it's inevitable, just like bribes, just like other things like MEV. It's a matter of, do you harness this for good or for bad? And if we build tools that allow people to harness it for good better, then that's just plus EV for everyone.
Yeah, it's.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think economically, it's definitely a feature. Like, more liquidity, hooray. But politically speaking, I think it's actually a bug. And I think that because you have people that do not have the same interests of the protocol, they're with a different protocol. And so they might have a different agenda, or they might have a different, just a different mindset on things. And because they do not have, a direct stake in this protocol, they have this kind of proxy stake, I think at times there can be conflict. And I think that's something to be aware of with these wrappers.
Okay. Well, you guys mentioned the idea of like resetting, and forking is a form of governance that is somewhat underutilized. What are your thoughts on like that approach?
It's a very radical approach. I think it should definitely be the last resort, but it's definitely an option for many networks that have a token. I think especially if you look at the original staking networks, L1s or L2s, I think that was something that happened in the past with ETH Classic and Ethereum. But luckily it hasn't happened too often, because it's a very radical thing, and I would rather resolve things amicably and not split the community and the network into multiple parts. But yeah, it's a very important option to have.
I think we need to fork more, but we need to keep it more contained. We have gone through a phase for somehow, as this whole community, we're building all these monolithic super DAOs, right? And I think if we cut it up, just like how Congress works, or like Dave was actually, you were in politics for a while, for example. You were doing all these lobbying as well, right? So it's like that's not a you're not lobbying to like the United States government. You lobby to the subset of things, right?
Yeah.
So that's how the real world kind of consolidated. And I think that also needs to happen in decentralized autonomous organizations, where it's going to be more a split. Like, okay, and at Yieldness we're also trying to design it. It's really difficult because there's no frameworks, nobody's doing what I would love to work together with people that are thinking the same way. How can we compartmentalize, like make compartments, or like make smaller DAOs? For example, there is this DAO that manages this one strategy, right? The strategy is not doing very well. Okay, and that DAO got asked to step down or do something, and they don't do it. Okay, then you fork them out or something like that, right? So you could make the argument that people are like having vote log economics on the top level, but then they can delegate the vote to a certain subset that can blow up, right, if they make the wrong choice. And I don't see that many examples of that in the wild nowadays, but I do think that's where we need to move, and I'm not sure how it's exactly going to look, but I think that sounds more logical to me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things we need to figure out to get there.
Yeah. One thing that I did not put in the list of questions that you guys saw, but is another criticism of the system was like, these founders are asking people to log their tokens for 4 years while the founders and the early backers, like bags are actually vesting. Is that do you see that as a predatory practice towards community participants, or do you think that the model still, like the benefit of the model still outweighs that challenge?
I think it can be both, right? Like this the way that you implement it. I do think it's good for the founders to eventually like delegate more to the community, or see what the users want, right? At the end of the day, we're building for users, we're building to generate revenue. What do the users really want? And if the founder can delegate it to a subset of people that can take that over from him, yeah, that's perfect. Well, that's a really hard thing, and most of the time that's not possible. So yeah, that's a hard question. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if it was intentional to have that lockup period for 4 years and be that longer than the vesting period. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but I was a little skeptic of the initial, curve fee tokenomics with the long lockups, the linear progression. I think there's definitely been improvements in designs of, V tokens that are very interesting in that regard, that do tackle some of these issues, like that 4-year lockup period, if you want to get the maximum out of it. I think there's...
Go in there, tell us about these developments.
Well, I think maybe you can also direct a little bit there, given that you're deeply involved with some of them. But I think, yeah, there's just a lot of things that grew since the initial V tokenomics design that even, traditional staking protocols might even learn a thing or two from, because they haven't really evolved that much in the past few years, while V tokens have been evolving quite rapidly. So yeah, I'd love to get into some of the improvements, but feel free to.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that we're alluding to is something that Andre tried to experiment on Phantom, and then, over the past few months, Aerodrome and Velodrome have made incredible, like they've been quite successful. Whether that success is going to be sustainable, it's TBD, but like the model seemed to have worked really well for them, which is like the V NFT. So yeah, I mean, it is a meaningful innovation. So what's, how do you think that changes the balance?
Yeah, I think it comes a little bit, I think they borrowed a little bit of the ideas from the traditional staking world, whereby you don't pick your lockup before you stake your tokens. You just stake your tokens, and the longer you're locked up, the better your sort of rewards get. I think that's more in line with what users want and were expecting out of V tokens initially, and I think that's just one of the good developments there.
Yeah, my opinion on this, like, I think that Validator did a tremendous job, and Andre VE33, it kind of flipped the model on its head, right? And there's improvements there, but I think actually eventually these models need to be even more dynamic and more compartmentalized, like more into like sub-DAOs or things like that. I think that's where it's going to evolve into. But the VE33 model is a great step in the right direction. But at the end of the day, at some point, somebody will figure out how to game it, right? Like currently the VE-CRV model, for example, the bribing efficiency, if it's higher, there are certain ways for the liquid lockers to kind of take some margins out of that, okay, right? But then ideally you want the VE tokenomics to be some sort of a poker game, that you keep the cards to your chest, everybody plays these epochs or something, and then makes bets on what they think is the longest term best decision. And if they make the right decision, they get rewarded. If they make the wrong decision, they get punished. And how do you do that in a way that there's no bots or other people that are gaming it, right? I think that is the holy grail. And I think the VE33 is a step in the right direction. Yeah.
And now you have VE systems that aren't called VE systems. One is Dyad, which is a stablecoin. If you want to mint Dyad, you have an NFT. And if you want to boost your emissions, you stake kerosene into your NFT. And the longer you stake, the more you get powered up. Another one is Berachain. Berachain I just view as like Curve, but at a chain level. You have BGT, which is this non-transferable governance token. And the more BGT you get, the more governance power you have to steer, emissions, fees. So VE has gone beyond VE.
I love that. I wish we could end here, but we can't. I mean, one of the other interesting elements besides the way that the locking curve and the escalation of voting power evolves with the VE NFT is the fact that it's transferable, and then which means that there is like going to be an exit sequence. Nico, I know you're building an exit sequence marketplace for LRTs, roughly. Do you think there's going to be an exit sequence marketplace for VE NFTs?
Good question. I hadn't really considered that because we've been so deep into, indeed the LSTs and the LRTs, not so much into the different, governance locker ecosystems yet. Whether there will be a marketplace for that, it's an interesting question. I think, yes, there will likely be, and it will likely be revolving around timing of votes and people wanting to acquire more voting power fluently, or getting rid of that if there's a risky proposal for the protocol out maybe. So Definitely an interesting development that could take place, but not sure how exactly it would evolve and what the different kind of dynamics would be. And I think that's very important to at least get an idea of before we start creating such a marketplace.
Yeah, I agree. The governance attack factors are quite big. We saw that at VE Bell, right? There was this whale that kind of gamed the system, and then the team had to negotiate with the bell holder to make right decisions. And that happens all the time. So we need to make sure to make these systems not attackable. But yeah, there will be definitely marketplaces and things are happening, but I don't know how they will look like. Yeah.
Didn't something happen with Aura too a while ago? Yeah. Aura?
Yeah, with Aura and Bell, like, yes, there's some stuff. I'm not an expert there, but like I saw some interesting things. Yeah.
Like one of the automations that sort of helps in that regard is the auto voter. You mentioned AI agents potentially. Like basically it's another layer on top of the primary markets, right? And that gives participants an easy way to harvest yield for themselves without necessarily being subject to other manipulation. Speaking of yield, we are at a staking conference. So should the locked assets be staked or restaked in some like should the locked assets just stay in there in the VE NFT, or should something happen with the underlying asset? What are your thoughts, guys?
I think there's a few factors that goes into that. One, is there demand for that asset to be restaked? First and foremost, if there is, okay, great. If there isn't, all right, move on to the next one. Second thing is, are you able to withdraw in a safe manner in case something gets slashed? If you can, great. If not, move on. So there's like a few different things to consider. I think once it gets economically valuable enough, you can consider it, but I'm not sure if we're exactly there yet. There just has to be demand. That's the main thing.
Any diverging thoughts?
Well, it's a dangerous game to play because then you're all of a sudden, becoming sort of a treasury protocol amidst of your core business. Maybe not all users want that their funds are being, staked somewhere else or being used to generate yields. Not everyone might have that expectation, and honestly, I think it would be better to focus on your core protocol rather than becoming, a managed fund that then puts yield back into the treasury and distributes it. Maybe that's something that could happen with a part of that staked funds, but it all has to, be agreed on by all users or be optional.
Definitely optional.
Yeah.
I think like one of the interesting elements there is if you start potentially using some of the like network-based assets in the governance of a protocol. So, Lido being like a pretty high-profile example where the holders of the staked ETH also have this certain decision-making power, right? And then, then what goes in the locker is not only, your own governance token, but you can have a locker that uses staked ETH, or like another interesting example is Mode. There, it's the balancer pair of USDC versus their token versus Mode that goes in the locker, and then you have like an otherwise yield-bearing asset that you're sort of locking in to participate in.
Yeah, that gives optionality, and that's what our goal is with Tenderize when we launch our token. It will not just be governance by the governance token, it will be primarily and first for the users of the protocol. So locking in your liquidity pool tokens into a VLocker and being able to participate in governance with those, I think is actually a very important alignment, that it's not just a governance token. If you look at other networks as well, like let's take Livepeer, for example, their token was originally used for staking and running nodes, but now it's actually also used for governance, whereby you can vote with your staked or delegated stake directly. While not being a V token, it has similar mechanics to that. So I think there's definitely a path for more alignment between governance tokens and the network or protocol itself.
Yeah, I fully underwrite that as well. And then on top of that, I would say that, governance and then participation. But we see over and over again that participation doesn't really happen, right? So I would say there needs to be a little bit more, a bit more carroting, like a bit more giving people not only staking, but motivate people to become active and really care about like, okay, what are we going to do with this protocol? How are we going to do it? Or delegate that power so that they can delegate it to somebody that, in their view, will make the right decisions for the protocol. But there's still the issue that is still very hard. Yeah.
Governance is tricky. Yeah, I think delegation is the way to go, because if you have too many chefs in the kitchen, you're not going to get anything done. So you're much better off to get people that genuinely care, that actually can like take the time to do stuff, compensate them accordingly, and that's the right way to do governance.
Like the place where VE originated has always been around AMMs, right? It was Curve, now it's Aerodrome and Velodrome, but there are potentially other implementations that could be interesting. Dave, you mentioned Verachain. Like, where are you guys excited to see this model propagate outside of just, an AMM?
Yeah, I think it can potentially solve the whole governance participation model where, hey, we're going to vote on something together. If we make the right decision, everybody that made the right decision get rewarded. The people that made the wrong decision get slashed or something like that, right? And then you have to lock in that system if you dare to participate in this arena of governance. So I'm looking forward for the governance arena so people can fight about decisions.
Yeah, I still think AMMs are the best use case. My co-host Kit, I have to shout him out, he said on a pod I had, with VE tokens, the tokenomics is the product, and there's no better way to bootstrap liquidity than with VE tokens. So I think AMMs are still the prime use case, but like you said, with governance, with network security, I think there's other avenues, but like I said, AMM's the golden use case.
Yeah, I'm just looking for more convergence between V token designs and governance models there, and the sort of the traditional staking world and their governance. I think that's sort of happening, and like I mentioned before, I think both worlds could learn a lot from each other. I think originally DeFi was looking at that a bit and said, hey, we need this type of governance that allows us to stake tokens and then participate in the protocol, very much like running a node and staking is participating in an L1. An AMM or a DeFi protocol doesn't really have that, but now there is a way to actually participate in it, whether it be through voting and locking V tokens. But in terms of design and mechanics, I think, or at least I'm hoping for a lot of convergence in the next few years in the different sort of subspaces that we have there.
I guess what you can also say is, like you said at the beginning, anything that's long-term aligned, where people are in it together for the long term, could use VE tokenomics. So with that framework, you can think of the areas of DeSci, anything with like public goods, distributing funds, something with DePIN that I can't think of right now because I'm not in DePIN, but anything where there's long-term alignment, you can use the VE model.
But shouldn't long-term alignment just be everywhere?
Shouldn't just be, I don't know, maybe. Depends. People have different time horizons for different reasons. So some people have short-term time horizons, like speculators, traders, and they do serve a purpose. They're usually like the first users, the first people in and out. So you not necessarily have long-term alignment anywhere, but you want like long-term alignment to be the main thing, but it doesn't have to be everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's indeed the case. I think also the new V token models that are coming out are catering towards people with different time horizons and definitions of what is long term. So yeah, step in the right direction there.
Long term subjective.
Definitely.
Okay.
Sometimes days can feel like weeks.
Awesome. Okay, we have a few minutes on the clock. And I would like to open it to the audience if you guys have some questions for the panelists. I don't know if we have a mic up there. But yeah, I see Reserve there. It was at their event in Denver when they first mentioned that like the liquid lockers on top of VE is the liquid lockers are to VE what LRTs are to staked ETH, and that was a pretty revelational moment for me on the topic. Can we get a mic in the audience?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of room for growth, and I do see the next evolution, especially with restaking, that there's going to be protocols working more together, and there will be protocols that enshrine other protocol or components of other protocols in each other to have better like incentives.
They're like staking Legos.
What do you guys believe should be the governance model when it comes to having people vote and actually have the knowledge to make an informed decision instead of only having a financial roadblock is you should first buy the token and it's the only thing you need to do to get voting rights. Do you guys think the future of governance should be a form of a test that someone is capable of making good choices for the protocol instead of only being a degen token holder not knowing what he's voting on? Or do you think we should more cater towards a governance model where you have a committee that's selected by the core team and you can delegate to those because they have like a kind of a mindset and a vision, a profile, where you actually have like a political party kind of system where you would actually mimic the real world when you have a political system. So how do you guys envision and which kind of type or maybe new type would you think would be the future for governance?
Yeah, I think delegation is the way to go, whether it's by committees, by groups. You know, if you want to run your protocol day to day, like you can't have everything to a vote. But with that said, with really important decisions, especially with things, you know, with veto power, I think you should still give veto power to the people in extraordinary situations. And in that way, you preserve this democracy and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're actually fully on the right what you just said. And then, as I said in the talk as well, like the panel, governance arenas. I want to see fights. I want to see the parts of the governance, because in any DAO you will enter in like Aave, MakerDAO, Curve, go into the forums and you will see there's a lot of energy and a lot of commotion. People that want to move one side, people that want to move another side, and model it out and see how we can put it into like economic games, like see how we can, yeah.
Do in Rune's sub-DAO model that he mentioned last year for the new Make Sky, well, what is now Sky, his idea was we're going to have sub-DAOs that are competitive with each other and may the best sub-DAO win. And so that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that's where it should go, like direct democracy into these DAOs, and then if they don't do a good job, we can fork them out or have some sort of a penalty against them. And I think MakerDAO indeed is innovating on that edge, and others will follow.
Yeah, no, I'm just aligned here. I think delegation is important, but there should also definitely be an incentive for people that delegate to not remain delegating their votes, but actually educate themselves, get more conviction in, you know, voting for themselves and you know, understanding the protocol and what the impact of their votes is. That should not be only a passive thing, so it should definitely be incentivized more. And I think for now that's something that is kind of missing from delegation.
Yeah, I mean the old models. Funny enough, like I don't know if you guys remember Dash or the old models, not Pivix, or there was this other one that actually Polynera or something. It was like some of these models were actually quite advanced, and they kind of worked. But what at the end happened? They're sponsoring football teams, NASCAR races, weird things, and we got really weird outcomes.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, basically you need both incentives and knowledge, and a lot of the things that we have today are either over-indexing on one or the other. And hopefully we'll be getting better iterating. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks to the audience as well. And it's a wrap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers guys, thank you very much. Hello? Yeah, we've got lunch downstairs, so please head down there and yeah, partake in the delicious food. I saw a guy in the crowd with a question. You can talk to our speakers outside. And yeah, we reconvene here at 2 o'clock. So yeah, see you all for the second half of the day. What's up, everybody? I can see some people yawning in the crowd. Like, have you had a coffee? We need some high energy. We're on day 2, second half of the day. It's the last stretch. We've got some amazing speakers lined up for today, for the rest of the day. We're going to kick off with Luca from Enzyme Finance, and he's going to be talking about the time-tested strategies for vaults, and yeah, everything related to vaults. So welcome him to the stage.
All right. All right. Thank you guys for coming. And I actually want to talk about the vault, what I call the vault advantage, and some of the lessons that we have learned at Enzyme working with projects like you guys, especially LST and LRT projects. Some of the lessons are quite obvious, and some are less obvious, a bit more like insightful. So let's go and see. In the past 18 months, especially, like the rise of liquid staking and restaking has been massive. Now more like than 25% of the total Ethereum supply in staking or restaking. This has important consequences. Number one, actually a lot of great consequences. There's a lot more innovation, a lot more diversity, so there's new opportunities, also less concentration, less systemic risk in general, which is very welcome. So a lot of new options in general, like for investors, which is awesome. But there's also like negative consequences to this, which is there's so much more complexity, so much more effort, and you know, in order to actually keep up with all these opportunities, people are feeling like this fatigue, you know, all these point systems and tokens, expecting airdrops. So there's a constant monitoring and constant switching between one thing and the next. So that's, I think it's important to realize that all this added complexity and effort that people have to go through leads to having users that become necessarily more and more hyper-specialized, right? So you need to be highly intelligent, highly smart to actually go through all these hoops. And so the problem is like there's just not so many people like that. There's just not many people that are willing or skillful enough to go through so many options. So, and these guys are so smart in general that it's very hard to retain them because they just go from one opportunity to the next. So for protocols in general, it's very difficult to grow because there's only so many people. We kind of maxed out the number of people who actually can take these opportunities. Now, whenever I'm confronted with this type of situation, I always go back to an interview that I saw some time ago. I like to call it the Jeff Bezos rule, because he was like in this interview, which you can find online on YouTube. He was asked, "Hey Jeff, how do you actually at Amazon? How do you succeed in an environment which changes so fast and so often, which actually can apply to crypto and DeFi in general?" And his answer was quite brilliant because he says, well, instead of getting dragged by things that change all the time, what we do as Amazon is we focus on stuff that actually never changes, which actually I thought it was very, very insightful. In his case, what never changes at Amazon is faster delivery and cheaper prices, because that's stuff that always, like people will always want faster delivery and cheaper prices. So what can we learn from this Jeff Bezos rule? I guess what we can learn is that in this space, we actually have to focus on first principle, timeless needs that are always going to be there for every user. And so if I think about like all these needs and what they could be, well, number one, people want to have solutions that are secure, that are tested, and they want to have the maximum possible results with the minimum effort, ideally no effort, and also stuff that is easy to understand, right? Because it's like people want to see through like these solutions, see what they are, to be able to digest them and to be able to take decisions. Now, all kind of road leads to Rome, and for me, Rome is one-click vaults with added visibility, end-to-end visibility, which sometimes is missing. And I'm going to go through this point in a second. Now, these solutions, one-click vaults with visibility, have very, very obvious advantages in my head. Number one, they can address a much, much bigger market. Because if we only create solution for active farmers who are actually capable of jumping through 10+ transactions to get to where they want, like the size of the market is that little circle in the middle. Now, if we create like a one-click solution that abstracts all the complexity, now all of a sudden we create something for passive or like lazy investors. And this market is so much bigger because like that can address even Web 2 people eventually. The second advantage that I think is very important to underline is higher revenues. I mean, we saw this in also other cases like EtherFi, for example. Like if you have no vault, you can only basically focus on like lower margin, which are, by the way, as you guys know very well, always like more and more under pressure because they get commoditized. And so the focus there is only on cost optimization. Whereas if we create something which is much simpler with a much bigger addressable market, we start focusing on added value and differentiation, which obviously creates the ability to charge premium fees. And we saw that like the ability, for example, to charge 1% plus on AUM, which is actually substantially higher than the typical industry standards for like staking, which is around 10% of the staking rewards. So you can actually generate many more revenues per unit of AUM or TVL. So that's, I think, is a very, very important takeaway. The third one is higher conversion. In this case, I want to go back to the visibility point because many times I see vaults in DeFi which are actually very much black boxes. So you see these front ends, one-click deposit, but yes, but like what is actually in this vault? It shouldn't like users shouldn't have like a PhD in blockchain analytics or analysis or Etherscan analysis to be able to understand what the hell is going on into this vault. They should have ability to have the convenience of a one-click deposit, but also the transparency to see what's inside those vaults. Now, I want to stick to that image for a second because there's a fourth advantage, which is also quite interesting. Once you have a vault that actually can deploy liquidity on different venues, for example, here I have Balancer, Curve, and Uniswap as example. Instead of asking users to come and deploy liquidity on all these different protocols, you can give them one simple solution, one simple access point, and from there you can orchestrate the liquidity so much more conveniently and so much more easy. And that, by the way, has the added advantage of making the LSTs or the new LRTs much more eligible or easily eligible for things like listing on Aave as collateral, listing on Pendle, or getting price oracles from from providers like Chainlink or Redstone. So those are all like secondary advantages that come from this liquidity orchestration. Now, with the wave, especially like now that we start to see like in the past week that we're approaching a new, ideally, hopefully a new bull market, we're going to have a wave of users from Web 2. Those users are not going to be like the smart like farmers that we've been used to in the past year and a half or two. So these guys, it actually might make sense to offer a vault, a one-click vault to these guys, just in case it catches on, just to paraphrase one of the most famous sentences in crypto. Now, once we understand and agree overall that like these solutions are useful and abstracting complexity and creating this type of products is actually a good idea. Now, the second question that a project should ask themselves is like, should I actually make this, or like should I actually create it in-house, or should I buy it? And now, for me, this is an absolute no-brainer. I mean, if we look at the comparison, there's absolutely there's nothing to debate really. If somebody tries to make these type of solutions in-house, the time to market is much longer, the development and audit costs are much higher, and then there's a lot of distractions that go into this instead of focusing on the core value proposition. So the other option is you can launch anytime, like tomorrow. You can do it like without any development or additional audit cost, and especially like there's zero distraction, so you can really stick to what you're building best. All right, so many people come to me and say, hey, Luca, I love this idea. I want to do a vault. I want to do a product that I can launch for my community, but what shall I create? Like, what kind of product shall I create? And so there's actually not one size that fits all, unfortunately. And I would say like every project, that have their different solution or they have different ideas. So I guess the best thing that I can do for you guys is to show you some examples of things that have been done or are being done today from this project that you see right here. And this might serve you as an inspiration or like maybe as an advice on what could be done. Enzyme is actually quite a Swiss knife in general, like as a sort of general concept. So there's so flexible and so much versatility that, in fact, there's so many. It's very hard to focus on one single solution. We have a project like Stater, for example, which is doing an automated leverage loop on their LST, ETHX, with the objective of doubling the APY for the user. So that's one example of a solution for a vault. Nexus Mutual doing something different. They wanted to do like a bit of a native staking through Kiln and Chorus One, and also liquid restaking through EtherFi. So this is all together combined in one single vault. Diva ran last year. They bootstrap liquidity TVL for their upcoming launch. So way before they launched, they started to collect TVL. So that was ready from, basically this is supposed to be ready from day one to be deployed. It was actually pretty successful. Like it raised like more than 50 million from more than 1,000 users. So this is actually an example of how a project can start collecting TVL before they even go live. And Swell instead came with a completely different idea. They said, we want to create a vault that protects the peg of our LST, Swift, because their withdrawals were not enabled yet. So they actually did this, and they collected, I think, around 25 million, which was well enough to protect their peg and actually create a successful solution. Yieldnest, again, is doing something, again, very different. In this case, they build a vault for institutional allocators around their YN ETH LRT. So again, you see there's so many different things. And I think like the last one I have is Renzo, which in these guys are working with Re7 as a curator. And in this case, they are providing strategic liquidity to UniV3 on their Easy ETH LRT. So you see there's so many things that are being done, and it's actually very hard to say, okay, this is one solution. There's actually many solutions, and there could be even more, so it really depends on the specific needs. Last one I forgot to mention, this is also interesting, DLCBTC, which is one of the projects that is building like, these like native solutions to bridge between like Bitcoin and the Ethereum ecosystem. In this case, they have a solution which is one click from the Bitcoin network, deposit BTC in a non-custodial solution that then gets bridged and minted into an Enzyme vault to earn yield on that BTC and then potentially go back to the Bitcoin network natively. So these are all very interesting use cases, and these are examples of things that could be done in Enzyme. And obviously, it's also up to the creativity of project. We are always discussing with projects like you guys, and say, hey, what can we do? Is this possible? Is it not possible? Sometimes it is. Sometimes we have to develop things on top as custom solution, but there's always an interesting discussion. As TLDR, I wanna leave you with 3 lessons learned and 3 actionable recommendations. So 3 lessons learned is that insisting on educating users to do complex DeFi does not really work. A better idea is to stick to first principle and actually do things that actually always worked and will always work. And create one-click vaults as product is the best way to do that without any black boxes. And the actionable recommendation is to define your own vault strategy, because you have to understand, you have to come up with what you want to optimize for. Think through the multiple solutions that you could provide. And also, last but not least, obviously, partner up with vault experts that will save you a lot of time, a lot of headaches, and definitely a ton of money. So speaking of experts, we've been building vaults since 2017. We are secured by some of the, the chain security, some of the best in the business, and we are also connected with some distribution platform like Swissborg and OKX. So last one, you have my contact details here. We're 3 people around here, so I'd love to discuss with you guys and see how you can launch your one-click vault. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to stick with our staking beyond consensus track. Raise your hands if you know anything about Chainlink oracles. There we go. I'd like to welcome to the stage Kubilay from Matrixed.link, the founder. Please give him a round of applause.
Hi everyone. Good evening, first of all. I'm Kubilay, the CEO of Matrixed.link. We are a Web3 service provider. We've been running Chainlink oracles and validators on numerous blockchain networks for the past few years. Today I'm going to talk a bit about the nuances between running blockchain validators and Chainlink oracles, kind of like what are the operational differences, things like that. So let's dive right in. I'll first give a brief overview about what a validator is, what a Chainlink oracle is, and then I'll dive in what the operational scope is, how it differs from each other on a technical level, what are the key differences. I'll also give a bit of overview on the security and what kind of challenges and risks we as oracle operators face in contrast to validator operators. I'll also give a quick overview of our experience with operating in a simple DVT module of Lido Finance. So as we all know, blockchain validators are the backbone of blockchain networks. They participate in the consensus mechanism. They validate transactions and add new blocks to the chains. So a validator is typically isolated to one chain, and this makes it that operational teams, service providers are able to focus their operational expertise on that particular chain and make sure that they're as successful as possible on that one chain. In contrast, Chainlink oracles, you should see them more as a bridge between blockchain networks and the real world. It makes it possible to have data submissions into smart contracts using asset prices, real world data, weather data, cross-chain messages, whatever, to build decentralized applications and build novel DeFi use cases that people use and deposit TVL in. So when you look at the operational scope between validators, as I said, they're typically isolated to one chain. So if you take Ethereum validators, for example, you have your validators on the Ethereum blockchain, and that's the only thing and the only network conditions you have to abide by, and make sure you run your infrastructure on that particular blockchain as successful as possible. So you only have to take care of running the infrastructure that's necessary to keep your validator nodes running. But if you look at Chainlink Oracle, from its essence, it's chain agnostic. So they have multi-chain deployments where you have to keep track of numerous different blockchain network conditions, numerous blockchain software clients, numerous blockchain full nodes, RPCs, and whatnot, and make sure that you keep track of all the software updates, all of the hard forks, and make sure that the infrastructure keeps running as is, so you have your data submissions for the price feeds or your cross-chain token transfers with CCIP. So if you look at the technical aspect of how can I run validators in contrast to Chainlink oracles, how can I be successful in running both? Validators, as I said, are isolated to one chain. So now as a team of service providers, I can focus on Ethereum, make sure that my hardware setup, make sure that my tooling, make sure that my scripts, monitoring is specialized and prioritized to make sure my infrastructure on Ethereum is running at the highest level possible, so I have the best block inclusion, so I have the best validator performance, whatever. That is a key difference between Chainlink oracles, where in its essence, as I said, Chainlink is multi-chain, it's chain agnostic. So by having to run Chainlink oracles for data feeds on, for example, Optimism, Arbitrum, Base, Polygon, I need to make sure that I keep track of all of these software clients, of all of these software updates on Polygon, on Optimism. I need to make sure that they run. I can't just run one node and run one RPC node and that's it. I need to have security, I need to run multiple, I need to load balance them. I need to make sure that nothing in the pipeline between data collection, data submission, data assurance, and submission to on-chain smart contracts with the Chainlink oracles, nothing in that pipeline can go wrong. And the pipeline is longer than it is when operating validators. So we've been running in the Lido Finance simple DVT module for the past year. We're running in a supercluster and 2 normal clusters. So I think it's about now 400, 500 Ethereum validators in total. And what we've experienced in contrast to operating Chainlink oracles is that running Ethereum validators at scale, so a few hundreds with their simple DVT module, is that we are able to prioritize our technical know-how, our technical stack, our operational excellence on making sure that the Ethereum validators on Ethereum are running as perfect as possible, as reliable as possible, that we operate in our cluster and communicate as needed with the SSV team, with the OVAL team, and with the Lido team. When you compare it to Chainlink, it's a lot different because for every different service on every different chain, we have to run a separate Chainlink Oracle that we need to fund with gas. So we need to have some form of treasury management to scale to numerous chains and make sure that we keep being relevant as Chainlink node operators and keep expanding to have like a broader Web3 footprint in the ecosystem. When you look at the security and risks when it comes to Chainlink oracles and validators, I mean, as running validators, you have your risk of being slashed, of if you're not performing, you need to make sure that there is no financial or reputational risk involved with your operation. So you need to make sure that on one particular blockchain, you're as successful as you can be. The problem is when you compare that to Chainlink oracles, we can't just focus on one chain. So we need to make sure that the data we get from the data providers, which are like 20, 30 worldwide, we need to make sure that the data quality that comes in and goes out is at the institutional level, because you have all of these DeFi apps that are reliant on Chainlink oracles to get price data or other proof of reserves data or whatever data they need into their smart contracts to enable their DeFi applications. So the aspect is that Chainlink has a broader footprint on the ecosystem as a whole, and that the Ethereum validators, for example, with Lido Finance, has the biggest impact on the Ethereum ecosystem as a blockchain. If you look at the differences, like running at scale, like Ethereum validators at scale, if you have the curated set with the Lido Finance operation, where you have the curated node operators that run like thousands and thousands of validator, their main problem is, okay, how do I scale my operation to run 10,000 Ethereum validators? But I'm still just exposed to the network conditions and environment of the Ethereum blockchain. Whereas if I want to expand in a Chainlink network, I'm now exposed to like 10, 20, 30, in the future, hundreds of chains and their own specific network conditions. Each network conditions difference has big differences from each other. So if you have like your ZK VM chain, you have your layer 2s, you have your Cosmos chains, the new Move chains. Chainlink is going to support almost all of these chains in the near future. Right now it's mostly EVM and Solana, but in the future you'll have like Cosmos, Move, and this and that. So we have a technical overhead of like, okay, we need automation scripts, we need automation tooling, we need to fix our deployments, we need to build a cohesion infrastructure to deploy on numerous networks at the same time and make sure that every network, all the data submissions on those networks are of the highest quality and standard. Yeah, that was what I wanted to share about like the nuances between operating validators and Chainlink oracles. I hope you guys learned something about like the differences between the infrastructures. If you have questions, I walk around, you can just like grab me and we can talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're going into our next panel, decentralized rollups. The battle between decentralization and scaling and speeding. I'd like to welcome, some heavy hitters from L2s in the space to the stage. Give them a round of applause.
It's a pretty big chair, huh? Can everyone hear us? Yeah, okay, cool. Nice to meet everyone. I'm Elad, the CEO and co-founder of Market Across. We're one of the most prominent PR agencies in the space. We also have a Chainlink, which is a press release distribution platform. So I'm a marketeer. I'm not a super heavy tech guy, so most of my questions, if you may, will be from that point of view, because I leave the stage to you to dig deep into the technicalities of it. And I would like to give you the stage to present yourselves and the projects that you're representing. So we can start with you.
Hi, my name is Krishna. I'm also not a super technical guy. I'm a co-founder of Zirkit. Zirkit's basically a ZK rollup that focuses on preventing exploits and hacks on the chain. And we do this through something called sequencer level security, where we have software that plugs into sequencer that can basically prevent certain types of exploit transactions.
Hey guys, my name is Shu Yao. You can also call me Brother Bing on Twitter. I'm one of the co-founders of MegaETH. We are the first real-time blockchain because not only do we have God speed throughput, we also have the lowest latency ever possible, which is 10 milliseconds, going into 1 millisecond. And our superpower is we do not like decentralization. We love centralized sequencer. We'll continue to be very proudly centralized. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that's a good point for debate. We're going to talk about it.
Hello, my name is Tom Ngo. I'm the CEO of Metis L2. I'm your counterpart because we're really big into decentralization. It's one of our main ethos here at Metis. It's one of the first L2 to decentralize our sequencer, and that's been our focus. We started out as a L2 scaling solution, and we're moving into other areas as well, Bitcoin, and yeah, so great to be here.
Hey guys, my name is Julian Bouterin. I'm the founder of Stake Capital. So it's a hedge fund. We invest in the space. We also have a venture studio, and I've been in the space for quite some time. One of the main advisor and investor of Curve Finance. So I've been seeing the DeFi space from the beginning, and I've been investing in building in centralized solutions and decentralized solutions. So I will be probably in the middle.
Cool. So let's start by first maybe try to define these elements of decentralization and speed, and could they live together? Do they have to be separate, and are they mutually exclusive? Could you maybe give your 2 cents about what that means as a concept?
Yeah, I think for me, speed is a really catch-all term because I think users mainly care about like fast confirmation, fast finality, and basically like a low cost of making their transaction and low latency. I think like you can have really fast transactions, but if there's a high transaction failure rate, like Solana, for example, I think it can result in frustration for the user. So like that's the perspective that I think from, and not speed as a catch-all term. With regards to decentralization, I think mainly users just care about not getting rugged and having a safe blockchain where they can transact and it doesn't fail and stops producing blocks, and your DeFi transaction has to get reversed, or there's a reorg or something like that. So that's how I would look at it, and I don't really look at it purely from like the ideological point of view.
Yeah, so our definition of decentralization is censorship resistant. That's it. And then our definition of speed is throughput and, more important, latency. Latency matters in the way of, when you organize a grab in Thailand, are you going to get your grab ASAP, or you're going to have to load for some time and realize, okay, your grab is 5 kilometers away, and you're going to be stuck in traffic for an hour, just like what happened today with me. Right? So both are important metrics. And from our perspective, there is no either-or. In fact, we believe that for any network, if you're trying to get decentralization and performance at the same time, you're almost like mid-curving the world. A better way to do this is part of the stack is maximizing decentralization, which is what Ethereum does really well, and Bitcoin as well. And then another part of the stack that does performance really well that you can build on layer 2, for example. But if you're trying to do both, I think you're not going to succeed at either.
From our perspective, we see decentralized as important. That's why we're really building in the blockchain space. If we're really focused on extreme speed, there's a lot of, I would say, centralized solutions out there that are equally or better. Are we where we're at with blockchain? Not quite on the speed side, but I think speed is important as well for mass adoption, especially gaming. If we want to do gaming, speed is important. Everything is about speed, right? User input time and how much time is loading on the screen. All that matters. For me, speed is extremely important. But in the blockchain space, decentralization is important, especially if we have a lot of capital on chain or on an L2. If we don't have that censorship resistance and the capital gets stuck, especially from a traditional finance standpoint, that's extremely hard to really stomach, even from a risk analysis for any TradeFi funds to go online or take assets or tokenize them. This is something that they have to consider. So I think from a speed and decentralization, I think there is a balance, but not everybody has the same kind of requirement, risk appetite, and it just depends on the user base.
Mm-hmm. Well, as the founder of Rekt News, and the guy running the website, I can tell you that retail doesn't really care about decentralization as long as they can make money. So they care when they get wrecked, so they want to understand why it was not fully decentralized and correctly censorship resistant. But yeah, what retail cares in the space, and we've seen it in different blockchains, is speed. And I agree with Suyao, it's what matters is speed. But the long-term basis, in order to build scalability and all interconnection between different blockchains, then we need decentralization for the long term. But we need speed right now in order to not get our piece of the cake eaten by competitors. That's for sure.
So do you think in the next, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, as Ethereum develops and the L2 space in Ethereum develops, is there a scenario where there always need to be a sacrifice of one of the other? Or do you see a scenario where decentralization and speed do live together and we manage to bridge that gap? Because the reason why blockchain started is to fight the man and to not have the middle. But then a lot of the solutions nowadays are very centralized, and and some people will argue that it kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? Do you see a scenario where we are able to bridge that gap, maybe from like as tech evolves and new ideas come to life?
Sorry, I've been silenced. I don't understand your question. I think like right now it's not performant enough. And how do we get performance with decentralization?
Yeah, I mean, right now, when you have centralized, or let's say some node providers or validators, they essentially use AWS, or centralized infrastructure in order to adhere to like speed for a decentralized solution. Would there be any kind of tech advancement that can bridge that gap and ensure decentralization while enjoying the power of what today is only achieved by centralized solutions?
Maybe I can take this question first. In terms of decentralization, I think there's different components of decentralization and what level of decentralization. Like full decentralization, are we there? Quite not yet. I think even on maybe the Ethereum level, there's some parts that are pretty centralized as well. So I guess that question is kind of subjective because speed and decentralization, what part, it can vary quite a bit. But I think speed is definitely needed for the mass audience to really onboard the next million, billion users that we claim to want to do for the last few years, and still working on the next million and billion users. So I think that's important. I'm not sure if we hit 100 million users yet, but that'll be a great target of why we have this technology, why we are building blockchain from a tech sector perspective. So I think that question will always be had, is there a balance? I think there will always be a balance depending on who you're asking. And is it a game company? Is it a traditional finance company? Is it a commodities organization that wants to tokenize their assets online? So I think it's very subjective still, but I think there will be a balance. And what range?
But the question is just layer 2 architecture, right? So as layer 2s, you can have max performance. And then because you rely on layer 1 as a security and settlement layer, so you can always have escape hatch and just safely exit to layer 1. So the reason I did not understand your question is the reason we're all building in layer 2, because that is how you get both decentralization and performance. It's already been figured out. Like, Solana is also going to that route for what it's worth. Like, there's no other way to scale.
Yeah, I agree with both of Tom and Shuyao's sentiments. I think you are, to add to that, you are only as decentralized as the degree to which you inherit the true security of Ethereum, right? So if you use like an external DA provider and that DA provider fails, you're in deep trouble. Or you use a roll-up as a service provider and you don't really know what you're doing, you're in deep trouble as well. For example, we had this incident recently with Degen chain and Conduit, where I think basically the chain stopped producing blocks, and then they had some sort of contentious issue, a business issue, which turned into apparently Conduit, holding the private keys to the chain hostage. So even though you inherit the security of Ethereum, if you make other design choices and other layers that are very centralized design choices, you may still be in deep trouble, and your users may get rugged. So like Shuyao suggested, you should have an escape hatch. You should really think about the design choices you make when you're building a rollup. So you can have a rollup that is very fast, but if it truly inherits the security of Ethereum, and if it has an escape hatch, I think that's already sort of a good 80-20 on decentralization to performance ratio.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's...
Would you like to add?
No, the point is we've been talking about decentralization, but we don't really define what is the purpose of decentralization. I think it's mainly for distribution of value. So that's the reason why, as long as you have some component that's centralized, but distribution of value is 100% to the people that are using the network, and also for composability, then it's fine. And that's the main goal, I think, in a retail's perspective. It's how do we capture the value across all those different tools and blockchains. And of course, the decentralized part, the centralization part, has to make sure that people don't get wrecked. But as long as you distribute the value and you provide utility to the network, then I think it's good.
I'll just add one more thing. I fully agree with you. I feel like that's why we have Ethereum as layer 1.
We mentioned decentralization, but it becomes like a cult, but we don't actually understand why,
Did you say cult?
Yeah, cult, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, your French accent.
Yeah, French one.
No, I agree with you. I feel like, everyone should use Ethereum layer 1. Like, that is centralized and performant to many degree, right? Remember in 2020, I mean, we used to all shit coining on layer 1, and it was expensive, but it was, that thing worked. And I think a lot of high-value activities should go on Ethereum layer 1, just like a lot of activities go on Solana layer 1, right? And then you have all the other activities who are relatively centralized, but then it works for other activities. I don't think there is I disagree with you on balance here. I think you should just optimize for what's really important. You can't have layer 2 that's decentralized. Then you're really stuck in the middle. Are you optimizing for high-value transaction, or you're optimized for low-value transaction? You don't know, right?
Yeah, and I think consumer behavior in the space, dictates that some of the most successful use cases, ironically, have been very centralized use cases, like stable coins on Tron. And it's interesting to think about why that is true. People in these emerging markets who are using USDT for trade financing or whatever use case, they don't really care about whether it's Tron or Ethereum. They care that it's just fast and it's cheap, and I can do what I want to do.
For decentralization as well. They just want to do it because they're unbanked and they want to pass that USDC from this wallet to that wallet, right?
Yeah, and I think Nick Carter or someone said something very interesting about Bitcoin and layer 2s, and he said, I think Bitcoin basically processes container ships, and then layer 2s process all the small goods. And containerships, as in large transactions and large stores of value, happen on these incredibly neutral chains, and then anything that's smaller and more day-to-day happens on these layer 2s or more centralized chains. I think that's an okay compromise to make, especially if you basically inherit the security of a more credibly neutral chain.
So do you see a world where decentralization is not important anymore, as it is right now?
I think the other way, so some people always say like Ethereum is built for World War III, right? Like this tech is just too intense. I think it will work when it's needed, right? It's like almost preventing a black swan event. But most times we need crypto for check and balance, right? Like you kind of seeing what's going on, and when shit hits the fan, you can point out, okay, this is wrong. But you don't need the World War III technology to do that. So I think the World War III technology is always going to be there, and there's a premium why Ethereum mainnet will always worth so much. But then you don't have the same level of premium for other things that's just not as decentralized, as censorship resistant as layer 1. So I think we must differentiate the user experience impact of decentralization, the different grades, right? So like 50 shades of gray. And my view has always been like, for mega ETH, right, we're always going to optimize on speed. And we're going to take the minimum amount of decentralization because we want everyone to use mega ETH.
So let's talk a bit about the security and security implications. Are there, let's say, Ethereum is like a roll-up centric, has a roll-up centric roadmap. How do you think these roll-ups or the optimization for speed can affect the security of the network? Or how can we assure that it's sufficiently resistant to censorship or manipulation at all?
Okay, I'll go first. I think my sort of black pill on this is that when we launched Circuit, we actually roll-up engineering, especially when you try to do it. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
One team, one dream.
Like I think a lot of people assume that when you create a layer 2, you're just like using some RAS provider and you're spinning up some servers and you have a layer 2 now. And I think from our perspective, when we try to really focus on having good security and trust assumptions and engineering the rollup, we realize that it's better to just launch a centralized rollup initially and then decentralize it over time, as Arbitrum or anyone else has done, because launching a chain with good uptime and a sort of stable transaction environment is already difficult enough. And I think optimizing for decentralization too early on is actually not very good and could basically shoot you in the foot. For example, I get pitches for like decentralized prover or whatever all the time, but I'm like, we have to focus on improving what we already have for performance and not really adding more layers of complexity that could make the whole thing fall apart if they don't work properly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. We really took it to the extreme, right? Like mega ETH is forever going to be crazy fast. Being fast and performant is our one true North Star. So we're not planning to decentralize our sequencer at all, because the moment you decentralize your sequencer as layer 2, you're reintroducing consensus. At that point, you should just be your own layer 1. Like, you're not getting performance benefit from decentralizing at all. Instead, we're going to launch with a centralized sequencer, and we have rewritten the entire state trie of the Ethereum node, right? So for example, right now, you have all the optimistic rollup, you have the TK rollup, but no one has ever touched the performance bottleneck of a layer 2, which is the Merkle-Patricia tree. So my co-founder, who, I don't know, they went to Stanford, study 6 years. Another one went to MIT, study 6 years. They're all PhDs. And they figured out a way to rewrite the entire state trie. So now we are going to be the most performance layer 2 out there. And to double down on performance, we're never going to decentralize sequencer. Instead, we're going to have a rotational sequencer, which means that at any moment, you still have one centralized sequencer, but this rotates based on where you are. So from our perspective, we are taking the extreme approach. We are focusing on users. And we believe that the way that we are optimizing our chain is fundamentally beneficial to Ethereum because we're never going to leave Ethereum, right? We're actually bringing the users coming to the Ethereum network. I always joke that, Tarun, who's one of my investors, and when I met him for the first time, I said, yo, dude, why do you invest in Mega ETH? He said, Mega ETH is a real Solana. So we're going to out Solana in terms of performance.
I agree with that. User should be the focus. And here's another perspective is like, until something happens, until the blockchain freezes, the centralized exchange shuts down, then you see how important decentralization is and at what level, right? ETH is great, but there's different layers of operations currently. You have different ecosystem layer 3s, layer 2s, and then you have Ethereum layer 1. So if it bottlenecks, depending where it bottlenecks, then there's still a pain point, there's still a challenge. It still slow things down. We've seen it with a few blockchains that have stopped their chain, but maybe there wasn't enough capital, so it wasn't a big news. But imagine a bank that's operating on chain or something, a big financial institution, and then when things freezes and things don't happen, then you really realize how bad the problem is. So I think until things hurt, then you realize, hey, decentralization is not that important. But I think when we saw FTX collapse, everybody started trading on decentralization on perps platform that's on chain. So I think until it hurts or until there's pain points, then we realize, okay, is there a balance or is there a need of a balance?
I wonder if we're actually opening the gate to more problems, so if we're narrowing down the number of problems. This is a question that I've been asking myself for quite some time. We've been investing in a decentralized prover, decentralized sequencer, centralized sequencer. But what I've seen is, it's the same like in DeFi. We built governance tokens. Well, first there was DAOs. The DAOs were supposed to solve society and the universe, and they end up being a decentralized autonomous chaos that no one wants to even mention anymore. Then we went into DeFi and built governance tokens. I know because I was involved in VE Tokenomics, so then we incentivize people to accumulate the token for voting. Then we end up building an incentive platform, like what we call crowd bribing mechanism. I know because I built one of them, Vote Market. There's other platform like Angel Merkle distributing 5-10 million rewards per week to basically incentivize the direction of vote across different pool of liquidity, across different stablecoin, USDC, USDT. We're talking to all the people. It looks like we're replicating the European Commission or European Parliament, basically, like lobbying. And now that we're moving into layer 2, the question is, we don't really want to tap into decentralizing the sequencer because then we have to have another layer of consensus, and then we have to have another token, but then the reward mechanism and the incentive is too low for those people to operate, so then it means that they need to be centralized operations. But then you have MEV capability of people being able to extract value. And it is replicating always, so we're moving from layer to layers. And I wonder where we're going to be stopping. Because now we're thinking about provers, sequencer. What would be the next step? Maybe there will be something else coming, always. We did LST, LRT, restaking, staking. We've been complaining about traditional finance with exotic product and structured products. At the end, we don't really know what is going on. I think we're doing pretty much the same. Of course, it's on-chain, we can prove. But to which extent? And this is something that I always question myself, especially in Rect News, with the videos and movies that we make. It's a good question, because, as you said, you focus on speed, but who's going to use the sequencer? Even if you rotate, someone is going to have full control. And myself, as a validator on some big network, for example, I was on Avalanche, Polygon, etc. When you do arbitrage, sandwich attack, it's good. And this is going to be the same use case for people that are sophisticated trader and hedge fund, and we're gonna game the system. So it's more like a threshold between to where we are going to go, and are we opening the gate for more problems or narrowing down the problem? And so far, I haven't seen anyone being able to answer the question.
I just want to respond to the rotational sequence. I think you are right, and I've been through the same journey myself since I started Mega ETH, because the bigger you dig into, the more you realize that many things in a network needs to be specialized. So if you really look at DeFi, right, it's really the traders, it's the hedge fund, they will actually win over you. So folks, please do not trade because you will lose money. But even when we're thinking about our rotational sequencer, what we were thinking was, the rotational sequencer can follow the sun. If the sun is in the east, right, we should have the sequencer in Japan because that's where the activities are. When the sun is in the west, then you do the same. Then you're really maximizing efficiency. And this is where I think Mega ETH's performance really comes into play, right? I think about DeFi as an infrastructure. And if I don't do it, someone's going to be out there optimize the hell out of DeFi or decentralized finance infrastructure in crypto. And it might as well just be us.
Yeah, but this can be gamed quite easily.
The same as traditional finance.
AWS data center, you can spin up nodes, all different regions, and you can be picked up by the random sequencer
but that's good.
rotations.
That's good.
So I can be the one actually maybe extracting the value all the time, basically.
But I mean, we don't have to get into MEV, but it's going to exist, it's going to exist.
Okay. So you actually said something interesting with like the DAOs that were such a big premise of decentralization and became chaos. In some cases they work, but a lot of cases it was just like
I've seen less than 1%, yeah.
Sorry?
The only one that worked out are Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Most of them are pretty chaotic. Yeah. So decentralization as a concept is something that sounds very good, but then when you try to implement it, even like a lot of DAOs are actually controlled by the foundation because they hold most of the tokens and they control the shot, so it became centralized from a decentralized idea.
But it's also because I believe in order to accomplish the mission of a project, you need to be fully centralized. Otherwise, it's chaotic. And I think we've seen that over the past couple of years.
And maybe that's why in running like traditional companies, they don't use DAOs to do it, but more a centralized way.
Well, because the founders that have the idea in building the projects have a completely different incentive from the people using the projects. Short, medium, and long term. This is by premises, so it cannot work out.
Was the value of DAOs to be decentralized, or the value of DAOs to coordinate economically, right, in a decentralized way? So I think like if you look at the real world, like there are sort of examples of like decentralized things that have been very successful, but they still have some degree of centralization. Like you look at co-ops are the greatest example of this. There are co-ops for agriculture, co-ops for all kinds of things in the world, which operate within legal boundaries, and they have some sort of delegates that they appoint, and they've been very, very successful. There are co-ops out there that are bigger than the most centralized agriculture companies, right? So similarly, I think of like DAOs or anything else as a framework to coordinate value rather than, for the purpose of decentralization itself. And I think the more we tend towards the technological definition of decentralization, it's kind of like we just get lost in this maze where we optimize for ideology.
What's the biggest use case of decentralization right now? DAOs, delegating voting power to the person who's offering the best amount of money.
Yeah.
So we end up saying, okay, each people will be able to vote, but now everyone is actually delegating their voting power to someone that will vote for them because they are getting paid to do so. And at the end, it's just centralized voting power. It's exactly what's happening across all the products. There's not a single product that is not operating like that.
I think then those products don't need to be decentralized in the first place. We have to respect the market and respect people's behavior. I think about decentralization, especially from product perspective, as a phase, right? It's a phase to bootstrap what's the right market economics. So I often go back to what Airbnb and Uber does, well, especially Airbnb, right? In the beginning, it's like sharing markets, decentralized, but quickly you have people who come in and centralize the force for economy of scale. So I think decentralized matters in that initial phase. After that, centralized power must come in for the efficiency gain.
Mm-hmm. We have 10 seconds left, and I think we can talk for days and days about decentralization and what it means. And eventually, decentralization is what brought Bitcoin into existence, and that's like the promise, but the fact of the matter is that we're also in a tech scene, and speed and actual output is extremely important. So it's a battle that's constant, and it's also very, it's a philosophy. So thank you very much for your inputs, and thank you very much for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have consensus around decentralization versus centralization? No? Okay, so from L2 rollups, moving on to restaking. We have some specialists in the field on shared security that I'd like to welcome to the stage. Please give them a round of applause.
How's it going, folks? We missing one?
We got one more.
Okay, yeah.
The LRT, most important one.
All right, folks. How's it going? Name's Ben Rodriguez. I'm a senior protocol specialist here at Coinbase. Today we're going to be talking about restaking. So I want to set the tone a little bit for this panel. The thing is, right? I think one of my colleagues and friends, Aaron, yesterday had a keynote that said, "When does staking make sense?" Right? I believe whatever the title is for that, right? So it's everything that we're here right now. Like we understand this space. A lot of us are crypto natives, right? So then staking is still kind of hard for the quote unquote normie, right? Now, all of a sudden, we have this new primitive, or relatively new. It's been growing in popularity, right? And it just continues to grow in popularity, called restaking, right? So I want us to think about that framework of staking is still hard for the normal person, and in the context of now restaking. So I want to, before we get into the panel, I want to do some introductions first. Let's start with you, Freddie.
Thanks, Ben. Freddie Allen, Head of Business Development at Eigen Labs. We'll come back around and define what Eigen Labs and Eigenlayer is. Have been here for 5 months at Eigen Labs, came in through the acquisition of Rio. Rio was a pre-product launch LRT. And then I was 3 years at Coinbase with you, staking specialist on institutional sales team. Before that, I was leading business development at Bison Trails. Bison Trails was a market-leading validator operator. And then before that at Republic Crypto. So been in crypto for a while and been specializing in staking for a while.
Sweet.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Curtis Spencer, one of the co-founders of Electric Capital. We're a VC in the space. I'd say we're part VC, part research firm. We have a pretty large software development team. We do a bunch of on-chain analysis, run a few websites like Developer Report, NFT Pulse, CodeSlaw as well. I've known Freddie for quite a while, early customer of Bison Trails, so it's good to be on the journey with you all these years.
Thanks. So, hi, everybody. My name is Elvin. I'm with BitGo. Maybe a short one on BitGo first. BitGo is a security-first wallet infrastructure provider. We provide custody service to institutional investors, a couple of clients over here on the panel as well. As for myself, I've been with BitGo for about 8 months. I oversee the sales for Singapore and Australia. Prior to that, I actually spent 3 years at Copper, which is another custodian. So my life has always been in the custody space. And prior to that, I was in TradFi Goldman Sachs for about 8 years. Yep.
Hi, everyone. Amir from Puffer Labs. We work on development of Puffer protocol. So far, we're focusing on verticalizing infrastructure. And permissionlessness is our main target. Thank you.
Sweet, awesome. So let's start with what I talked about in the beginning of the intro, right? So people barely understand staking in general, right? So how do we get to a point where not only do they understand staking, but we're going to get into restaking? So why don't we each take a shot here and describe restaking as if, we're a bunch of normies in here. Anyone can start.
Kick it off? Yeah, go for it. So restaking is, a good way to think about it is reuse. So staking, You have a token, you point it or you stake it to a validator operator, and that validator operator secures the underlying network. For restaking, restaking says, hey, you've got a token and you're staking it. You can restake it, so you can not only secure one underlying protocol, like Ethereum, you can also secure a number of other protocols. So restaking, reuse.
So I want to hit back a little bit on that, right? I hear reuse, and we get Amir's is probably already like, yeah. We hear reuse, and suddenly we might be afraid in TradFi, maybe like rehypothecation or something like that, right? Now, so Freddie's like, no, right? But that's the thing, right? When people hear that, they might be afraid of something like that, right? So how do you hit back on that, Amir? You think you might have something there?
I'll start from dictionary, like Google stake, right? Having a stake in something means you can lose something. Let's start from there. There's something that can be lost. When we say proof of stake, meaning you prove to someone that you have something that you can lose. In context of Ethereum validators, you stake 32 ETH. You can lose it if you're dishonest. That's staking. Now, we created a bunch of things on top of that. Created liquid staking. The concept was, if you didn't want to put down 32 ETH, you weren't professional enough to run one of these validators, you didn't have time to upkeep these validators, you went to liquid staking. You got a liquid receipt for your position in staking. It can be very small amount. It can be, 0.01 ETH instead of 32 ETH. That's liquid staking. Now, an evolution to restaking, we often skip one step between staking and restaking, which is just programmable slashing. I know it's more fancy and complex, but instead of just being slashed for being Ethereum validator, imagine you can be slashed for any commitment or promise that you made. I put 10 Doge on the table here that I will stick through this panel till the end of it, right? Slash me if I didn't. That's programmable slashing. The idea of restaking is essentially sharing security. That ETH, well, it might scare people off, but sorry, it is what it is. That ETH that is protecting, for example, Ethereum validators, it's going to then be shared to protect other things, right? It can be slashed. That's restaking. So now, back from the start, staking, liquid staking, programmable slashing, and restaking. And now we have liquid restaking. For those who are not proficient enough, who can have enough ETH or can do the restaking operations themselves, instead of me putting these 10 Doge on here to stick in the panel because I'm professional, I collect the Doges from you guys in the audience. You give me one each, and I'll give you a receipt. Then I become the operator of these restaking operations. So it's programmable slashing operations. Restaking is different. So to me, that's probably the overall definition, starting from staking to restaking.
All right, I guess panel's done now. Anybody here want to contribute to that or anything like that?
I think there's other ways to look at it too. I think there's two main audiences for just the staking complex in general. There's the capital markets audience, and then there's also the compute and technical audience. And the capital markets audience, I think, actually really likes restaking because it's there's layers to the game, right? If you're a TradFi firm, you look at the ETFs. That's baby's first crypto, right? You get to start there, and then you're oh, well, now I can buy spot ETH and custody it. Now I'm a qualified custodian. Then they're whoa, well, actually I can get 3% yield on it. Okay, let's turn on staking. And then they're well, let's go out the risk curve. We can turn on restaking, earn even more yield. So I think you get that capital markets audience. That's how they look at this stuff. And then the technical audience, I think is more interesting, right? Because what we have is this beautiful security layer for financial transactions. But now we can add secure anything to Amir's point. And that's where you look at something like AWS. There's no security there beyond Amazon's reputation. If there's downtime, they take some egg on the face, they apologize, but they don't really have any true programmable stake there. And so imagine if you're GitHub, you can say, hey, I'm going to take some ETH security and say we're not going to go down. or you're like Anthropic or OpenAI, you can now like put real stake behind your system. And I think you'll end up having like much higher quality operators that keep the site up. So that, like, I think restaking is like this core base layer that lets us have like an always-on internet.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting.
Awesome, that was great. So I want to go deeper into that, and specifically I want to talk to you, Albin, about BitCo as a custodian, right? And so the thing is with restaking, right, the idea is that you're going to be able to extend the use of your staked Ethereum, right, to be able to protect potentially other networks, right? And these other networks may have their own tokens, right? And you might be getting rewards by like opting into protecting that specific AVS or actively validated service, that protocol. You're going to get rewards in like many different tokens. So for example, like, you know, at Coinbase, we run an operator and we have like 5 AVSs, right? We might have 5 different tokens. The thing is, from a custodian perspective, that kind of sounds like a nightmare, right? So how does like BitGo think about like, you know, restaking in that context?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think there's a huge fragmentation, but at the same time, it's the same case, right? It's the same case with POS as well. I think it started way back when staking came out for ETH, and from a custody point of view, we had to then think, oh, okay, there's like a bunch of validators out there, and you know, this bunch of clients is working with this bunch of validators, this bunch of clients is working with another bunch of validators. How do we address that problem? So we've taken on a very agnostic approach as much as possible. I mean, to say, we'll take feedback from our clients, we'll survey our clients as to, you know, which are the validators that they work with. We then try to integrate as many validators as possible. So I think from BitGo's lens, taking into context of restaking, it wouldn't deviate too much from this approach in the sense that we would look at what our clients are asking for. And I think in more practical terms, we have also recently integrated with, you know, the likes of Aggarwal and others as well. But I think it's a moving puzzle for us because things change so quickly, right? It could be a narrative on day 1 and then day 2 is something else. Or it could be another thing that is generating you. So at the end of the day, we would look at our client demand, what they're asking for, and sort of react accordingly to that. Yeah.
It's very interesting because, you know, so from Coinbase, we have Coinbase custody, right? And one of the biggest problems is being regulated by NYDFS. My colleague and friend Louis talked about that yesterday, right? Is that like there's going to be certain tokens that like, you know, whatever we opt into in AVS, and we just cannot accept that on platform because it hasn't been run through the process of NYDFS. So it's like a problem that, you know, we're trying to actively solve in general. And, you know, there's like, you know, a lot of like potential opportunity for that specific issue. So, you know, Freddie, I want to go to you, right? Because like you specifically would have to be able to kind of like, you know, sell like, you know, this idea to potential like institutions and all that fun stuff, right? How would you like present this to, you know, especially like, you know, bigger institutions that are much more conservative, like, you know, like for example, staked ETFs, right? They're probably not going to go for something like restaking maybe in the beginning, but like how do you like, you know, try to explain that value prop to like bigger institutions as time goes on?
We should pass this to Curtis, but
take a bit.
In the context of going back to the evolution of staking, I remember back in 2019, 2020, you start on an education cycle, and there's crypto native funds, there's crypto native institutions, and it just works its way through to more traditional asset managers and institutions. And the same thing will happen with restaking. You start on an education cycle, you inform them, you work with them, it gets tested, it gets battle tested, it becomes Lindy, and then it just works its way through the entire risk spectrum. So for restaking, it's a natural evolution of staking. We've started the education cycle with traditional asset managers and institutions, and it's performing more work, it's additional yield, but for funds, they're also taking a venture bet by restaking on the AVSs that they're securing. So it comes with natural evolution, and you're taking another venture bet on another protocol, another project.
I want to hear a little bit more from you, Curtis, on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think TradFi is going to be very excited about this because if you have 20 ETFs, like they're all going to be able to stake. But now you get differentiation. If like say you can say, hey, my ETF is the most degen one. We're gonna like restake to all the new operators, get all these new tokens, and you can get this like full risk spectrum. And like TradFi loves to be able to sell more products, right? And like a single ETF, you don't get that much differentiation.
Fair. I want to come back to you on specifically around AVSs, right? Like they're separate protocols, right? And you know, we've seen like going through the funding of like alt L1s and all that fun stuff, like you know, multiple billions of dollars of valuation and stuff like that, right? How does Electric Capital think in terms of like you know AVSs and maybe your possible investment into AVSs?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, we see a lot of AVS teams. I think what we look for is like what really benefits from being an AVS, and like what's a product that like DeFi protocols in particular can benefit from. Like examples would be like a liquidating protocol, like something that can make sure liquidators like are always running. That's something that we see in market today. So there's like the really like crypto native lens, and then there's things like, oh, can you have like a decentralized AI that's like always running? Which is like a little more future looking, and we try to just you know take the pitches from people trying different things. But I think a lot of our thesis is like try to find the things that have product market fit today, which we think DeFi is a big beneficiary there.
Yeah. Are we going to see multiple billions of dollars of valuation on AVSs?
Definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. No, that's
Especially where
interesting.
things are going.
I think we already do, don't we?
Yeah.
Is there? Okay, well,
I think
let's
so,
talk.
yeah.
I would like, if you're that AVS, I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just add something? It's categorizing the AVSs, right?
Yeah.
The AVS term was picked poorly, in my opinion.
Okay.
Just dApps. These are dApps. They have SLAs that can be slashed. And we are all in Web 2 familiar with SLAs, service level agreements. AWS goes out for you, you can go sue them, give you money for the amount of the things that you lost because they promised you that they run at certain speed. So like categorizing AVSs as their like tiny like applications on the side, I think was like sort of like a poor selection of words maybe. But they're just dApps that actually have active accountable SLAs. They mess up, they will lose money. Either the money will go to the user or they just lose money. And I feel like I would much prefer like categorizing them that. When we say AVS, we're going to just limit them to the little small corner of subcategory of Eigenlayer, Symbiotic, Carrick. But they're really like, they're dApps, they need slashing. The slashing and that SLA was provided to them by an architecture called Eigenlayer. So I would much prefer that if we just go back and say dApps.
I like where your head's at. I think the dApp ship has sailed though, and maybe there's something else like
we can
decentralized services.
Definitely pick it like word, because I feel like we really limited these applications to just one corner by saying you're just an AVS.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I think that let's change that. Let's call them dApps now. I'm making an executive decision. No. So Amir, back to you actually, because you know you are creating Puffer, right? You're the LRT, right? So the thing is, and every LRT will have maybe a different strategy, so to speak, of being able to, on their like set of operators, to be able to run specific set of AVSs, right? Or dApps, right? How does Puffer think about that specifically?
So as sort of an abstraction layer, this protocol, this community-led protocol, should decide where the user's security should be distributed. That's on the LRT side. We should have sort of like transparent committees, transparent DAOs to say, these are the active risks of these so-called AVSs, and these are what we are opting into. And on the strategy side, of course, like we would like to, at least for the general Puff ETH, which is our underlying LRT asset, take the most conservative path. This might be boring. This might come out as sort of a boring strategy, not with sort of like degen, YOLO, like opting in. But I think there are future solutions where you can have different tastes of LRT for your protocol. It's part of the different vault. You can have a YOLO vault versus a very conservative vault, where it has like less risk. That's on the LRT side. We are deploying our own AVS and our own rollup stack as well, which is served by that AVS. And right now we're going through a lot of actually like transparently defining the risks of that AVS and defining it for our own LRT. So really going through the whole like end-to-end process of like coming up with the risk. But yeah, that's how we are like measuring risk. We are partnering with research facilities, firms like Netherminds or like essentially gauntlets, like to actually find out what are the actual risks. And they would provide recommendations to our community, and they will make their educated guess based on that.
Isn't there an incentive, so this for everybody in the panel here, isn't there incentive to be able to, like, you know, if you want to maximize yield, right, the more AVSs that you will run, right? If, for example, like everything is just kind of like YOLO and all that fun stuff, like you'll just have like some operators running 100 AVSs or something like that, but then like someone that's more conservative may only be able to like run maybe 3 or 4 AVSs or something like that, right? Doesn't that like is a mismatch of incentives on like any side, specifically like operators and maybe custodians and stuff like that?
Yeah, maybe I'll take that one. I would say, yeah, today there's no slashing. So opt into all of it, basically, go all in. But once slashing comes alive, it's just risk. You're just compounding your risk. And one of these days, one of these like things might break. And also like, we don't want to like dive into the complexity of slashing. There's different types of slashing. There's shared security slashing. There's attributable slashing, where you have your own amount of like slashable asset not shared with another AVS. Those are all of the things that can compound and cannot compound. But I would say overall, yeah, you don't opt into all of it. You might be a more conservative like APR. You opt into all of it. Just wait for the day that everything collapses.
What about you? How do you guys think about it as a validator operator, all the AVSs coming through?
We're Coinbase. We don't want to fuck around and find out. That's why we like, you know, we do have an internal due diligence process, right? Like a memo process to be able to assess specific AVSs, what their actual value is. And this is actually a question for all of y'all after this. Specifically trying to figure out what the value might look like and if they're actually like something real. Right? But in the end, we're not going to be someone that like is going to just ape into everything. We're just not going to YOLO that. Even if there's multiple strategies or anything like that, we're not going to go for the YOLO strategy. So then that goes into what I was saying about like, you know, actually, I want to move to something else because like, I just see the time. Multi-asset restaking, right? Multi-asset restaking. Like now we've just enabled, so we had like, you know, ETH restaking, great. We have Eigen now, or the token, right? And I think it only supports EigenDA for now, but other AVSs can probably accept that. But now we have like multiple ERC20s that can be part of like that, right? Like so, I think maybe my question here is, how do we think about multi-asset restaking, the risks around it, and the value behind multi-asset restaking?
Yeah, I mean, I can take one aspect of it, like. I think I skew kind of anti too many tokens, and I actually like the simplicity of ETH and then potentially a stablecoin, because you're adding like more points of failure, especially if you take on a new asset, like you might require an oracle. There's just like a lot of additional complexity, and I think ETH, like when I think about the audiences, there's folks that want to take risks on AVSs for yield, and they don't want to take any volatility risk with Ethereum, and the stablecoin style product could work pretty well. And then I think there's people that want to be long ETH, and I think, you know, having ETH as this like money asset for the restaking world, it's just good for like the ETH asset class, right? So I'm probably anti going too deep down the like multi-asset route.
Yeah,
I'm sure other people take the other side.
Yeah, maybe slightly on the other side. I think we're quite excited about this kind of financialization stuff. More so because I think there's an interesting way for counterparties to also isolate some of the risk, right? So maybe an example would be, at least from a custody point of view, we actually arrange quite a lot of tri-party arrangements where a counterparty can actually engage a derivative structurer, and then they can post a collateral at a custodian. And then nowadays we're hearing interest from clients that they want to post more exotic collateral, right? Could be a yield-bearing collateral, could be a LRT nowadays, and then now it seems like there's multi-assets type of LRTs available already in the future. So I think this kind of increases the type of products that could be rolled out more in a more creative sense, right? I think, but of course it brings back a lot of memories back in like whether it's MBS, Ithiel's, you know,
That's fair, yeah.
2008. But again, I think if there's ways that you can isolate some of the risks, and if the counterparty is okay to take on the risk reward and the specifics behind the financialization of it, and then I think all is fair in the game.
Yeah, and I think it's a timing thing too, right? Because you take like DeFi, like 2 years ago, people were like going into like 100% APY like farms, but now people like see that and they're a little more suspect. There's like ways to like assess the risk, and I think with AVSs and multi-asset restaking, we're still like really early there. Like I think we need to go through like one cycle of it to like understand like where the risks actually are. Much like we have like really good audits now, formal verification on DeFi.
Yeah. I have a lot of other questions, but we only got a couple minutes left. So I do want to get into what I talked about earlier, where there's like the popularity of restaking, many different protocols across different ecosystems, right? We have like, and I know Clay might be in here for Babylon and stuff like that, and for Bitcoin, right? We have Symbiotic, Karak, whatever. And Jito and Solana, Solayer, right? So I want to talk to, and I want to hear a conversation between all of us about this, about kind of like, it feels like we just got like this into restaking, and now we have almost like restaking fragmentation, right? So I want to hear multiple perspectives from like, obviously from the custodian side, right, and so the investor side, right, on how we think about like, for a customer, for example, being able to like wrestle with that many options, right? Or even just, for example, a custodian being able to wrestle like, oh, do we add support for Symbiotic? Do we add support for this, right? So I want to hear kind of your thoughts around like kind of this like seemingly restaking fragmentation.
Can
Please,
I
Amir.
just address their concerns already? So I would say like they should look at this landscape as more of a, which AVS am I dealing with? I don't see a fragmentation. Let's say I'm just gonna give a Web 2 example. You have PayPal, it needs economic security. Why? Because if they don't, for example, withhold like moving your $10 to your friend, you have to punish them and like slash them for some amount of money. But they're also quite lucrative, and they've been honest. They can give you a lot of fees. You're gonna put money behind securing PayPal. It doesn't matter if PayPal uses the slashing architecture of Symbiotic or Eigenlayer or Karak or anybody else. You just go deploy to whichever location, whichever AVS that you're protecting. If there is a valuable AVS anywhere, I would say the mental model should be to go secure that AVS, regardless of it's an Eigenlayer, Symbiotic, Karak, or other things. That's in the eyes of an institution. In the eyes of an LRT, almost quite the same. If we do see that there is an opportunity on an AVS that is revenue generating, that we would like to deploy our users' funds for sort of like security of that asset, and it's going to have good returns for the users, we will go and pick that regardless of the underlying architecture. I think there is no fragmentation in my eyes because it's just an implementation difference. Symbiotic might do slashing differently than Eigenlayer does. It's not that you're bound to that protocol. It's just a smart contract that does their SLA upkeeping differently.
How do you think about that like today versus in the limit? Because in the limit, I agree with you, like after all of these protocols are like fully
So
baked.
right now, it's just a farming craze. They have tokens, just I want more of these free tokens. That's it, right? Because like the staking yield is so poor, it's what, like 2.9% right now. Everybody is after these airdrops. Today, people are just going to get that airdrop or whatever compound yield the native yield token of those protocols provide. But in a long term, when I'm talking like 5 years, like all these protocols, like it's like comparing like, it's, again, I keep saying this in every panel, like we shouldn't be selling the underlying infrastructure. Sure, sell it for the free token airdrops, but don't sell it in the long term. No software developer sells AWS or GCP. It's just there. It's an architecture. The software is running on it. Why do we care, right? And that's the philosophy that we should go in the long term, but today I would say it's just fueled by farming.
Pushing back a little bit on that, right? So coming from maybe an implementer's perspective, right? Yes, the architecture is a choice that we have to like dedicate resources to, right? Like, AWS versus GCP. Like if we're running on AWS and we're like, oh, we can't, like we have to implement GCP, that's an implementation thing that we need to like dedicate resources to, which is why I framed it as like potential fragmentation, because something that might necessarily be done for Eigenlayer be a little bit different than Jito on Solana, for example.
Yeah, well, I would encourage you as service provider to the funds to integrate everything. Because like basically you're the infra side. When you're sitting on the infra side, integrate everything. Your request might comes in that your customers, like liquid funds, they don't know what where Jito is, for example. They're like, oh, Jito is generating good money. I want money out of Jito. Coinbase, do Jito me, Jito for me, right? So you guys, as infrastructure side, are like encouraged to do AWS, GCP, like everything. So when a fund comes to you, you're like, I'm ready. Let's go.
Cool. Anybody else have any thoughts on? So then last thing, with the 40 seconds that we have, is restaking the evolution of staking in the sense that everybody's going to be restaking in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitable.
It's inevitable?
Yeah, if yield's there, people will go after it. Not everyone will, but that's like by design.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. The risk.
Yet to be determined.
Yet to be determined.
Risk adjusted.
Risk adjusted. Yeah. All right. Everyone, thank you so much for joining this panel and being here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Good job.
All right. Okay, so next up we have a fireside. I feel like the two panelists need no introduction. I'm going to introduce them anyway. We have Cami from The Defiant and Keone, the co-founder of Monad. I'd like to welcome them both to the stage. Give them a round of applause, please. Also, there's seats at the front here, so please come forward. You can come forward and make space in the room. Let's get it started.
Hi everyone, and thanks so much Staking Summit for having us. Excited for this fireside chat with Keone from Monad Labs. So Monad Labs is building the Monad blockchain, which describes itself as the most performant EVM compatible chain. So let's start just by talking about the elements or the innovations that allows Monad to have this high performance.
Yeah, sounds great. Great to be here. Thanks to Adam and the whole Staking Rewards team for having us here. My name's Keone, co-founder and CEO of Monad. Cami, to your question about the major innovations, thank you. Yeah, Monad is really a technology project that is introducing new architecture to the EVM and to Ethereum to enable a much higher level of throughput than what we have right now with existing EVM chains. So there's sort of four major areas that I want to mention really briefly. The first is MonadDB, which is a new database for storing Ethereum Merkle tree data much more efficiently. You can think of it as basically going from log 2 efficiency to log 16 efficiency, just from having the Ethereum Merkle tree natively stored on disk, as opposed to having indirection from storing it inside of another database. The second improvement is optimistic parallel execution. This is enabling a lot of parallel execution while still preserving the same interface as Ethereum right now, where there are no access lists. There's just a block with a bunch of transactions where each transaction is a function call against a smart contract. So no interface changes, which we think is really important for end users. The third improvement is asynchronous execution, basically decoupling the problems of consensus and execution from each other and enabling separate swim lanes for both of those. This is a massive improvement for execution throughput because we're going from using a small fraction of the block time for execution to using the whole block time for execution. And so for context, Ethereum has 12-second block times, but the rough budget for execution is about 100 milliseconds, which is 1% of that 12 seconds. So going from using 1% to using 100% is a massive improvement. And then lastly, there's Monad BFT, which is a really performant consensus mechanism. It's proof of stake. It's a derivative of hot stuff and DM BFT, and it's enabling really performant consensus while also maintaining a high degree of decentralization.
Okay, and then what's the result of all these innovations for the end user? Like, how much improvement will Monad have, or is Monad expected to have versus Ethereum in terms of TPS?
Yeah, I think the cool thing about these different innovations is that they stack on top of each other. And whenever you have orthogonal improvements that can actually stack, that's where you can get really significant speed-ups. So in our testing, we've seen well over 10,000 TPS of throughput while testing using Ethereum's history. So basically just replaying the same transactions that we see in recent blocks in Ethereum, at block 18 million or block 19 million, replaying that through the Monad test network over 10K TPS, which is about 1,000x, maybe a little bit less, like 800x improvement.
So we've been comparing Monad to Ethereum. How does Monad fit in the blockchain ecosystem? Are you placing yourself as an Ethereum competitor?
No, we're not. I think at the end of the day, there's several different completely orthogonal methods to scaling. And one of those is the roll-up scaling mechanism, aka vertical scaling. We've also seen people focusing on raising data availability throughput or trying to implement forms of dank sharding or sampling-based DA prior to Ethereum's own innovation of implementing dank sharding. That's another vertical, but we really see Monad as another vertical that is completely orthogonal in terms of introducing a new database, introducing optimistic parallel execution, introducing more like software architecture improvements that are internal to the client, as opposed to having the architectural improvements which are related to different systems that are composing on top of each other.
Okay, so this panel is about monolithic chain structure. Ethereum's roadmap and its execution has been through layer 2s as a way to scale. But it sounds like you are proposing scaling through native layer 1s, through like monolithic chains. Can you talk about this debate or narrative of scaling through layer 2s versus scaling through monolithic chains?
For sure. Yeah, I think it's interesting because the development of any new technology takes a long time, and during that period of development, because it's Web3, we're communicating about the design principles and sharing the high-level architecture and talking about some of these concepts ahead of time, ahead of the mainnet. So I think in a parallel universe, like in the Web2 space, like a team would just go out and build it completely, issue it, or like release it to the world, and start getting more and more customers and users and so on. And then over time, other projects, the other competitors or what have you, like other projects in the space would start to implement some of those ideas. But because we're in the Web3 space, we actually start sharing the ideas ahead of time. And more generally, like Monad is closed source right now. Like you can't just go to our GitHub and look at it, but at the code. But after the mainnet, when the code is open source, then any subsequent development basically just happens out in the open. And so I think the interesting thing is that a lot of these ideas that we're talking about now, like we'll just take one example, asynchronous execution. So this idea of separating consensus and execution and having nodes only come to consensus about the official ordering of transactions and not having the Merkle root of that list of transactions, like the consequent state post those transactions, not having that in the block, right, in that same block. This is an idea that we've proposed and that now is gaining, I think, more and more interest in the Ethereum community. There is an ETH research post about this idea of like trying to delay execution by a little bit so that we can use the full block time for execution as opposed to only a small fraction of it. So I think at the end of the day, regarding Monad's role in the Ethereum research space, my goal, and I think my team's goal, is just to contribute to Ethereum scaling. We want to see some of these architectural improvements that I mentioned making their way back to Ethereum as well. And one way of doing that is by proving it out in the wild and showing that we can get much higher throughput with a fully decentralized layer 1 blockchain with hundreds of nodes participating in consensus that are fully geographically distributed, like no games around putting all the stake weight in like one region or stuff like that, things that we see happening right now. Prove that this is possible, but then also we want to see some of these changes be reflected in Ethereum as well.
Do you think is the main benefit of scaling through monolithic chains versus layer 2s, is it decentralization, basically? Like layer 2s right now, most of them have centralized sequencers, and the roadmap is to eventually decentralize them. But essentially, right now, layer 2s are relatively centralized versus what a layer 1 can bring. It seems like what you're pointing towards, like that's essentially the main difference between both models.
I think that decentralization is the reason why we're all here. We all believe in, I think we all believe in the power of not having a centralized authority that's maintaining, all of the dollar balances or all of the machine state. The fact that we have technology that can enable that power to be completely distributed amongst a large number of validators, that technology is what is enabling people to now build new applications or people to build new businesses where they can just onboard users. Basically, users already have wallets or already onboarded into this system and you can immediately just start interacting with the app and have built-in payment rails and just this built-in financial system. That's the benefit of a decentralized system. And I think it's always, like in my mind, it's always about technology enabling decentralization, and that should always be the core goal. So for Monad, our job is to build new architecture that makes the technology more powerful so that then we can enable a larger degree of users that are using this decentralized system. So yeah, to your point about layer 2s, I have nothing against layer 2s. I think it's, it's a different model of scaling that is focused on building these trustless bridges between different blockchain environments. But there definitely needs to be a lot more work done on decentralizing layer 2 sequencers. I think it's in a lot of folks' roadmaps, but we don't see a lot of things live right now, and it's still quite a ways away. So I would say that Monad is a very pragmatic approach to getting the most out of the hardware, getting the most out of the SSD, building a database that can take advantage of capabilities of this hardware so that we can have much higher throughput rather than just relying on, for example, one centralized sequencer that is really high hardware requirements, so that instead anyone can run a node, anyone can have access to that state.
Right. Okay, and then in that line, how does Monad versus layer 2 impact stakers and validators?
Right. Yeah, I think that it's really great to be here today in front of the broader staking community, because it's really clear that there's so many folks that have put in so much effort into helping to make decentralization pragmatic, to make decentralization possible, and that only comes from having hundreds or thousands of great validator entities that are securing networks. And one big thing is that with layer 2s, because they literally have a centralized sequencer run by generally whoever built that rollup, there's not a role for validators in those systems, and we can't take advantage of all of the work and all of the innovation that's gone into building up amazing validator platforms. So yeah, I think that the layer 1 approach is really about building better technology that can take advantage of all of this work that everyone here in the room has done.
And to wrap up, what are the milestones that we should be expecting from Monad, and when are you planning to launch mainnet?
Yeah, our team is hard at work right now doing some more integration testing with third-party infrastructure providers, indexers, RPCs, things like that. But we're making a ton of progress and currently have an internal DevNet with about 30 different validator entities running nodes there. So we're progressing toward opening up to a public testnet where anyone can just hit the public RPCs. In the meantime, right now, there's just a lot of testing going on. But I think it's safe to say that we expect the main net early next year.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Keone.
Awesome.
Pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. So, yeah, next up, we have a representative from a Goliath ecosystem that we haven't had at the summit before, I believe. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Romain from Input Output, the main contributor to Cardano, and he is the Chief Technical Officer. So yeah, everyone give it up for Romain.
Nice music. How are you doing? You don't see the slides. Maybe it's me. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm Romain Pellerin. I'm the CTO of Input Output. We are a Web3 venture studio and a blockchain protocol development company, research and development company. Today I'm going to talk about Cardano's liquid staking and partner chain framework. Sawani, Yindi, Tidai, Yugap, Kunwani. Sorry for the pronunciation. So basically I'm very happy to be here. So who's Cardano? Cardano is top 10 by market cap, obviously. We have 1,300 projects building on Cardano, from wallets, from tooling, DEXs, DAOs, games. So I will use a lot of we today because of Intersect. So we Intersect, the member-based organization that regroup 1,500 builders and members from the Cardano ecosystem. We are the #1 open source contributor on GitHub on blockchain protocol development, very frequently. And basically Intersect encompasses special interest groups for wallets, DEXs, etc. Technical working groups for the core protocol development, so the ledger, the networking, the consensus, the smart contracts, etc. And Intersect is proposing a product vision, roadmap, and a budget for Cardano 2025. So what's up with Cardano? So since 2020, we released 7 major upgrades, hard forks. I joined in 2020. And Cardano is now governed by ADA holders. So we just deployed the liquid stake-based tricameral democracy. And we are going to have full governance actions activated by the end of the year. I will present what that is after. Cardano is scalable through state channels like clients and side chains that we call partner chains. I'll also zoom on this one. It's interoperable with Bitcoin and ZKPs in general through the support of SCCP and BLS crypto primitives. It's programmable. Yes, Cardano has smart contracts. We actually developed the eUTXO standard, which is an extension of Bitcoin UTXO for smart contracts. We have native assets. We don't need to have a smart contract to mint a token on Cardano, nor an NFT. It's a base capability of the protocol. It's decentralized. We have a provably secure proof of stake consensus. We have liquid staking, so you can move your ADA at any time. It's always in your wallet. It's not locked. We have a full peer-to-peer networking protocol, which is robust and secure and implemented for Haskell stack. So some numbers now. Robust and secure, indeed, 2,200 days of uptime, 0 failure, 0 failed transaction. I think that's remarkable. 90,000 smart contracts on chain, 160,000 native asset policies, 700 million TVL ADA, growing as the curve shows. It's scalable. Through Hydra, you can reach 850 TPS. through state channel. We actually implemented Doom, the game, that you can access in the link below. Just to prove the performance, we were registering basically each frame of the game in the channel. We have 5 billion ADA participating stake on Mithril, which is our light client solution. So basically, you don't need to run a full node. You are just querying Mithril for your transaction. It's decentralized and liquid. So again, liquid staking. We have no locking in Cardano. You have your ADA at any time, right? We have a positive game theory. There's no slashing in Cardano for validators. We have 3,200 stake pools actually block producing. 70+% of ADA is actually staked. And 1.3 million delegated wallets. So that donut shows the decentralization of the stake and the stake pools. And Messari actually released a piece on showing that Cardano is well distributed across the different cloud providers, as well as on-premise. So we love decentralization, and we launched the EDI, which is an index to measure the decentralization of blockchain in general. It's open source. We're contributing several blockchains implementation, but you can add yours and benchmark yourself against that index. So 7 metrics. I took 4 here. The Nakamoto coefficient, which is the minimum set of entities that control more than 50% of the stake. 60+ for Cardano. The Gini coefficient, which is measuring the inequality in block production. The Thiel index, which is measuring the lack of diversity in your node population. And HHI, which is basically the market concentration. In all those indexes, Cardano comes first, so we are by the most decentralized blockchain today, potentially the most. Cardano is profitable even through a long bear market, as you can see. 10% ROI recently, 1,000% at all-time high. It's sustainable. We have a treasury on chain. It's growing at every epoch with block rewards and transaction fees. So that's currently representing 1.5 billion ADA, valued at $500 million, and up to 1.8 billion when at ATH. So Cardano is self-sustainable. We can develop the protocol thanks to the treasury. Governed by ADA holders, so I come back to the tricameral word I said before. We have 3 main bodies, the delegated representative. So as a user, as an ADA holder, you can delegate your voting power, your stake, to a representative. Stake pool operators are actually central in the governance mechanism of Cardano, and the Constitutional Committee is checking if the action that is submitted is actually compliant to the Constitution. So when a user submits an action, it can be an update of the Constitution, a proposal for upgrading the protocol, changing a protocol parameter, or withdrawing funds from the treasury. Then those 3 bodies vote. The action is ratified and enacted or expires. What's next for Cardano? So 5 pillars. First, scalability. So Peras is going to accelerate the finality, faster finality for Cardano. So basically bringing the finality down from 10 minutes to 1. Leos is higher throughput. So potentially 100x more TPS on Cardano. We have an agenda for ZK and optimistic rollups with Hydratail in particular. The second pillar is extensibility. So through partner chains that I'm going to present later, you can extend the feature of the core protocol without modifying it. We are proposing a modular and polyglot node implementation to reduce the barrier to entry in our ecosystem. In terms of interoperability, partner chain, again, thanks to shared security, can bring trustless interoperability. In terms of usability, we actually propose bubble fees. Bubble fees is basically a user can use dApp tokens to pay for the fees and doesn't need to hold ADA. Hybrid apps, which is for dApps developers, how to leverage other blockchain without directly interacting with them. And finally, privacy, identity, and right tech. Midnight is a partner chain dedicated to privacy and data protection. Hyperledger Identius is self-sovereign identity and is very useful for real-world asset authentication. So what's a partner chain? A partner chain is a partnership between two ecosystems. So if you want to launch a new blockchain or you want to launch a new feature, you can create a partner chain. Then you can borrow Cardano consensus security. You can secure your token supply on Cardano. You can just transfer the epoch rewards, if, for example, to reduce the attack surface of your new blockchain. And basically, it increases your network effect because you have you are launching through an existing ecosystem. For Cardano, the benefits is new features can be added without core upgrade, and that represents additional revenues for stake pool operator and their delegators, and basically is growing the ecosystem. Midnight is our new partner chain that we launched in 2025. It's a ZKP native blockchain protocol. It provides advanced privacy, selective disclosure, compliance for Cardano. It's operated by Cardano SPOs. The Night token supply is secured on Cardano, and SPOs and delegators earn a Night token. And the Midnight network governance is done on Cardano. Lastly, a partner chain, if it integrates more than two L1s, becomes the natural glue for interoperability. So that's my cherry on the cake today. That's something I believe personally in. Basically, when you have mixed validation, shared security, you can carry proof from your proof of inclusion of the transaction to the partner chain from your own L1, and then the other L1 can do the same, and then you have common incentive to actually behave properly. It's diversifying revenues for all stake pool operators, and it increases network effect for all. COP, this one I don't remember, sorry. And I'm out of time, so thank you.
So where's the energy in the room, everyone? Come on, we need some energy. Make some noise. So we have the after party later as well. Make sure you come to that. We're all gonna have a great wind down together. And yeah, next up we have a Bittensor validator. So gonna be super interesting. We have welcome Adam from Roundtable 21. Give it up for him.
Hey everyone, thank you very much. It is the second last keynote of the event, and I know that it's all been a little bit long, so hopefully we can have a bit of a laugh. So yes, I am from Roundtable 21. We are a validator on the Bittensor network. Hey, cool, the button works, that's a good start. So before we really get into what Bittensor is, I should probably mention a little bit about what validating on the darn thing is like. Most of the time, I mean, there's a lot of people in this room who have run validators before. You'd normally go out there and go, okay, you'd give Darius a bit of a buzz there over at Cherry Servers, and you go, oh, I need a new box. 10 minutes later, you're up and running. With Bittensor, it is a little bit different. You do need to call in some compute reinforcements. In total, this is just for our validator. Other validators that are also running on all subnets, there is a couple of them, are running similar sort of equipment. So that's, yes, 968 vCPUs, 1.9 terabytes of VRAM. That is a lot of bloody GPUs. 5.4 terabytes of RAM and 69 terabytes of NVMe. Nice. Right, so as for Bittensor itself, every man and his dog has tried to explain this thing, and every time it takes several hours to do so, so I'm going to try to Eli 5 the hell out of it. It is an incentive network to Ducken. It is a multiple stack of different incentive networks all working together through UMA consensus. So the first part of that is the subnets. So this screenshot was from about a week ago when we started, already out of date. There's already new ones. So essentially at the heart of Bittensor, you want to build something cool in AI. It could be an indexer, a pre-trainer, a bunch of waifus, whatever floats your boat. So you want to register a subnet on Bittensor. At the moment, it'll cost you about $1 million worth of tau. That's about 2,000 tau to have to lock up. Bit of a pretty penny. That when you've locked up, it's then your responsibility to write the subnet code that the validators such as myself will run, and the code that your miners will run as well, which they will be ideally being improving on as it goes to build better models and do whatever the hell it is you're trying to do on your subnet. So, as a validator, it is my job to evaluate the output of all of these subnets, which is why, when you end up on all of them, that you end up with such a crazy amount of resources. But then on top of the ability for then, as validators, to be looking at all of these different miners and saying who's doing a good job, who's doing a bad job, and how we're going to reward it accordingly, the validators have one other job, and that is to decide who gets the emissions. So which one of those subnets gets how much of the pie each day. So validators go through and they run a command that looks like that, which makes an output that looks like that, and it works out which one of the now 53 subnets, it's up to 64 is the limit, so if you want to get anything done, quick join, then it decides which way all of the rewards go. And so all of the different validators vote, and through human consensus, it works out what's going on where. Part of that problem is it means it's about 24 people, a little bit less than that are deciding where everything goes. And if we're going to be decentralizing decentralized AI, first step is to start the decentralization process of deciding where the bloody money goes. So what we've just done is we've launched a little bit of a democracy in action process where people who delegate or stake their tau with us, in addition to earning a very nice APY, which is always lovely. So to the restake guys who were just talking before, but you don't actually need to do that here, just auto compounds, lovely. Where you can go through and decide which one of the different subnets you think should actually be getting the emissions. And so similar to what you might see in more of a Cosmos style voting process, where sorry about that, lads. The more that you've got staked, the stronger that your vote is, and then for the balance of the vote, that's what we as the validator operator are then trying to evaluate who goes where. Because the majority of the votes, yeah, they tend to be for themselves. So it's important to have everyone that has any tau, it is your right to vote, but then as a validator operator, it is our duty to vote. So if you want to try that out, head over to staking.roundtable21.com. Next thing is trying to bring more developers in. Developers. Don't worry, I won't start bouncing or singing. So for that, we have partnered with our mates over at General Tau Ventures and Contango Digital to help them scale their incubator program. So if anyone here has a team and wants to launch a subnet, you're trying to figure out exactly what to do, let me know, and I can help put you in contact with the people of what to do next. I believe they're also doing a raise as well, so a little birdie told me. If you're interested in that, give me a shout. Next thing, of course, everyone can try and run a validator, but most of these damn things, you end up going, hey, it's all on AWS. Or as we found with Solana a couple of years ago over on Hetzner, where 30% of the network was on Hetzner, and then one day they just decided, no. Then a huge chunk of the network went down. We decided, okay, what can we do about that? What can we do as a validator that's different? How can we make decentralized AI decentralized from a hardware perspective? And for that, we decided to build a geographically and geopolitically distributed data center that is an underground, indestructible Bittensor validator bunker in, let's just say, rural Eastern Europe, somewhere very nice. Now, to build an underground apocalypse-proof bunker, you first must start with a hole, a very, very big hole. Here's one wild communist for scale. Then, of course, you add concrete. Lots and lots of concrete. Yes, those are the walls. A lot of concrete. There's an old Russian saying, if it can't take a Russian tank shell to the face, you haven't got enough concrete. Oops. Then, of course, next you add 80 kilowatt generator, 120 kilowatt transformers, some very, very big high voltage lines, 10,000 volts of, do not touch that, And of course here, for whatever reason, we are also digging a 670-foot deep well for our own water source. I don't quite know when we became preppers, but them's the breaks. Next, of course, you surround the entire thing by a 15-foot reinforced concrete brick wall on a 6 to 8 foot deep base, snow-capped in the winter, defended by warrior cows in the spring. And of course, you finally get to come inside of the whole thing. You head downstairs through outer bunker door number 1, outer door bunker number 2, and outer door bunker number 3. Of course, this part of the world, it gets very bloody cold in the middle of winter. So of course, one needs a little bedroom, bathroom, and kitchenette to keep themselves alive. Oh, there's a kitchenette. And then a tech bay work area to actually build the darn servers in the first place. When we get inside, 80 kilowatts worth of UPS there and batteries. Again, another wild communist for scale. He did protest the use of this photo and said, no, don't judge me, I'm only using a Windows PC because I didn't have my dongles for my Mac. And then, of course, you leave him to set up all the server racks whilst you take photos. And, of course, because there's a bunch of Russians in the middle of nowhere, you have to add yourself a steam room, a sauna, and a dipping pool, because what else do you do when it's negative 20 in the morning? So, that is the basis of what you can do if you want to build a validator that is a little bit different. Make sure that when everything is decentralized, that it means not just decentralizing stake, not just decentralizing nodes, but decentralizing all of that beautiful, beautiful compute as well. So, if you want to know any more about Bittensor, I could go into it for hours. If you ask me, I will go into it for hours. You have been warned. Please feel free to approach me. If you'd like to know any more about GTV and how to get involved in what's going on there, absolutely once as well. And yeah, that's a lot of compute. Thank you very much, and I think that's pretty much everything and our time.
Yo, who enjoyed that? Hands up. I need to see some energy in the room as well. We're getting towards the end of the day. I hope you've all had a coffee. We're not slowing down. Yeah, the next title is very dystopian. I'm really interested to see how it's going to go down. I'd like to welcome Misha to the stage from Symbiotic. Crypto is heading towards extinction. Welcome to the stage.
Hey everyone. Yeah, the title is interesting because we are. Like each time something bad happens to the industry, we kind of knew that this is going to happen. Each time the new exchange takes like 60% of the market and like they're really successful and really rich all of a sudden, we inherently know like it's going to be a new MTGOX, it's going to be a new like FTX. They're going to like roll us somehow. And when we have a breach that's like really cheap and really fast, when we have, I don't know, like centralized solutions that are gonna give you like 16, 15, 19 percentage points, like percents in APY for USD flavors, we kind of know that something's up. Everything that it has in common is that we sometimes, as far as I can see it, lose the understanding why we are here. Like none of you in the audience would have a job here, like that I hope you really love, if there was a way to just for one judge somewhere in 2010 to just issue one order and like close Bitcoin. Just like the system is really subjective. So the reason why you have jobs right now is because Bitcoin was unstoppable. You couldn't find a person that like you need to talk to or jail or like intimidate or do something with like for him that he stops this protocol. There was no single point of failure. And yeah, we moved like really far from that, especially recently. We prioritized UX in a lot of ways. like user experience. So you get quicker withdrawal, you get like fast finality, you get something that's really nice to have, but you need to sacrifice something. You need to launch on multisig, you need to use like proof of authority network or something. And like it counters the mission a bit because we have redundancies in crypto. And redundancies on a scale that's not known to centralized finance. So every fintech protocol would kill themselves if they need to spin up 1 million validators just to start. It's impossible for them. They have like a few servers, and the servers are going to be always faster than what we have to offer. Our value proposition is that we are unstoppable. Your money are not subject to any local or like federal or like any other government. Your money are like they're handled by the protocol that doesn't have one single point of failure. So like why with like multi-chain hack, right? They just found the guys that were like on multisig. With the Operation Choke Point, that was a like coordinated effort by many governments to stop. If Bitcoin wasn't as resilient as it is, it would have stopped it immediately. So like we know for a fact that this is an actual risk for every like big protocol. If you have multisig, if you have like 5 people or 3 persons deciding to pull the lever, it's gonna be pulled eventually. So why do we do that? I mentioned UX improvements. You just get better user experience. Because you have like one sequencer that like can issue immediate confirmations on your transaction. You have like one I don't know node or like a set of like 5 proof authority nodes that operate your bridge. Your bridge is going to be quick. So UX part is really important. The other part is that it's really hard to start decentralized. It's really hard to start like it's not about like protocols being greedy or something. It's enormous journey to start your protocol from the point of decentralization. You want to retain some control. You want to have like some training wheels available to you for the start. And it's really hard. It's really expensive. So people, a lot of the times, they decide to skip that step and like to do it like version 2.0, which is really dangerous. Not because it's like it's going to immediately destroy their protocol. The danger here is that it's going to normalize this behavior. This behavior should be punished by the industry. We need to understand that this is a strength. This is the only basic strength that we have. Be it like making someone else's grandmother derivative trader or people just paying for services where the banking system is not working correctly. Doesn't matter. Like we need to provide those people with a certainty that some order somewhere or like some, I don't know, corruption somewhere within the ranks of the protocol leaders or anyone else would not affect you. So like we've built Symbiotic to counter that, to create an environment where we can innovate, where we can try new things, onboard new people, test ideas, but from the place of security and safety. How can this be achieved? Yeah, first we need one roof. One really, really amazing and like secure roof for people to build their frameworks, to build their ecosystems on top of. So we don't have any more like siloed research. What that means is that you go through your decentralization journey and you're alone in that. You can like read some research articles, you can, I don't know, speak at the research forums, go to Discords and try to like analyze from the failures of others how you should approach that, but it's still your journey. You can document it, you can post blog posts on that, but there is still a lot of like internal thinking that is not going to be available to everyone. So everyone goes to the decentralization journey like alone in a lot of ways. They need to like figure out how to acquire a good validator set, how to like determine the terms of like the staking and the issuing curve and everything like that. If everyone is doing that on the same roof, next Oracle network, next FHE network or threshold network or interop or fast finality will have a direct, clear example. Like those people already did that. So the next one is going to be like innovating on a much like quicker pace. Capital inefficiency. For some protocols, say pre-confirmations, it's almost impossible to run without restaking, because for each validator you need like one. Even if you need one Ethereum in like slashable portion of it, you'll need for 300,000 validators you need 300,000 ETH, and you need to like provide enormous fee model for that to be sustainable anywhere, and it's really hard to start. So capital efficiency of restaking will solve that as well, by just making the same stake work multiple times. Operator sourcing. Again, I mentioned that, super inefficient. You need to go to every one of those and talk to them and like try to figure out what the best set for you. Do I have enough? Do I have little? Like, you need to do a lot of homework for that, and you need to do a lot of one-to-one conversations. Shared security protocol can solve that. You can get the best set for your direct application because it's going to be different from like ZK coprocessor to, I don't know, Oracle network again. And like we already have that. It's not all doom and gloom. We already have like a lot of initiatives helping people to launch in a safer manner. We still need to have, like, we still have a huge road ahead of us if you want to like try to minimize at least. I'm not hoping that we're gonna like just pass through the next extinction event. No, we need to be ready to like absorb the most damage that it can do. Yeah, decentralization is a barrier. Yeah, we have like with this job we created for this job we created a protocol that basically can alleviate most of the pains without vendor locking you to something, without you being subordinate to some other DAO, without any drawback that you can think of. Pure functionality. Come to the light side. Come to us, and like let's start in a safe environment. Let's start decentralized from the beginning. It will, like, we already have a code to reuse. We already have like a operator approach that's gonna work for you. We have resolver networks, which is gonna be enormously powerful. Resolver networks, they protect you from the start to the beginning of your like decentralization journey. It's basically a mechanism for you to still retain control, but not the control that can like push the lever and destroy your protocol, but the control if you have bugs, if you are like concerned with something that's, you need to test things out in production, because a lot of people do. You're gonna be protected by the architecture. We have quite like, yeah, we added from this point that I prepared slides, we added like a few. But yeah, the ecosystem of people that build decentralized and start decentralized is growing. And each of those, like, I don't know, we have like a few primitives for each use case for decentralization. And each one of those will pioneer the way for everyone else to be safe. So again, it's much easier to prevent those things than just to like, and to be really, like, really truthful to yourself, first of all. You all work in fintech. But your fintech, the difference between your fintech and the guys that are incubated by Morgan Stanley is that you deal with an enormous redundancy. You deal with things that are like built to survive bombs. They're not. They're fine. Like if they need to be closed, their approach is opposite. They need levers. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do business. For us, we need to get rid of levers. The earlier, the better. Good.
Give it up. Yeah, big thanks to Misha. Yeah, let's get some energy in the room. Loiterers at the back, you can come forward. There's chairs here. Don't be shy. Yeah, so our next and final panel of the day and of the event, actually, we have some pitches later, which are Shark Tank style pitches, which are going to be coming after this panel and the next fireside. So stick around for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. We're back onto shared security. We're talking about restaking and AVSs. Welcome to the panelists. Give it up.
No worries.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us on the last panel here at the Staking Summit. We're honored, and really is such a great event again put together by the Staking Rewards team. So thanks for that. Thanks for having us. Thank you. I think basically I'm Felix. I'm the head of ecosystem at Symbiotic, and I'm here with a bunch of teams building in the shared security restaking space. So I'm really excited to ask a few questions, about the future of it, the current state, and what makes it tick. So maybe we can start with a short round of intros. So maybe Gaia, you can begin and talk a little bit about you and your project.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, I'm Gaia, CEO and co-founder of Byzantine Finance. Byzantine builds permissionless restaking vaults across protocols and across chains so that anyone can handpick and build their portfolio of AVSs across basically anything restaking.
Awesome. Yeah, Noam, please.
Hey, my name is Noam. I'm one of the co-founders of Hyperlane. Hyperlane is an interoperability protocol allowing any chain in any environment to be connected to any other chain and environment. And so I think our goal is to ultimately have Hyperlane connect all of the block space that is being created and rapidly expanding.
Hi, I'm Prabal. I'm one of the co-founders of Avail. At Avail, we are building a modular application development stack which combines the best-in-class data availability, multi-asset shared security, and interoperability layer as well.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Andrew, and I'm CTO of the House Network. It's a blockchain, layer 2 blockchain based on the Polygon ZK EVM. Yeah, and we try to provide a native yield for new guys who really wanted to enjoy Web3 but don't know how it works, don't know how to interact with DeFi. So.
All right, awesome. So I wanted to start by sort of starting from kind of the title of the panel and basically clearing up a few sort of terminologies. So obviously we've been in this industry. This industry has existed for I guess 10 years or so, and we've had many terms come and go. In the beginning was like L1s, L2s, then app chains, para chains. If people remember AVSs now. So basically, I want to start from this term like AVS. What does it mean to you, or how do you define sort of what makes an AVS or app chain network?
Sure. Great question. Great idea. So AVSs can be really a lot of things. Can be basically anything. And is any kind of project, any kind of network that requires shared distributed computation. So it can be really, at the moment we've seen a lot of rollups, but overall in the long term we expect a lot of AI kind of project that can be built as an AVS. So it can really be a lot of things.
Does anyone want to add to their definition or what they think? Well, how is AVS different from an app chain, or is there even a difference, or is everything the same, or?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think we talked about this previously, but I think we as an industry, as such a young industry, right? I think we have a hard time finding the right terminology. I feel like we are still arguing about what is a rollup 4 years in, right? And so AVS is a relatively new term. I don't think we have basically there's very few AVSs, if any, really live in production. And so the fact that we're still arguing about terminology is definitely not surprising. And I think sometimes people are very upset about it, but I think that's just very much inherent in any new industry. And so maybe I think the only thing that I would add to, I think the terminology or the discussion of the terminology of AVS, I think is just that previously, right, when you build a proof of stake protocol, right, I've done it previously, I worked on Celo before, it's a massive effort. And so I think of AVSs and restaking protocols as just a shortcut to basically build these kind of systems. And we should just distinguish between protocols that take that shortcut, which is totally valid, and Hyperlane is one of them, versus somebody who builds everything from scratch. And I think our industry is built on engineering, and engineering is built on top of abstractions. And so
I guess we need a term to like express that.
I would just love to, I love to say that I agree, but one crucial difference to me is when you create a service, there are two forms on which you can build it. One is a centralized one, and another is a decentralized one. And in decentralized systems, not all security is attributable. And when you get into the non-attributable, non-cryptographic side, then you need crypto-economic security. And AVSs are the ones which build decentralized networks based on crypto-economic guarantees. I like to think of it that way, but also agreeing to whatever they say.
So just like security out of the box. So if you're a developer, you don't need to take care about, many stuff about securities, etc. But if you have like ready-to-use solution, you will just implement it, and you don't need to waste a lot of time to develop everything from the really beginning.
All right. So it's a lot about like optimizing, I guess, the launch. We're going to talk about that more. I think another term, like continuing with this theme, that's very confusing. Obviously, like restaking as a term, right? We have cross-staking, staking, proof of authority, like many terms, optimistic, roll-ups. Like what does restaking mean to you? And yeah, how do you differentiate them?
It's a way how to earn points, yeah.
So I think, go for it.
He is absolutely right. I mean, as the end user, that's what all they care about. In terms of how I would like to think about it is, essentially when you want to contribute to these decentralized networks through crypto-economic guarantees, there is a capital efficient way of doing it, and there's a not so capital efficient way to do it. Both have their own pros and cons. It's about asset issuance, where the guarantees reside, what is the inherent asset guarantees coming from, what is your fork guarantees, and what kind of crypto-economic judgments can you pass by being an asset holder of that asset. But in terms of adding guarantees, restaking is like more capital efficient way where you already have an asset class and you want to use that staked asset class for securing other decentralized networks.
I think that for the definition, I'd love to take a step back and actually talk about staking for 2 seconds. Went from 0 to 90 billions in 4 years. That's pretty incredible. But the limit there is that the security is just segregated to Ethereum. What restaking is bringing onto the table, amongst other things, is that the security of Ethereum is no longer segregated to just Ethereum, but is broadcasted to the entire Web3 ecosystem. It can be leveraged in multiple different ways. What that effectively means is that with the same collateral, instead of validating just Ethereum chain, you can bring that security to other consensus, to other protocols that require consensus. So basically, on one hand, it means solving this cold start problem of the blockchains, and on the other hand, it means also basically bringing onto the market a new investment whole asset class.
Right. Okay. But does it mean like restaking is limited to Ethereum? It's only like a term that.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Ethereum, I think it's the best chain where it could have ever been started. But overall, we've seen that it's been growing cross-chain, and at Byzantine we do restaking cross-chain, and it's new on Solana. That it's, I think, one of the ecosystem that's been developing really greatly. But Babylon doing staking on Bitcoin is heading that direction as well.
All right. Yeah. Very cool. I guess the question that I would like to follow up on this is like what we're trying to talk about in this panel. Like, when do you choose to build a network, an ABS, something that uses like restaking or shared security? I guess we sort of clarified the terms now. And maybe Noam, that it's probably like you as a builder of one of these, you're best suited to answer. Like, what do you think are sort of the reasons a builder would use restaking?
Yeah, so I guess give a background, right? Like in interoperability today, most of interoperability is ultimately secured by like proof of authority validator sets, right? Like you just like look at a bridge, you look at like who are the validators, and like really like main of them is like secured by their reputation, right? Like P2P, like you just believe that like P2P will not lie and like rug everybody, but that's only because of their reputation. And so I think interoperability is like one of the like prime examples of like the use of like restaking or staking systems, because what you want is you want more than just reputation to be on the line, right? Like you want actual economic stake, not just to like disincentivize like validator misbehavior, but also because you want to be able to, like in the case of validator misbehavior, to use those slashed funds, which basically act as insurance for the victims of that attack. And so, yeah, we have on top of Hyperlane have been like thinking about this concept for a while. And again, I think to the earlier point of like what's an AVS, and AVS is really, or like right, like in Symbiotic's case, a network. It's a way to basically bootstrap the infrastructure to like actually make that a reality without us having to build a full-on staking system, right? Like we've done that previously. Like it's like a lot of work, and we prefer not to do that again. But also, like I think to the point of like restaking, right? It's this idea of like, okay, even if we did, let's say, build the staking system, then the question becomes, how do we like attract the economic security that actually like makes it like relevant, right? Because like sure, if there's $100 of economic security, like nobody cares. And so maybe the one spicy take I will add there is that in the like, I think because we have so poor mental models of AVSs, right? Like Hyperlane actually is like multiple AVSs, right? Because like we have operator sets per chains, and I think this is something that just like doesn't really show up in any mental models of most people. And then the question becomes, what is restaking, right? Because I think restaking is really just like capital efficient for one person, like rehypothecation for another person. And we have exactly the same problem on our side where like, how do you allocate the stake across all of these different chains? And like, do you do so in an exclusive manner, which is like capital inefficient, or you actually restake across every chain, but then you like maybe have like some like, right, like leverage effects, which actually undesirable. So those are super interesting questions. I don't think we figured out the answers to them, but like super excited to do that in the context of this framework.
But I just wanted to add that we have to, anytime we have to start from the use case. So we're talking about staking, restaking, and many other type of stakings that you mentioned, yeah, but in reality, if it's we don't have a business use case for this, we don't really need it, yeah? And I hope that later, maybe in my speech, I will add the real business case, how it may be implemented for the specific industry, yeah, where we really need such security. And I'm pretty sure that all of you maybe keep in mind the most weakness place in the whole ecosystem. You can just think about it just 1 second, and you will find the answer where we really need such level of security. I will answer later a bit.
Yeah, I guess DeFi probably in many ways, or like permissionless DeFi, but we'll talk about it a bit more. I think one thing that's also very interesting, I guess, is what we're talking about, like sort of this question around like native launching, building your own staking system, and using restaking, or also using like other people's. Ultimately, that means you're not using your own governance token, your own asset, but you're actually rewarding like sort of like this form of mercenary capital almost. Like, what are the drivers of those? I think basically Rabal is here from Avail. Avail is like a $1 billion project. Obviously has a good amount of economic security, one might think, but still working towards a vision of increasing that security and letting other assets contribute to the security through fusion. So maybe can you expand a bit on like why are you doing that, or like why is that interesting to you as a concept?
Yeah, I mean, security is never enough, right? I mean, whoever has the most security is also like whining to have more and more. And in terms of proof of stake cryptographic systems that are there in production, you would want to have more and more stake and more security guarantees for the base layer to give greater guarantees to the ecosystem, right? Now for Avail as well, that's the additive cryptoeconomic guarantee that we want to provide to the applications on top, rollups being one. But even the other use case, which is also very interesting to us, is when rollups actually use other services, when they have the similar economic guarantees, then things like interoperability and other service utilization becomes much more capital efficient in turn. So when the rollup uses an oracle, and this oracle is powered by similar security guarantees as the rollup itself, then there is much better message passing mechanisms that you can have without having verifiability on both sides, without going the ZK route and so on. So we are not only excited about having Fusion's cryptoeconomic additive cryptographic guarantees back to the base layer, but also how rollups can use other services.
Right. Does anyone want to add to that? I guess also with other people working on the L2 space, I guess Noam with Hyperlane is one of those gadgets, like you said, like that rollups use to expand their ecosystem and to provide a better service overall. Like, how do you feel like restaking fits into that? I think, you know, Hyperlane with its modular deployment method of allowing people to deploy their own routes is a very interesting case there, where you might end up, like you said, a lot of different networks, ABSs, with different security guarantees. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think you know, I think we're getting into this, I guess, side of our industry where, right, like more and more traditional parties that you didn't think of themselves as like a security network think of themselves as a security network, right? Like rollups, right? Like before rollups, like if you were launching a chain, you knew you're gonna launch a security network, and like you need to raise like 20 million from Andreessen to like do so, right? Like when you were issuing like a token, right? Like you're just issuing a token. But like nowadays, like right, like to like actually launch a stablecoin, like you need to build a security network because you need your stablecoin to be available on every chain. And so again, like I think similar, like honestly, like how, right? Like somebody like Symbiotic thinks of themselves as like infrastructure for like folks like ourselves here on stage. Like we actually think of ourselves as infrastructure for like rollups and asset issuers, because ultimately what they need to do is leverage economic security, either in the form of ETH, either in the form of their own token, to ultimately compete with somebody like Circle, right? Like who has all the money in the world to like basically build interoperability and like insure it themselves and like, right, like have the like trust of like Circle and Coinbase behind them to like provide reasonable security. But like, right, like if you want to launch a stablecoin, like being able to leverage kind of a stake that is in the system to do so in a much more like, not only capital efficient, but also like dev time efficient manner is like huge.
Also, anyone wants to add something to this, or? Okay. Maybe also like switching it up a bit, thinking more from the perspective of someone providing the stake ultimately, or being like building products in the space of restaking Gaia. You recently like announced this like integrated staking approach where basically you can do like the staking of ETH and the restaking in one product. Do you want to like expand a bit how you're thinking about your restaking product in general and the vision behind what you're building?
Yes, absolutely. So what Byzantine is doing is trying to give access to the entire world of restaking, no matter what chain is that built on of the protocol. So really giving this unopinionated access to the entire market of restaking, to the entire industry. And we allow for permissionless creation of vaults. And one of the things that we've been working and that we recently announced with Symbiotic is this integrate restaking. What that effectively means is that via the same vault, via just, you come with ETH and we take care of everything via Symbiotic and stake it and restake it in just one vault, basically. So that takes away quite some risks. So all the problems with staking, liquid staking tokens, and basically just go direct to Symbiotic via staking the ETH on a mini vault and then passing a share of this vault into Symbiotic. This is what we've been working on, and we provide access to native restaking on other chains and on other protocols, and liquid as well. The long-term vision of Byzantine is to both have this access tool that basically provides anything restaking, and also to give an idea what are the risks related to all the different ABSs, all the different networks as well, so that the choice of the portfolio and the allocation becomes much easier later down the line.
Right, awesome, thanks. And I guess when we're thinking about restaking now, we have like a lot of different forms on Bitcoin staking, maybe they can call it that, and we have restaking, we have Solana. Every ecosystem or every sort of architecture or chain has some form of it, and a lot of products aim to be multi-chain. So I think you're working in like sort of this multi-chain context as well, Andre. So maybe can you tell us like how can you leverage restaking in this like sort of multi-chain environment, or yeah?
Yeah, sure. Like first of all, I really appreciate that I answered the last one because all of you told like a piece of my answer, and all of you mentioned, like roll-ups as a solution and the problems that roll-ups faced. Yeah, and in the house network, we try to build roll-ups that let everyone interact with DeFi without interacting with DeFi. Yeah, if you ask your grandma how she sent some messages in email, he can't answer to you. So yeah, and I think that for end user it should be as simple, as just sending email. Yeah, but if we wanted to provide them many opportunities, and we also have to provide them access to the many different chains, and that's truth, yeah? And we can, bring liquidity from the different chain and protect the secure way how to send it from one chain to other chain, to our chain for sure, yeah? And the answer is that the most important part of the solution is a bridge, yeah? And in the context of restaking and staking, we have like a staking the bridge as a solution from the, it's a concept, better to say, from the Polygon, yeah, and in reality it means that we can secure the bridge with using liquidity on the Polygon, yeah. And in the house network we're planning to add Aggarwal. Maybe some of you familiar what is it? The aggregated layer of liquidity. That means that we will be able to provide access to the liquidity from the different chain, and just sending it across the different chains. But right now the Aggarwal did not support IVS, and we see opportunities here. If just in case in the ideal world we will be like a door to this liquidity, bridge it with a secured bridge, yeah, based on the IVS. Why not? It might be. Yeah, it's what we're dreaming about. Yeah. So, and in this case, anyone will be able just easily transfer liquidity, getting access to the DeFi across the chain with using Aggarwal and with protection of restaked assets. It's like if we start to count it, will be like 3 different points of yield, yeah, for the users.
Layers of points.
Yeah.
Okay. Or someone want to add something? I think what I found interesting, so shout out to Edgar from Kiln who gave me this idea earlier. He basically told me pretty much right now restaking is 3/4 or something of all the TVL in the different restaking protocols is some form of LRT. And obviously in existing proof of stake, we have maybe liquid staking, like Lido is 30%, which is much less. And that's Ethereum. And many other proof of stake chains, you actually have probably a penetration of less than 5% of liquid forms of staking. So how you think about this? Is this bad for the ecosystem? Is it good? How? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
That there are 3 main problems. The first one is more on the protocol risk that we know is the same case as LSTs. The second problem is on the centralization. Of course, for the way restaking works itself, stacking a lot of TVL on the same ABS means also lowering the rewards, because this restaking at the end is this crypto-economic incentive for the capital to flow down the long tail of all the use cases, looking for new opportunities. And stacking the TVL onto a few means low rewards and means a lot of centralization on both the LRTs, but on the LSTs at the end that are taking care of what's before the LRTs. And the third problem that I see is that DAOs are not risk managers. They're slow in taking risk management decisions and basically are not necessarily looking on to adjust the portfolio, and therefore not necessarily adjusting for the risk profile or for the yield profile of all the different people. So they're kind of this one-size-fits-all solution that is good at the moment for the stage of the market, but definitely not a long-term solution.
I like to think of AVSs as marketplaces. In a marketplace where you can go and get your economic security. Earlier, when you bootstrap a L1, you had to go to each one of the operators, convince them to stake that here is my new token. It doesn't have value today. It will have value tomorrow. Come and stake. I need to have enough security in order for my infrastructure or my project to get the chicken and egg problem solved. If users don't see a valuable solution, they wouldn't come to it. And if stakers don't see a valuable user platform, then they don't want to stake to it. So this kind of a problem is being solved by something like AVS. So services still need to now also opt for and plead to operators to stake. That problem still remains. And in the marketplace, whatever is available nearby is what you will get in the market, which is the LRTs. And so it's not very surprising that LRTs dominate the TVL of AVSs. Even after that, when you think of the downstream impacts of security that it can have, as I said, like depending on whether you have, like slashing is a concept, right? Many POS chains don't even have slashing. So do you even have, what kind of economic security guarantees do you have? Then you come to, okay, social forks and social recoveries and such. In those kind of circumstances, in AVS with restaked assets, it becomes trickier and trickier. What if your service on top has more economic security than the base LRT token itself? It is a convoluted space, and we are yet to see things in production, as many of you mentioned. But it's not an easy answer. The answer is, if you have a marketplace, you will get things which are more available. And right now, LRTs are available, so it's not a surprise that they dominate.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it well, which is that, like in this staking or restaking space, ultimately what we want is basically risk assessment, right? And this reminds me a little bit of I think where in the interoperability space, there's a lot of focus on cross-chain intents and how solvers solve everything. I have this feeling that right now everybody feels oh yeah, LRTs will solve everything, right? Oh yeah, they will figure out the risk thing. I just deposit an LRT and they will figure out who's risky and who isn't. And I think the thing about intents is that if a solver doesn't do the thing, just nobody loses money. It's just you can't bridge. I think it's way, way, way obviously more impactful if an LRT is bad at assessing risk. And so I sure hope that once slashing goes live, once there's actual AVSs putting real capital at risk, that we as an industry will mature very, very quickly, because otherwise a lot of people will lose a lot of money, and obviously that's not what we want.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a spicy take, right? I guess given that the LRTs started out before this industry was even there, mainly maybe the skill set isn't actually this yet, or they rely also on third-party risk curators, and then I guess these risk curators are few entities that I can probably count on my one hand, and they control all this risk. So there's definitely some maturing to be done there. And like you said, once we have real AVS with risk live, I think there will be a lot more focus about what people have been theorizing about, how do these risks play out, but we can only tell when there's in practice. Restaking actually hasn't started yet, right? We don't have any single network that actually uses restaking or slashing in production. So I think we're still very early, and we're here from Symbiotic. We're here to see it play through and try to facilitate this marketplace. So yeah, very excited. I just want to kind of add that part and see what people think about that. Do you see more risk curators and really emerging and coming, or is it going to be all gauntlet?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I wasn't there in the early days of DeFi, but I assume lending markets were very similar, right, a couple years back, right? Now we have Gauntlet and Chaos and everybody, and I think we understand, cool, they're probably good at this stuff. But I'm sure in the early days it was just who the fuck is actually managing the Oracle risk here, right? Who actually knows how to assess this? And now we have everybody trusts Chainlink, and I guess that's fine too.
And the most important part in any case, that we all of us understand how restaking works. I hope that, yeah, all of us understand. But in reality, big number of people don't know what it is, and they don't know why they need it, and they just try to find the most valuable and profitable opportunity for some cryptos that they have. Yeah, but if we wanted to remove this barrier, it means that we have to provide them understandable use cases. And from my opinion, yeah, it's maybe about how to work with some government or institutionals. Yeah, we have to provide if they wanted to build something with using blockchain, and they really wanted to do it. So we can provide them this security. I'm pretty sure that they don't understand how it works, and it will be difficult to describe, but we have to try. And in this case, if we will get them understandable and like easy access to this liquidity, to this security level, it might be useful.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming here to the last panel. We'll see you all at the after party. And yeah, give a round of applause to all the panelists, please.
All right. So we're on to the last stretch. We're doing a fireside now with our co-founder, Mirko Schmiedl, and Thomas from Reserve. Taran is ill. He can't make it, unfortunately, but it's still going to be a great closing to the main event. And then we have the protocol validator pitch, which is like a Shark Tank for Web3 projects. So yeah, please stick around for that. We have the creme de la creme of validators that will be giving their review or rating protocols. It's going to be great fun. Anyway, welcoming Mirko and Thomas to the stage. Give it up.
All right, thanks, Adam. So yeah, this is the last fireside of the day, and then we do a pitch competition. So this is going to be really hot. And after that, we do the after party. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I'm very excited to talk about stablecoins a little bit. I think we're gonna probably like hijack the topic a little bit. Topic is like, could USDC become a better collateral for restaking than ETH? But we're gonna like see where we take this. You guys at Reserve, maybe you want to say quickly like what you are working on actually, and then we take it from there.
Sure. Hi everybody, I'm Thomas Mattamore. I lead the ABC Labs company, which is the protocol development company for Reserve. Reserve is a protocol that lets anyone launch a stablecoin or a money market-like or ETF-like product. We launched 2 years ago. There's $300 million of TVL on the platform today, and we actually have the largest LST index in DeFi, which is one of the things that I'm excited about the staking summit for.
Amazing. So obviously we had a lot of talks about shared security and restaking today. Like, what is your take on shared security and restaking? How do you approach it from Reserve?
Yeah, we actually have a very similar model that is employed in our governance layer. There's, the word staking is thrown around in DeFi quite a bit, and sometimes people actually put capital at stake and sometimes they don't. And we in our governance model, you can use the governance token in order to decide if you're going to put money at stake on any of the individual assets. In exchange for staking your capital, you get to participate in governance decisions and basket decisions. And if there's any issues with your own decisions, then your money is at stake and can be used for recollateralization. And so.
Amazing. So I understand you have different index tokens, right? For example, you have the biggest LST index, and then for the governance token, you can stake into the index of the LST, right?
Exactly right. There's so all of these things are yield bearing of the underlying yields. Some of it can be used for going back to the token holders themselves, and some of it can go to the governance layer. And very similar to all these other different DeFi models, the revenue gets routed in different ways.
Awesome. And how does it work? Is there any slashing, or like how do you incentivize like the performance of the different indexes? Because that's probably the main reason why you can stake into it, right? Or
exactly right. So 2 years ago, or I guess it was about a year and a half ago, do people remember the Silicon Valley Bank USDC DPEG?
Yeah.
People being and so that was actually right after we had launched the protocol. And what happened was USDC lost its peg, and the protocol, noticed that, saw the oracles change, and then sold off that USDC and recollateralized with some of the governance token.
All right. So you also have a stablecoin index token that basically takes USDC and other collateral, and then whenever something is happening, it optimizes to prevent any risks.
Exactly right. And so that's for any of the indexes. For the ETH LST index, for instance, in the case of slashing, if any, if Lido or Rocket or Stater or FraxETH were to lose some of its value against the Oracle, then the governance layer would come in and make up the difference.
Awesome. And then are these index tokens, like the stablecoin index or the ETH index, can these also be used again for like restaking or shared security, for example, in Eigenlayer or Symbiotic? Is that something that you guys are looking into? Or?
Definitely. When restaking became a big part of the narrative, we definitely explored it. It was one of the ETH Plus, which is the LST index on our platform. It was pretty small at the time, and so it didn't make a lot of sense. But now that it's a $150 million asset, it's much more viable to be used in these restaking platforms.
Awesome. And is the index only from LSTs or also from LRTs? And yeah, how are you watching that?
At the moment, it's LSTs only. The mandate from the original launch was to be an LST index. And so it's a very different risk profile if you also add in the restaking. And so the holders and the governors have opted to keep it as LSTs for now, which makes it a much more prime asset for restaking.
Yeah. How do you decide which tokens to add to the index, actually? Because that's obviously pretty similar to restaking as well. You need to assess the different risks, right? And then, assign allocations to it.
100%. I personally don't make any of these basket allocation decisions because it's decentralized governance. But the folks in the ecosystem are deciding by looking at a couple different things. One is the size of the asset. Another is the DeFi liquidity. Because when a protocol is handling the basket and the asset management, the liquidity in DeFi matters a lot. And I was actually talking to the Rocket team earlier today because Rocket had, before they made a change 2 weeks ago, which massively opened up the amount of nodes that were available for staking against, there was actually a bit of a liquidity crunch for ETH in DeFi. And it was actually one of the things that was slowing down the protocol's ability to grow.
Yeah, so you have a certain threshold for liquidity in order to include it in the index, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's actually recently governance opted to shift it to be a liquidity index, to have liquidity-based index as opposed to the market size of the assets.
Awesome. So what do you think in general now, maybe going a little bit into the direction of the topic, can stablecoins become a better collateral for restaking or shared security? For example, your index, the stablecoin index. What is the value proposition of the stablecoin index compared to ETH, for example, as a collateral for providing economic security for ABSs, for example?
Yeah, it's really interesting. At the end of the day, all of these things are marketplaces, and I know I'm actually speaking about things that people are much more experts on. But until at the moment, ETH is a great asset for it, and until there's a bit more demand for some of the supply that's out there, it's hard to say that USDC would be better or EUSD would be better or anything like that. But for things that require a bit more stability as opposed to some of the volatility that comes with ETH, it might be something that's interesting.
Yeah, and obviously, one of the considerations there is also the centralization of stable coins and decentralization. So there are more decentralized and more centralized stable coins. Do you think that plays a role, for shared security and also for your index? Yeah.
100%. At the end of the day, what makes ETH a great asset for any type of security is the fact that it is so decentralized and so secure, right? And something like USDC, the massive drawback is the blacklist and the ability for a different party to turn off USDC. There are a few stablecoins that have true decentralized models. LUSD, liquidity. It's one of those ones that's hard to say out loud. Liquidity, is on the full decentralized side of the spectrum. That's probably the best true thing. The issue is that it doesn't have the scale. The stablecoins on our platform are somewhere in the middle, where the protocol itself is fully decentralized and permissionless and censorship resistant, but the assets that are backing it are centralized, right? It's backed by things like USDC or Tether. And you're kind of relying on, like the pooling effect, where you can hide assets in a crowd and, a regulator isn't going to turn off an entire asset group that affects a whole bunch of people because of one bad actor in it. We saw with Tornado Cash, they turned it off because it was like 90% of the volume, right? But if it's 5% of the volume or 10% of the volume is what's affecting something, there's a theory that that would be less likely to be affected by regulators.
So, yeah, speaking about the like having different stablecoins there, does it make a difference? Like, if you either go like, yeah, you can go big on USDC or you only have USDC, and then you have an index. Doesn't it maybe even increase the risk, like to pool different stablecoins together instead of just going for one that you have a high conviction on, for example?
I think that this is actually where some like very traditional finance theories come into play, right? Like diversification is like the classic way to eliminate risks like these. And when you're trying to, especially because all of these stablecoins have different types of backing, although it's kind of converged on overnight repos. Separating some of that custodial risk across the different stablecoins is a way to actually eliminate risk in the whole system. So I do think it makes sense to diversify.
Yeah. So which stablecoins are part of the index exactly? Yeah.
So the stablecoin on the reserve protocol is called USD, the electronic dollar. It's backed by USDC, Tether, and DAI, all being lent out in DeFi, whether it's on Aave or Compound or SDAI.
Yeah, that's cool. And the LUSD is the most decentralized, you said? Like, do you think there will be like a larger market for more decentralized stablecoins soon, actually? Yeah.
I think yes and no. I mean, over the last year, we've seen Solana take off, right? Like taking a step back on like, do people really care about decentralization? I think at the end of the day, there was a talk earlier today about L2's speed versus decentralization. Consumers care about speed. And there's a very, very small segment that cares about the decentralization. It's kind of up to a variety of other actors in the space to really care about decentralization, hopefully for their own economic interest, because otherwise, like, they're less likely to do it. And so, bringing it back to stablecoins, I think it's pretty similar. You're going to see some people that care about it quite a bit, and it's up to the people that are designing the system to come up with a way to make sure that the economic interests of all of the parties involved are there in order to make sure that it stays decentralized.
Yeah, amazing. Do you think there will be a lot of changes in the stablecoin market still at some point, or do you think the game is pretty much already like decided with USDC and USDT taking most of the market share? Is there even room for more? Obviously, like, yeah, there's diversification. It's like you can take USDC and USDT, but I guess these two are like the biggest of the index as well, right? And DAI probably doesn't even have a high allocation, and it's also backed by USDC mostly. So, yeah, like what's your take on that? Like, is there still room for like more stablecoins?
I think there's an insane amount of room for more stablecoins. The stablecoin space is one of the fastest moving spaces in crypto. At the end of the day, it's like where there's the most consumer adoption, outside of people in rooms like these at crypto conferences, right? Everyone thought that Tether was there. USDC came in. That's kind of old news. But just this last week, Robinhood, Kraken, and a bunch of other folks teamed together to make a stablecoin built on top of Paxos that shares revenue with any of the businesses that are involved. And I actually think it's a really, really interesting model where, if it's on the platform, you get the underlying yield, and if it's off the platform, the people that created it get part of the yield. And there's like a really interesting incentive model to get all of the people in the system participating and staying participating. And so my prediction is that actually USDG will be one of the largest centralized stablecoins in the next 5 years.
Sorry, which one?
USDG. It was it's USD Global or something. But of the fiat-backed stablecoins, I think that one's probably going to become one of the larger players in the space.
All right. That's issued from whom again?
Paxos.
Oh, from Paxos.
Yeah.
All right.
But in the DeFi space, it's also moving really rapidly, right? Like on our platform, we have we've There's like 2,000 stablecoins that have been issued. Most of them aren't very big, but there's 2 that are in the tens of millions of dollar range. In DeFi generally, though, there's new stablecoins that are launched all the time.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's also obviously like Coinbase also launched the CBBTC, and now it's like, yeah, taking market share from WBTC. And basically that's also a stable representation of an underlying asset, similar like to the USD, right? I guess in that sense, it's pretty similar. Are you guys also looking into BTC at reserve? Yeah.
We definitely are. One of the challenges with Bitcoin in DeFi is that there isn't any yield, and so it's been really interesting hearing a lot of the talks today about Babylon and I'm blanking on names. It's the end of the day here, but it's interesting seeing some of these potential opportunities for different types of Bitcoin to come into the Ethereum EVM space and have some kind of yield to it. That's actually not from liquidity pools where there's volatility against the other asset, right? Because no one borrows Bitcoin, no one shorts Bitcoin in DeFi, and that's where a lot of the yield comes from. And so it's pretty interesting to see these new things come into play because it gives the opportunity to create interesting assets with them. Otherwise, you're looking at kind of the traditional AUM fee model, which folks in DeFi haven't loved that much.
Right. Yeah. So that's all the Bitcoin LSTs. I guess that's then probably the next interesting product for you guys to have an index for like LBTC and like Solve BTC and those yield-bearing BTC tokens.
Exactly right. There's I think another area that's pretty interesting in DeFi for indexes is like different niche areas. Like maybe like all the different BTCs, right? Like CBTC or TBTC. I think Threshold BTC is the more decentralized version. Binance has their own. Like that's like a whole area. Maybe people just don't want to hold a single custody Bitcoin asset, right? They want to split across a couple. But another might be like a smaller area. Like I don't know about all of you, but I don't have time to keep up with memes. I do think it's an interesting thing. Maybe some people would like to be like, I'll throw some money into a whole bunch of memes at once. That's like kind of the other entire end of the spectrum. But you can imagine some different things like that where it takes a lot of time to understand something. And it takes a lot of time to dive into what are the right things. Like for instance, I don't know nearly as much about LRTs as a lot of the folks in this room. But I bet, I would like to have exposure to that space and maybe get a couple of the different tokens in a single asset.
I think a very interesting use case for you is it could actually be like that reserve is kind of a hedge for like some of the restaking risks as well, because you have the governance staking into the indexes. So if there's an index of LRTs, for example, which are exposed to slashing risk, and then you can offset some of that or like hedge some of that risk by having like collateral that's securing the index token, right?
100% right. So the LST index that we have now, that's what the governance layer protects against. And you can imagine the same exact thing for an index of LRTs. If people are worried about not understanding some of the risk vectors like of each specific LRT, they could package them all together and then protect against one of them going down.
Amazing. Yeah, very interesting. And I think we are done for the talk as well. We're going to do the pitch next. Is there anything you still want to share? Like, what are you excited about for the staking space for the next year?
Well, Bitcoin and Ethereum are actually moving again, and I'm very excited for other eyes outside of like the same people to start looking at the space again and be interested in trying to figure out how to get exposure into different areas. And so, I'm personally very focused on the index space. And so I'm expecting a lot more interest to come in and for people not to be experts. And so, anyone that can help non-experts in the space, I think will be poised to take advantage.
Amazing. Cool. Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys. And now we do the pitch competition next. That's going to be a really interesting one. I think, Adam is going to announce the first pitch. Do we have all the jury members here?
Yeah, so the jury is here. Just before we get started, if anyone's sitting in the front row that isn't a juror, I would just ask you to just move back a row. The jury is in the front row. They're going to be the guys that are judging the protocols that are going to be pitching. Now, here's the format. It's going to be 5 minutes pitch, and then 5 minutes of Q&A that the jury can ask questions. So it's kind of like a Shark Tank style Dragon's Den, depending where you live, scenario. So, yeah, if the jury could come to the front, please. We have P2P, we have Speedy Staking, we have Global Stake, A41, Block Demon, Coinbase, Cloud. So yeah, a panel of experts, and these guys are, yeah, well versed in their fields, and yeah, are going to give an honest critique. And at the end, they're going to hold up a score. We're going to wait until the end, but they're going to hold up their score. So they're going to be rating internally, and yeah, it's a 1 to 10 score. And then we can declare the winner at the end. So, and the winner is going to receive a delegation of 1 million euros. No, I'm only joking, yeah. I hadn't told them about that, but yeah. No, this is a bit of fun, and yeah, let's kick it off. So, first up, we have Houst. I'd like to welcome Dennis to the stage. Is Dennis in the room? Here he is. Cool. So, I think we can get kicked off. We've got our jury here. Let's get it started. So, yeah, 5 minutes on the clock, Dennis, and then it's 5 minutes of questions. So let's get it started.
One, two. Thank you for being late until late this evening. Welcome, everyone. So, time is running. So, what is Houst? But shall I click or? Who is my clicker? Nice, thank you. Stop the time, stop the time. So, what is Houst Network? Actually, this is the ecosystem and basically a wallet with DeFi tools and native yield in one app. And what problems do we see now? Like for the end customer to enter the market, there are still some barriers, you know, and problems connecting wallets, moving from one staking protocol to another, security breaches, and actually quite complex process to enter the DeFi market. Excuse me, but everyone wants to be there. Oh, switching. Everyone wants to be there, and to have a mass market, we need to find a solution. That's how Houst Network appeared, because we are actually the users of the DeFi now, and we see that there are a lack of solutions that could be a good entrance for the users to the market. So we created Houst. For the tech guys, you can see how the system works with the Houst Store smart contracts. We actually created this to seamlessly distribute rewards from different staking protocols into the Houst native network and distribute rewards for users as soon as they deposit any funds to the Houst network. They are automatically distributed into the different networks connected. We will start with Polygon, Ethereum, and Binance, and we'll expand like as soon as it's possible. In Houst wallet, we have the DEX and the protocol itself with different mechanics, allowing people also to restake their asset, which are not locked, of course, in the wallet, and use them for the secondary use. And we actually have a good retention and feedback regarding our design during the tests. And now Houst is a test network, and we're actually preparing to go live by the end of the year, and I hope so. So this is a non-custodial wallet, and basically the technology and the network is built on Polygon SDK rollup. On top of that, we added the account abstraction, added a layer and data availability, and everything is under the hood. So users just easily enter, the application and use it as the same daily banking tools they use too. That's the core thing we see the potential. We have also like token distribution mechanics, which is based on like Raffle with blockchain hashes, like the one without human participation, which is fair and very interesting. And this is like not an airdrop we will offer as incentivized program when we launch the app. And we see actually very interesting feedback as well from the community, which is quite rapidly and natively growing because we're a social driven project and we don't have any VCs, so we're growing and expanding by ourselves. And we've done all that with a great team and partners, and basically with Gateway and Novice, who is responsible for the blockchain infrastructure and application itself. So we're happy to be here and on Staking Summit and present House. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, would love to. 5 minutes is almost left.
Awesome. Yeah, perfect. So we have questions for the jurors, for the judges. Anyone has a question?
So I don't know, maybe I'm speaking for myself here, or maybe some people here. Sometimes I feel like there's like wallet fatigue out there. There's like so many different wallets out there. You have like, for example, MetaMask for some reason continues to be like the leading wallet. There's like, you have Rabbies, you have Coinbase Wallet and stuff like that. So I kind of want to get your take on like how you trying to compete or reason with the fact that like MetaMask is still like a dominant player, and you're trying to build a wallet in a space that like gets a lot of like wallets in general.
As a user of MetaMask, and I'm sure you too, when I'm showing it to my mom or a friend who is not related to crypto, they're coming crazy, and a lot of people they're not too much in tech when it comes to have some tools like inbuilt yield and DEX tools inside one application. I didn't see that MetaMask has anything like that. And besides that, other wallets as well, they're not allowed to have like multiple yield with DeFi protocols connected to the application. So of course, the market will evolve and market players may be peer, but I think we are like one of the first applications who will serve the DeFi tools and DEX and user-friendly design, and account abstraction. So all top tier, like features we can offer now, the house will provide.
Sorry, one more question. With the DeFi aspect of it, right? Like you talked about like showing like your grandmother, for example, or showing your mother, yeah, right? Like I mean, I do the same thing, right? The thing about like DeFi right now is that it is kind of like overwhelming. And what I've found is that how do you like reason with like showing the DeFi aspect with like, so you show like a good user experience, but then there's like also like all this like incredible amount of DeFi, which then all of a sudden becomes a bad user experience because there's so much optionality for the user, right? So you make it easier for people to like look into this stuff, but then it becomes harder because then now there's so much to do. So like, how do you make sure that it's not overwhelming for the user once you get that like, onboarded user?
Too complex question. So, could you please repeat?
Yeah. So the thing about user experience, right, and I don't know if people agree with me, is the thing about user experience is that you make it easier for people to onboard to things, right? Yes. 100%. And, your wallet's supposed to be easier for people to get onboarded, right? So now we're onboarded, right? But the thing is, you have this like kind of like built-in DeFi aspect to it, which I can see right now you have like many different like protocols and supply and borrow and stuff like that. Yeah. Suddenly that becomes a bad user experience again, because now that people are onboarded, you just give them unlimited options to do something. Yeah. So the question I have for you is that how are you going to mitigate against that? It's almost user fatigue when they get to see so many options in the wallet.
No, actually, the main thing is the native yield, which comes to you when you're just simply depositing funds to the wallet. And all other things actually, educated through easy social mechanics and games and things that are coming to our life now. And as the tasks, platforms, and things like this evolving, I don't think things like this would be much more complicated than using, like your banking app, actually.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. I think these might just be like shorter questions, just so I fully understand. In terms of the native yield element, I think you said at the start, basically by depositing these assets, you guys on the back end are staking them and getting the yield that way.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So is that just proportional to the amount of assets I've deposited? As if I were to stake it natively, I'm getting the same sort of yield on those assets.
You're getting the yield out of all networks connected, no matter like if you just deposit, I don't know, 100 USD from ETH network, but the rewards will be distributed on your account accordingly to all the networks connected and all the yield generating from different protocols.
Got it. So the ETH yield, the Binance yield is being shared with the stable coins on the platform as well. So getting a lower yield on ETH because it's being shared with, say, the people who have deposited stables, essentially.
Yeah.
Got it. And then in terms of, is it just a mobile wallet application?
No, it's not going to be only a mobile application. It's going to be a web version as well. And we're going to launch the mini app in Telegram as well.
Got it. And then last question, just on the DeFi elements in terms of the integrations with the DeFi and the DEX. I get it within the mobile. When it's on the browser extension, will I, as a more advanced user, be able to interact with whatever protocols I want to, or is it just the ones that are going to be integrated?
They're trying to help me. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Can I answer a question?
All right, I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
We can't take any more questions. Yeah, that's the nature of the game. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
A little bit tired.
All right, so jurors, do you have a score? I don't want you to hold it up yet. Keep it to yourself. We're going to do the scoring at the end. 5 minutes pitching, 5 minutes questions, rapid fire. This is not easy. Next up, we have, it looks like we have Partigia up next. No, sorry. Wait, sorry. Stop. LTV. We have LTV up next. False alarm. I'll start the clock as soon as we come up. Can we get the LTV slides up, please, next? Yeah, so we'll start the clock as soon as the slides are loaded. We need to be fair for all of our contestants here. All right, cool. Yeah, welcome to the stage. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Ithiel, and I'm going to introduce you the LTV protocol, basically the new approach on how the leverage is used in a DeFi. So imagine a leverage token that anybody can deploy on-chain on top of any pair of tokens, on top of any leverage source. So this is basically the new kind of the DeFi primitive, and we are like the first protocol to make it real. So for those unfamiliar with leverage tokens, it's basically a tokenized vault, ERC 466, with which holds like the collective position on the lending protocol and constantly rebalances itself to obtain like the target loan-to-value ratio. So all the current solutions on the market, I mean like all the leverage vaults on the market, they are basically created manually. And that means that they are permissioned. But if we can get rid of the curator from this equation, we basically can obtain the truly permission solution. And this is how it works.
So at the core of our model is basically this ultimate equation, similar to the Uniswap consent product formula. And it means that with every change of the borrow asset or the collateral asset, the vault will need to rebalance itself to keep the target LTV. So we formalized basically the whole mass into one formal model. It's a bit long to explain it right now, but the key approach here is that we are using the auctions with incentives mechanism to keep the target LTV. So with each deposit into the vault or like withdrawal from the vault, the vault will recalculate the optimal values and with auctions rebalance the collateral to borrow. That basically means that after each interaction with the vault, it will push itself towards the target leverage. The team behind the protocol. So our CTO, Andrei Sobol, he's ex-Matter Labs, the guys behind the ZK Sync. He has more than 9 years of the crypto experience. Our researcher, Yuri, he's basically PhD from New York University, expert in high energy physics. Our engineers are both like the Mass Olympic winners. So basically, as you can see, we're pretty good packed on the tech side. And we believe that our product will have like the transformative impact. It will start the new wave of the leverage tokens. So I mean like the leverage tokens for yield, first of all, for the LSTs, LRTs, yield-bearing stablecoins, and obviously leverage tokens for trading. So this approach will simplify the UX like significantly because you will need just to go to the DEX, buy a token, and that's it. And it is incredibly scalable. As anybody can deploy it for any pair of assets, it basically provides us ability to deploy leverage for low cap LSTs, LRTs, like smaller tokens, etc., etc. And actually, it also optimizes the market because leverage tokens is like the tool that you can use for the interest rate arbitrage in lending protocols. You can also use it for bridging the access to the liquidity to different chains and do the same interest rate arbitrage even cross-chain, also because of bridging. The funny thing that we discovered, it also gives us possibility to obtain the limitless max LTV. So basically, as we have like the permissionless leverage tokens, it can be even deployed on top of each other, like leverage token for leverage token, give you like basically infinite amount of leverage. And that's not the all list. So we see these leverage tokens as a basic building block that will have like a transformative impact in terms of like the leverage in the DeFi and can be reused further in different kind of refinancers, rebalancers, index products, like you name it. And I believe the last thing that I want to address here is why does it actually matters for the validators. So the obvious point is like the higher yield will attract more users, which will lead more, to higher TVL in LSTs and eventually to more ETH, which is staked. The second reason is more interesting, that is with leverage tokens for the LSTs and LRTs, as they will always optimize themselves for the optimal rewards, with all the spikes in the TVL or the APY of the underlying LST, it will rebalance itself like automatically to the target leverage and basically like keep these optimal market values. And the last point is like with all this arbitrage activity around, it basically means like you have more transactions, more MEV, more fee rewards for the validators. So that's actually it. You can scan the QR code to see the paper, and I'm open to your questions.
Do you have your...
Yeah, so, yeah, congratulations anyway. That was under 5 minutes. So, do we have any questions from the jury?
Yeah, do you have your own token as well in that equation somewhere to foster adoption or something?
Yeah, we have our token. It will work like similar to the Tokenomics, a bit updated, but the main idea that we are collecting fees from the vault. It goes like back to the DAO and incentivize users basically to participate in governance decisions. So similar to the Tokenomics.
All right, more questions?
Just for the limitless LTV and the looping thing, can you just explain that a bit more in terms of how that works and how you don't ever get liquidated in case of like a interest rate flips negative somewhere and that sort of stuff?
Yes, so you don't go like instantly liquidated once the interest rate goes flipping, because like you still need to wait some time to get your position reduced enough. In terms of limitless LTV, obviously it's like not absolutely limitless, but with each loop, with each like new deployment of the leverage on top of leverage, you basically will just separate users by the risk profile. So somebody of them will be willing to take more risks with higher rewards. Somebody of them will like stuck on the lower level of leverage. Yeah.
And have you guys modeled out like the sort of APY you can get on like say ETH running this at like super high leverage?
So obviously, like the APY will be highly dependent on the underlying APY of underlying assets, but in terms of like possible leverage that we can get right now, so as you can see, like it approximately around like 15-20x on the more of the yield-bearing assets, like almost all the leverage sources is covered, and the capacity is also like pretty good.
When it comes to go-to-market strategy, what do you have currently run a testnet? Are you live yet? Do you have any users yet of your protocol?
So we just recently published the paper itself. Basically, we did like the first version of the implementation. So the paper was the hardest part, right? After you have the mass, you can implement it pretty quickly. We are expecting to launch the testnet like in the upcoming weeks, probably like few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, starting from there. But not on the mainnet yet, because we need to we want to be really cautious about the security. So we need to go like through the audits and do like all the probably the formal verification itself, because it should be really useful for this kind of protocol before we go to the mainnet.
Thank you.
Can you explain a little bit more what the leverage SRFI and Athena points mean? Like point stands for off-chain value stored somewhere in database. How does it integrate it into your protocol?
So you're asking about the difference between like the leverage Athena itself and the points.
Yeah, yeah.
So the idea is just like you can optimize the leverage level to get the highest APY, or you can push it even further and get like the highest amount of points that you want. So it's just like different measurements of yield. So basically, if you push the leverage over some optimal value, you start losing the APY that you can get from the leverage, but you're still collecting the like more and more points.
I see. Thank you.
All right, we still have 1.5 minutes for questions.
So for example, you may not have the numbers, but like leveraged EtherFi, the possible leverage of 12.5x, what would that actually turn into in terms of the actual yield on the underlying ETH?
So approximately, like with each leverage loop, we can add something around like 1% of APY. So if like the underlying APY is around like 3%, with 10x leverage, it basically gives you like 9 plus 3 is like 12% APY, something around this. It depends like on the borrowing rates, obviously, and on the actual APY, but more than 10% usually. Actually, it's much higher for the stable coins right now. So on the stable coins, it's up to 30%, I believe, that you can get.
All right, we've got 30 seconds. Is that it? Yeah, we don't need to do a full 5, but yeah, we're wrapping this one up. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Everybody. Okay, yeah, so we've been on time so far. Next up, we have a tag team. We have Nanak and Shadi from Mystery Network. Give them a warm welcome, and we'll get things kicked off with the timer. 5 minutes on the clock.
Hey guys, so there's 2 of us. There's 4 of you, so I think the eves are, or 5 of you, the odds are a little bit evened. We're the co-founders of Holonym. We've been developing a very exciting, incredible new technology called Mishti, which makes human keys real. We started off building for a very niche, specific use case for how do we make cryptography go mainstream for civic infrastructure? How do we allow people to donate crypto to politicians while remaining in compliance? How do we onboard all possible humans onto the benefits of cryptography for privacy, security, personhood, making digital human rights real? So really excited to tell you about how we went from a small niche project to a project today with over 200,000 zero-knowledge credentials, over almost 150,000 wallet users, and generating revenue. And now we're decentralizing.
So why would we build Misty Network? It takes a lot of time to build an AVS, and I mean to build less time to build an AVS than a regular network, but still a lot of time. We built it because it doesn't exist yet. We had a big need for driving what we call human keys, which are keys derived from personal attributes, whether it's government IDs, web logins, social security numbers, passwords, biometrics, security questions, anything related to keys or identity. We need a way to generate secure entropy, secure randomness, something that can be used as a key to secure assets, to secure identity. So there are a couple of related problems to this across our stack. So we have one wallet product, we have one zero-knowledge identity product. We all needed a way of, both of these products needed a way of driving keys based on personal data. So this is kind of a problem that we've seen all over, not just in our own products, but we only realized it once we built Misty Network and we're like, oh, actually, like human keys, like this solves a bunch of the problems in onboarding and ZK identity and privacy, et cetera, which are some of the biggest problems in our opinion in Web3 right now. And as far as the market opportunity, there's the whole idea of the fat wallet stack. We think that the wallets of the future will be built on Misty Network because we built a wallet on Misty Network and it just works so much better than building a wallet in a standard way. So driving keys from not just web accounts, but also passwords, biometrics, security questions, like this allows a new level of cross-device compatibility, cross-DApp compatibility, just like better UX, better recovery, and better decentralization than before. Wallets are increasingly gaining market share. Like the FAT protocol thesis is kind of ending as L1s become more commoditized and L2s become more commoditized. Infrastructure is just not taking all the fees now. It's who has the users that's taking the fees. This is increasingly becoming wallets, and there are going to be multiple wallets, and we think the best ones will be built off of Misty.
Yeah, so we're going to run you guys through the architecture, but I think we're a little fast on time. But the TLDR is we're using verified Shamir secret sharing, where operators basically are elected to compute something called the verifiable OPRF, I believe it's pseudo-random function, and then operators are paid out for each successful computation, and there's all sorts of fancy mathematics happening on the back end. So the use cases are pretty simple, secure and simple logins, so being able to take a JWT from some sign-on method and be able to derive a key from that. Or even more exciting, being able to take, say, for example, a biometric signal, like a face, voice pattern, maybe even like a BCI thought pattern, being able to derive a key from that. And this is all really cool because you can do all sorts of really interesting programmable privacy and we've built a wallet on top of this. Go-to-market's really simple. We're following the fat wallet thesis. Misty Network allows us to have many white-labeled versions of this type of wallets for other dApps to do DKG. We've seen some great candidates for BD here at this conference. So tokenomics, OPRF computations, you get paid. If you're doing biometric challenges for wallet recovery, you get paid. If you're doing view and key requests for compliance, for example, to prove that somebody has passed a compliance check or a sanctions check, you get paid. And if you're performing ZK identity proofs with the Prover Network, you get paid. So we're Misty Network. Check us out. There's a lot more information. There's a great post on the mathematics on the Ethereum Research Forum. Would love your feedback, and we're really excited to be here today. Thank you so much.
How about your tokenomics? Like, how is your token, or I guess you're planning to do a token. How is that accruing value?
Yeah, so similar method. Like in order to make payments to the network, users pay in the token. So it's essentially a fee token. In order to compute a Oblivious pseudo-random function, if you're like driving a key from social accounts, from email, or if you're doing the compliance requests, if you're using basically any function that Misty Network does, you pay the network in the token.
On that, I think the last slide, you're like, you basically do any of these things, like the operator gets paid. I think maybe can you walk me through like like where that comes from. Like, yeah, that's where I'm very confused on that. It seems really great, but I'm very confused at like that flow.
I can take this one. Okay. Yeah, so we first started off as a ZK-ID protocol. We were doing ZK identity proofs for using KYC. And we wanted to find a way to scale beyond about the 200,000 credentials that we were driving. And so we thought, how do we get keys in the hands of users really easily and simply, and maybe can we use identity proofs for that? So the way we're thinking about it is wallet users. Any other wallet that's embedding this for DKG, for universal, say like sign in across devices. So like think of kind of like Web3 auth, but instead of sharing the private key with the app, it's a private key that's retained within the network, and you can go cross-device with that. So that's where we think it's going to be really competitive, specifically for wallets that need this sort of service, or other types of dApps that need really simple and easy onboarding. So kind of thinking of it like as like the go-to-market in general for the ultimate wallet protocol.
To answer on a more granular level, like as far as how the payment happens, like the tokens will be given by whoever's querying the network. We don't want to introduce that UX friction on the end user because like we don't want them to have to like buy Mishi tokens in order to like use the wallet. So we have this concept of a relayer where the relayer is like doing this on behalf of the user.
And just further on that, like who's actually paying? Is it the people white labeling this solution? Obviously, you don't really want the end user, me using this, having to pay to use the service as the friction, or is it does your like target economic client dApps who are willing to pay for it?
Yep. So yeah, we have this aggregation layer. So people that are performing aggregation, whether it's our own wallet that can be white labeled, or other dApps that are putting this in the back end for, say, key recovery, simple sign-on, or other wallets that are requiring some other form of key derivation besides
Maybe one quick question from the operator side. If we were to kind of onboard Mishti, I saw there's like different nodes. You mentioned the relayer node. There's also a prover node. Would we need to run all nodes? How does that kind of work? Can you run me through that?
Yeah, so you just need to run one type of node, which is the prover node. We've now since named it to multiplier node, but yeah, same thing.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Where is the parts of the secrets stored, and how do you distribute it between nodes?
Where is the secret stored?
Yeah, where is the parts of the secrets that you split in are stored?
This is a great question, it's a fun answer too. So we use, in some sense, standard Shamir secret sharing, and the secret's never reconstructed though, so we use a threshold protocol to actually compute on it. Now the question is, what happens when nodes are added and removed from the network? When nodes want to leave, we want to make sure that like we're not just like keeping part of the secret share with them. So we do a resharing protocol where nodes can be added and removed permissionlessly, and then the old shares are invalidated. New shares are now valid, but it's for the same key. So the key stays the same, but we've kind of rotated the individual shares so that each epoch we can retain the security of the network. And then there's also another concept of a semi-trusted node. So collusion is a big issue in MPC networks like this, where it's hard to have attributable faults. It's hard to say, okay, this node did a wrong thing, we can slash it. So there's this interesting concept of a semi-trusted node where you can actually split. Because of like this linear homomorphism with the secret sharing, you can actually split the secret not just within a Mishi network, you can have a totally separate network or even like individual node that's independent of Mishi network, so that if Mishi network colludes, it will still be fine as long as that device or that network is not colluding. So it can be kind of split between Mishi network and another network that's not communicating at all with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, yeah. Okay, moving swiftly on. Are the jury happy? Have you been keeping scores? We're going to be doing scoring at the end, remember? So next up, I'd like to welcome Adrienne from Partisia Blockchain. Give her a round of applause, everyone.
I feel like I should be doing a dance. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adrienne. I'm the CEO of Partisia Blockchain Foundation. We are a Swiss data privacy protocol So to put it in a nutshell, we are doing for data what Bitcoin did for money. What do I mean by that? Well, before Bitcoin, you can simplify it and say either you gave trust, gave your financial assets to all of the banks, the financial institutions, or you stuffed your money under the mattress. Before Partisi and other privacy-preserving technologies, you either gave your data up to everyone you wanted to interact with, or you went back to cave dwelling. We enable people to self-custody their data while allowing rich interactions, enabling the emergence of a new wave of innovation on top of blockchain technology. For us, that's all based around a thing called MPC, or multi-party computation. So as a user, all you need to know is that your data doesn't leave your device or your domain in a readable format, and yet products and projects that you choose to interact with can run rich queries against it and receive rich responses. So how does it compare to something like ZK proofs, which you've been hearing about a little bit in the previous presentation? Well, in ZK proofs, there are a lot of phenomenal use cases. They're generally based on two parties, a prover and a verifier, running a simple query and giving a binary response, a yes, a no, 1, 0, true, false. MPC enables you to work with multiple data sets that are all individually secure, run complex queries, and receive rich responses. So to put it in real life, maybe you use something like ZK Proof. You can, as we try to adopt the real world and we realize that we need to find ways to do things like identity verification in ways that are true to our ethos, that retain individual sovereignty, you can verify that you're over 18 or that you're genuinely human. With something like a ZK proof. With MPC, maybe you could expand that to cover things like self-custodied, programmable KYC, or credit scoring, where you hold all of the financial data, but they can calculate a credit score on that basis, and maybe get us out of the over-collateralized lending product era. That's all enabled by MPC. The data is encrypted, and it's sent in different secrets, in different parcels, so nobody has the full picture. It's complex. We're making it simple, but it is complex. And this is where I think we have what I like to think of as a very fair advantage. One of our founders is a gentleman called Ivan Damgard. Back in 1988, he wrote and published the first ever paper on multi-party computation. He was also the co-inventor of the Merkle-Damgard hash function, which I'm non-technical, but I'm told was one of the seminal pieces of cryptography that underpins Bitcoin. A lot of what came after even has links to the internet. As well as all these wonderful academics, the DevCo has 16 years of using that great thinking to actually solve real-world commercial problems for people like the Danish government, enterprises like Bosch, organizations like the International Red Cross. We are also very fast. We've got sub-second finality, and techies, please don't roll your eyes. We theoretically are infinitely scalable. That's important because we're trying to tackle really big problems. We're looking to partner with projects that want to build things that solve things like identity verification in ways that are more empowering for individuals while enabling innovation. We're working with Web2 Enterprise to talk about things like emerging data economies, where you can take product information, user information, go from single purchase into lifetime customer value, interface with ancillary products, go into secondaries. We're also looking at real-world asset tokenization projects, enabling them to use blockchain rails while being regulatory compliant, enabling them to use DeFi, but hitting feature parity with Web2 banks. We're kind of shorthand calling it BankFi at the moment. It's like banking, but without the banks, using DeFi plus identity. There's also a number of health tech products that are now hitting maturity. We all saw what happened to 23andMe. There are vast repositories of sensitive data, which if properly managed can give value, badly managed can destroy you. And we do that in a way where the projects can be built on any chain, with Partisia providing data privacy as a service. We have our own native token. We also use a range of blue chip tokens for gas payments. And we are now scaling up. We are accelerating awareness, adoption, looking for partners, projects, operators. We think it's time for a new meta. Build it, stake it, join us.
I hate to repeat myself, but like, how is your token getting value, and how are you redistributing that to the operators?
So our token is used to provide economic security to the network. So you stake the token to run one of 3 types of nodes. We have Baker nodes, which are our consensus nodes. We have MPC nodes, which do the MPC computations. And then we have Oracle nodes, which are responsible for bridging tokens into our ecosystem using an MPC bridge. Those all have stake requirements to ensure that quality of service remains high. And operators earn a share of MPC rewards. Our last APR was 51%. They also receive, as we scale out transactions and people elect to pay transaction fees in Ethereum, BNB, POL, wrap BTC, USDC, USDT, they also get a share of blue chip tokens that they can accrue in our ecosystem.
Maybe explain that a little bit on, like, there's like multiple tokens that you could give back. Like, you're a separate blockchain, but you could get.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one of the things that is different about us. So in our ecosystem, you can choose what token to pay gas in. You can pay gas, and it's part of trying to make it easier to adopt if you're a builder in something like Ethereum. It means that builders can get kind of stable gas tokens. They can use USDC or USDT and know what they're going to be paying each time. It reduces like the FX risk of working in crypto. It also means that if you are building an app in Ethereum and everything is in ETH, you can use ETH for gas, or our native version of ETH. It facilitates life for builders, but it reduces, some of the, I guess, sell pressure on the token. It also enables our operators to earn in a basket of tokens.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned multiple segments for use cases, like BankFi, healthcare. So, and since the mainnet is already happened, so in which segment you get the most traction?
Yeah, another great question. So we went onto live mainnet back in 2022 in beta version. We've been seeding the early ecosystem since then. We have a number of projects building with things like private auctions, which we think could be big for things like tender processes. Actually, looking at the US elections play out, I think private voting would be great, because then you could use the transparency and immediacy of blockchain while enabling people to retain their privacy. We have projects that have been basically playing with the technology largely up to now. So we have, a simple game built out. We've got a project built around gender pay equality and looking at sensitive salary data. For CSR obligations, we have a number of other things that I'm probably blanking on. I think the things that we've seen the greatest traction on currently, because we're now in that expansion stage and acceleration stage, is around identity and real-world assets. But some of the Web2 enterprise we're talking to, while there are fewer of them, any one of them would be potentially game-changing from a transaction volume standpoint. So in volume of projects we're talking to, probably identity and real-world assets, potential impact, so that they could blow it out of the water.
Yeah, thank you.
So all of these are amazing use cases, right? Even the comment about the election, right? It's such an obvious thing that needs to happen. In your guys' experience over the last few years, what do you see as the biggest hurdles of actually getting this adopted, these sort of technologies mainstream with the sort of Web2 industries you're speaking to?
So the first is that they're slow. So they're not early adopters, most of them. There is a reason they get disrupted. The second is regulatory compliance is complex. So if you take just something like identity and you look at self-sovereign KYC, it makes a ton of sense. To be able to custody your data and still give rich verifications. And yet we live in a world where the regulator expects unfettered access on demand, and trying to navigate that. I actually think MPC can provide part of the solution that at least would get us 90% better than where we are today, if not 100%. So there's a lot of regulatory complexity. They are slow to move very often. So we've had some conversations that have been underway for literally a year. And yeah, I think there's also, one of the other things that is cool about our project is to go back into pitch mode sneakily. They're also more comfortable with private blockchains than they are with public blockchains as of today. We don't have a great brand image as a sector. Like when they think of Web3, like you can almost see their eyes roll because they think we're all grifters and scammers, and all they see is meme coins and Sam Bankman-Fried. So there's a brand perception issue. Like one of the things we've seen is our DevCo builds private blockchains. We can go with a hybrid private-public proposal. And so some of the projects that have been building on the private blockchain are now starting to look at using elements of the public blockchain. So I think, branding, regulation, and just the fact that they're slow.
All right. I'm afraid time's up, Adrienne. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Adrienne from Partition Blockchain. So we're into our final pitch. I'd like to welcome Dylan from Goat Network to the stage. Without further ado, let's get him on. And then we're going to do the scoring. So stick around for that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Hi. Thank you so much. I was in a hurry trying to get here through all of the traffic. Wasn't expecting it to be so crazy. I'm so excited to be here and to talk to all of you and to really talk about the future of how we're going to be natively extending Bitcoin really with a secure yield generation. And I want to start off by saying Go is uniquely positioned to really lead the next Bitcoin wave in terms of development, mainly because of two factors: its cost efficiency and the transformable potential that it has due to the fact that we're using Ethereum and other key technologies that most developers will enjoy using. And the problem that we found as an ecosystem when looking at the Bitcoin development scenario was, well, where are all the tools? And you could see that like Bitcoin development is only getting harder and harder. Every 4 years, the hash rate is doubling. And so the developer tools that are actually there to enable whether Bitcoin actually becomes equitable, not just this hodled asset that you continue to hold and not actually use, we're trying to say, the reason why that is because there's no development tooling around it. How can you build development tooling where it's just purely on L1, and L1 is, it's just like Ethereum, where Ethereum needed to extend over to an L2, for example, and we needed to build technologies that were going to enable more, let's say, progressive mindsets of development instead of maximalist mindsets where we stagnate the development around any protocol when we start developing these kinds of mindsets. And I think Bitcoin is going through this phase right now where we can actually adventure into new forms of development, and we're going to try to do that today. But we have to enable more trust. But right now, there is no trust. We've talked to just about every Bitcoin developer at a lot of different conferences, and the number one thing they're going to tell you is that I don't want to move my assets, I don't trust you, I don't trust your sequencer, I don't know what you're doing with my Bitcoin. And so, right, there's a lot of these challenges that we as an ecosystem, especially all BTC L2 ecosystems, have to sort of trial and get around. And so we looked at the landscape and we understood that, yes, Bitcoin needed more developers. Key reason is that there are so many holders. There's about 219 million holders of Bitcoin, but little less than 300 to 500 actual daily active users, thousands of daily active users actually using it. And so that can't generate any sort of sustainable yield. There's a difference between yield and interest, right? So yield is something that happens when you actually generate a transaction volume on the network, and then yield is actually happening because you're delegating tokens to the sequencers or to potentially like a validator. And so the sequencer is really just responsible for delegating rewards back to the people who are actually making the network turn and burn. And so last year, when we were looking at how many of these Bitcoins were actually being utilized, in just 2024, you got wrap BTC, BTCB, you got CB to BTC. However, all of this liquidity that's just wrapped up in Bitcoin is hardly ever used. And so we looked at it and said there needed to be like this perfect model. Like if we were going to actually make a really great BTC L2, what would that actually look like? It would look something like this. So the positive feedback loop, which is where you have a Bitcoin holder who has to obviously lock some Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, but we want to be able to enable where not just one person is getting all the Bitcoin, but multiple operators are getting the delicate stake of a Bitcoin asset, for example. The decentralized sequencer is a missing component in the BitVM2 white paper, and it's also not really often discussed in how do we actually decentralize a Bitcoin layer 2 protocol. We stand out in this because decentralized sequencing is a way of doing and performing in a multi-party computation or a threshold agreement with multiple operators in order to do and perform a consensus-like algorithm so that we can enable a layer 2 rollup using zero-knowledge proofs. And that's what we call the GOAT network ecosystem. It's an Ethereum virtual machine with a decentralized sequencer that is effectively allowing holders to lock BTC to the sequencer, anyone that they choose, in order to generate yield called YBTC. And then this is then used within the network, and then users on both the L2 as well as the L1 get to lock either YBTC on the L2 or BTC on the L1 through a permissionless bridge. That is like the holy grail of solutions. And so just to get to that, you need these 3 security assumptions like I have already listed. First of all, the decentralized sequencer is the key part. But the other one is the fact that we actually needed to do a trustless bridging protocol that was architected actually back in 2023 when we were doing the BitVM2 research. And so centralized sequencers have a dilemma where by integrating sequencers, they have to go through a single commitment. And that single sequencer that's committing the rest of the sequence operators their validity proof to the Bitcoin network, that's a single sequencer honesty assumption, and there's a lot of risk. And you see other ecosystems like Optimism and Arbitrum and many other L2 protocols not actually getting away from this single shared sequencing risk problem. There was also the problem of cost. And so if you're going to actually build a validity proof, we needed to build something where it didn't need a token and it didn't require an Ethereum rollup on top of Ethereum. We needed something more general that was going to scale, so we chose ZKM due to the fact that it had a prover time that was a lot faster than RISC-0, as well as the cost efficiency was slightly, if not as conservative as SP1. And so overall, the architecture to our way forward is that we needed to build an in-house ZKM technology in order to do a low-cost, generative, zero-knowledge rollup that can then allow us to do a decentralized consensus through layer 2, where we can sync our data with BTC L1 through BitVM2 and taproot signatures. And so we can verify validity proofs directly on L1 using Ethereum. And this is the big picture, because once we enable one sequencer for one Bitcoin and obviously for one Ethereum, the idea is that the ZKM can actually be a decentralized sequencer set to enable the entangled rollup, not just for Ethereum, but as well for FVM, SVM, and other networks alike. This is the entire stack. If we put together all of our technology and we actually enable an open market competition between multiple sequencers, we can then achieve a sustainable, cost-effective, and a secure solution that is also apt for a sustainable growth within our network. And that's why we say that we have a sustainable yield protocol. We are more secure, we do have more yield, and if we have more users, that's actually how you generate a yield. So for anyone who's claiming that they have yield optimization, it's not real. There is many different factors to it. I'd love to go into each one of them. It's a lot of information all at once, and I'm known throwing at you, but hopefully you can understand. This is the encode hack. If you wanted to, any developers that are out there who wanted to actually continue working with us throughout the week, that's there for you as well. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, yeah, so slightly over the 5 minutes. Round of applause for Dylan, that was amazing. So we've ate into the question time now, but we do have 2 minutes of questions from the jury now for Dylan. So please fire away.
Could you just talk me through, or just high level, a user journey, right? I have my Bitcoin. Do I have the option through Goat Network to secure the decentralized sequencer with my Bitcoin and earn yield on it? do I then get a derivative on Goat network, or is the option to either do that or have the derivative and yield and pay?
Great question. So with Goat Network, what you're doing is that you have the option of locking Bitcoin directly on the L1, and then we have a bridge that is going to look at the taproot verifier and then say, hey, our signature says that our sequencer needs to claim this stack, but then we actually opted into our data availability layer so that users on L1 can withdraw back to the L1. But to answer your question, it's not a wrapped asset. It's actually the gas of the network. So gas is denoted in BTC on GOAT. So as soon as you bridge, you get gas, and then you lock the gas to a sequencer yet again to generate YBTC, and then that is used as sort of like a Pendle-like asset or a zero-day bond. So we can get deeper into principal and obviously Y token assets.
So can you navigate how the yield, where yield comes from? Is it from the gas? Like on your network, or?
Yeah, so it's a multi-convoluted issue, right? So yield is not just like, oh, you have a great tech. It's because you have a cost-effective solution as a layer 2, and you're also able to generate a validity proof where the cost of the machine itself isn't outweighing the cost of the actual network in order to prove, hey, like these operators deserve this 30% that they claim. So you need a cost-effective L2, and we needed a cheap enough validity proof to effectively do this in time. So there's a lot of moving pieces. You needed a correct ZKM, the correct layer 2 rollup. We're using Comet BFT, so we are taking a little bit of the Cosmos stack in order to actually make the sequencer. And we do something very similar to what Evmos had done, where we actually placed the Ethereum virtual machine on the hypervisor and then allowed a port channel directly to a sequencer. So it's a multi-layer stack.
Yeah, but I mean, the yield comes from the fees or from where?
The yield comes from all user-generated fees, but it's only able to generate yield if the cost of the infrastructure doesn't outweigh the cost of actually optimizing the sequencer to continue operation. We found a solution where we can get a pretty decent yield. I can't say exact answers, but yeah.
That's it. We're wrapping up. So completely out of time. Give it up for Dylan. All right. So that was the last pitch. And what we're going to do now is our jury here hopefully have their overall scores for each of the protocols. I'm going to call out the name of the protocol. The jury is going to hold up their number in which they rate it out of 10. And then my individual adjudicators, statisticians from Staking Rewards are going to keep note. And we're going to give the winning protocol a big round, get them up on stage. And yeah, just basically they're the winners. So, I mean, let's start with House Network. Can all of the jurors, all 9 of you, hold up your scoring out of 10 for House Network? And hold it up until I've seen that the guys at the back have logged the scores. So, yeah, straight up in the air, your score, please, so that all of the audience behind you can see as well. Turn the numbers around, please, so it's facing the back. Out of 10.
Should it be aligned with our votes?
No alignment. Okay. So yeah, turn around and show the crowd, the audience, your number. House Network. If you could just turn your card around, please. Just one more to go. Okay, cool. And statisticians at the back, give me a thumbs up when we're... Keep your numbers in the air, please. Yeah, we're nearly there. We good? Yeah, all right, thank you very much. All right, and next up we have LTV Finance. Overall score, same again. Please hold your numbers up, and we will log them at the back. Oh, straight up. Okay, LTV. Okay, we're just going to log those right now. And then we're going to get to some final scores. Yep, we're good. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mishti. So, yeah, scoring for Mishti, please. Yeah, all 9 of you, please hold up. Same again. Thank you very much. Just keep them raised, if you don't mind, until we've logged them. We've got 2 more. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right. Partisia blockchain. Please raise it up for Partisia. Scoring. Oh, Ben's undecided. There we go. Keep it up, and then we've got 1 more. Yeah, we're good. All right. And then finally, we've got Goat Network. Please hold up your scores for Goat. Goat Network. Keep them up. All right. All right, we're good. Okay, so I think we know who has won. A lot of you in the crowd probably know. I didn't actually see the scores. Could we actually get some deliberation on this? Give me a second. Hold tight. All right, do we know who's won, guys? Can you guess? Yeah. All right, I would like to welcome, no, turn the music down, please. Yes, LTV, so give it up for LTV. LTV are the winner of the pick. Can I get you on stage, please? Yeah, come up, yeah. I keep the clapping going. We'd just like to get them on stage and, yeah. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna shake your hands and yeah. Please just give it up for LTV again. Thank you very much for taking part on the pitch. Mirko's going to say a few closing words now. Thank you to our jury. Thank you to all the attendees. It's been great. And yeah, congratulations. I can't promise you $1 million delegation, but we're going to do a full write-up of this, and we're going to, if you want to, I'll dish the dirt on what the jury actually scored and everything on our website at a later date. So keep eye out for that.
Amazing, yeah, congratulations. Also, big thanks to the jury. So a big round of applause to the jurors as well. Amazing staking providers in the industry. And yeah, we're going to make sure to get you all connected. If anyone wants to get in touch with LTV as well, yeah, we'll make sure to connect you. We'll do like a recap from the pitch. And then, yeah, write an article with all the detailed scored and everything. You can also learn more about the jurors. And yeah, I just want to say a big thank you for everyone being here for the second day of the Staking Summit. I think it's been an amazing conference. Yeah, huge thank you. We're going to go into the after party now and yeah, just have a great celebration of the event and for the proof stake and staking industry. The after party is just 10 minutes walk from here in the Novotel on the rooftop. They're going to have a DJ, a graffiti artist. It's going to go up late in the night. There's open bar. Just bring your badge. It's going to be really great. See you there.